celebrating the races that have gone before and bringing the history back to life from our favoured spot, just behind the pits. I'm delighted to say that we are here for you across the whole weekend, going back to before even the Formula One Grand Prix Championship. There was still Grand Prix before then. The grand prizes and the cars that we'll see over this weekend represent the eras all the way from the late 1920s through the 30s, and there are some phenomenal machines. The good news is that you don't have to listen to me, John Hindhaugh, all the time, because alongside me I have Bruce Jones, partner in crime for many years and former editor of Autosport, but also an enthusiast for all forms of racing, and Olivier Barjon as well. Good morning, Olivier. Thank you for joining us. Bruce, to you first of all, this first plateau, this first grid of cars is the A2s, and we basically go in chronological order this morning. They're all named after and for famous Grand Prix drivers. This is the Juan Manuel Fangio, and we're in the 1950s here, solidly in the 1950s.
Yeah, after the war we obviously picked up with cars that had been developed before the Second World War. Where was the engine? Up the front. This is the last iteration of cars with the engine up the front, which took you through to 1961. But effectively, this is celebrating Fangio's glory years in the 1950s, where it didn't seem to matter what you put him in, he'd end up with the World Championship after Ferrari had its moment in 52 and 53 with the Scurry. But it was small engine cars and many other elements, but you could see the evolution coming through really, really quickly. And Olivier, you're someone who just loves cars in the 1950s.
Yes, of course, and I think the Maserati 250F was the top. The shape was magnificent.
Twice a winner on the streets here, Sterling Moss in 1956 and Juan Manuel Fangio himself in 1957. What we're going to see, Bruce, here is a rolling, over the next 2 days, is a rolling history lesson that shows the development of Grand Prix cars. And we go through quite a lot of iterations and a lot of different thinking, reasoning for these cars, from front to rear engines, the early, just tiny little thoughts about aerodynamics, into the winged cars of the later cars that we'll see, and the big V8s with the Ford DFV, of course, being prevalent in the later cars.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some small engine cars in this. Most of the cars had a 2.5 litre engine. It was all about power. The other things were sort of being brought in as well, and you know, getting mechanical grip. But don't forget that in this period, and Olivier knows this very well, they did have some cars that looked rather strange because they've gone and put the engine behind the driver's shoulder. First Cooper, then Lotus, and a lot of the other marques, particularly, well, Maserati had sort of moved away, but Ferrari just didn't budge. They stayed with the engine at the front. Anyhow, this period, largely 1952 to 57, is the cars in this field, but this was the happy hunting ground for Fangio. You don't have to actually squint too much. The buildings have changed since the 1950s, but you know, this is Monte Carlo. And when people talk about, oh, is it right for racing? Absolutely it's right for racing. And when we get to the little cars from the early 1960s, they are the perfect size for this circuit. Small, nimble, and it makes the circuit look great. But hey, you have strictures, you go for it. But right now, on a sunny Saturday morning, a day of practice ahead of us, and all the racing will come tomorrow. We've got parades at lunchtime as well. An astonishing array of Ferraris, Formula One cars going to be going out and parading with some top names on board. But right now it's sunshine and shade. The drivers did have practice yesterday, so they have got a lot of these drivers have been running these cars for a long time, so they're comfortable with them. But there is still that first moment when you go out and get to Sandoval. Where are the bumps? How's my car handling? And also this morning the track won't have too much grip, but it's better than yesterday.
Well, and that's a good point, Olivier, because overnight the track was reopened as a public road, as it would have been in period, of course. Yesterday was effectively free practice. Today we call it qualifying practice. So the times do count today.
Of course, of course. And all of these cars, we know them from a long time, because when we were little boys, you know, we had little models,
of course,
with dinky toys, Corgi toys, so we know their shape.
Yeah, exactly.
My first scale X-Trix cars were these kind of cigar-shaped cars.
Yeah, mine were the ones from the late 60s were probably mine, so a tiny bit later. The next decade, the engines at the back was the main thing there. But the wonderful side is the cars go down what are just ordinary streets in so many ways, and then of course they get the magic put on them when racing cars go on. But with all the building on the coastline, with this high shot, you lose where is the track. But of course we've moved out over the sea. But under the middle of that shot, going from left to shot to right in the tunnel, with where the drivers are going right now, and then they burst down to the harbour side, they go down to the Nouvelle chicane. A little bit of dust being kicked up on the outside of the circuit as the Scarab leads around. This was a car I love, the metallic blue. It's an American car, basically running in the national colours, blue and white. But again, it was arrived just in time to be out of date.
Yeah.
The engine at the front.
And to be four-wheel drive.
Yes.
Yes, Mark Shaw driving that light blue and white Scarab F1 from 1960. Just feeling the way in, as Bruce has rightly said here. It was a super day yesterday. The paddock was thrown open. I saw a lot of people that we knew. And everybody enjoying this festival of motorsport. But a lot of people down from the UK, actually. A lot of UK registered cars around here as well, and not just from people competing. They've taken time to come down. Tom and Peter Fiddling, I saw yesterday, who were still around today as well.
Yeah, but there was one little duo that was really getting energised, going around talking to all the drivers, and it was Derek Warwick with Joe Ramirez. Lovely, lovely Joe. So many decades working in Formula One, of course, a long time working with Ayrton Senna at McLaren, but they were like schoolboys. And I saw, who are they talking to? Adrian Fernandez. Adrian, of course, that brilliant Mexican IndyCar driver. What's he gone and done in the last years? He bought the BRM that was raced by Mexican hero Pedro Rodriguez. And looking, I mean, you can't believe how many counters are actually on Adrian's birthday cake, because he looks so young, so fit, and so excited.
I remember him running a team in the States for Acura in what was then P2, and he was loving life then, and I think he looks fitter even than before. At the first corner, I'm afraid we have had an incident. Sorry, I came over all 1950s as we have had an incident. Adrian Russell in the
Lotus.
The Lotus 16, yes.
Yeah.
So he's gone straight on.
Okay, we had that little question about how much grip is the first thing in the morning. And the track's,
Not much.
Track's cold, slightly less than was required, but there is definitely another Lotus 16 or 2. That's the green one in the background of the duo of cars coming down around the piscine. You can't see the piscine, of course, it's rather screened from this angle. The exit, that's going right under our commentary box there. We're looking with the sea behind, the harbour behind us, looking across the pit lane, and then down Rascasse, that little kink to the left before they have to set the cars up to the right. And then, in many ways, that point of the circuit where the cars are coming through Virage Anthony Nogue, it's all just barriers in front of them, and then you get to see the start-finish straight, which, as we know, is not straight.
And that coming through the middle, and there's the yellow flags for the recovery down at Saint-Devote of that Lotus. Always looks a little bit precarious, but the marshals here are the absolute best, and they work so hard. I'm guessing it's just an out-braking manoeuvre here. He wasn't on the right line either.
Yeah.
Too much curb there, Olivier. He does need to be over there.
Yep.
And straight on into the Tech Pro. Hopefully, actually the front of that car looks barely damaged, and the marshals will make sure that there's no further damage when it comes down onto that block paving on the outside of Saint-Devote. The Ineos Grenadier safety teams with their vehicles around the circuit. That yellow flag will stay there for a moment, so drivers will have to lift just a little bit. It might slightly affect the times, but William Nuttall has already gone under 2 minutes, which for these cars around here is actually not a bad pace at all. As I said, we had some free practice yesterday, and given the fact that the track had just been opened, when we see some of the later cars, they were absolutely on it. And going back to that Virage Anthony Nogue, that the final corner, fantastic the way they come over the crown of the road there, and it kicks the car sideways.
No, it does. It's you can have some outstanding shots at Monaco if you just know what you're doing. But that rear shot, and with historic racing cars, and we talk about this, Olivier, a lot, when you watch how they use their tyres, how their suspension is all so visible. And you know, it's very elegant. Oh, sorry, I just had to lose my words for a second. A slightly drifted Maserati 250F, that still really works very well for me. But they do need to drift them, because you look at the width of their tyre, you've got to use what grip it gives you, but also the momentum of the car. And that little thing that you don't do at home, but steering on the throttle, that's what racing drivers love.
And it's very interesting to see that at the moment, a Formula 2 is at the net.
Yeah, well, Will Nuttall, I mean, he and his father Ian, outstanding preparers of historic racing cars, but Will is just a superstar at the wheel.
Well, I mean, different eras then, different era from what we see now. And if you have only watched relatively recent Formula One racing, as we have got a problem at that final corner.
Well, this is a car I wanted to talk about, the Lancia Marino. Really unusual car, and certainly Olivier got quite excited yesterday. We went to look at it.
Yeah.
We looked for the different things, but again, that's a classic incident at Nogues, because we were talking about the crown on the track and he's just gone over the top of it, and then the car is just taken into the Tech Pro barriers on the outside. So waved yellow flags at various points in the circuit. Look at the timing screens at the moment, it's very close at the top.
Full course yellow now.
Yeah, John Spears
yellow
in second place in his Maserati 250. It's just a quarter of a second down on Will Nuttall in that Formula 2 Cooper Bristol. So great job in the car that's normally driven by Guy Plant.
Gives us the opportunity just to finish the thought about this era where Formula 2 and Formula 1, and as Olivier was saying, we've got a Formula 2 car leading the times at the moment, but the swap backwards and forwards, gentlemen, between Formula 2 cars and Formula 1, the regulations changed, the capacity of the engines changed as well. And if you had race control just watching on, to make sure everything is nice and safe out there, but if you had a chassis that was working, you'd often see teams going backwards and forwards, Bruce.
Yeah, and just remember in 1952 and 53, the grids, after Alfa Romeo pulled out in 1951, announced they were leaving, they suddenly thought, we're not going to have many people in the World Championship. So they changed for 52 into 53, effectively promoted Formula 2 to become the World Championship category. That ran for 2 years. Ascari just cleaned up for Ferrari, literally didn't fail to win a race. And then they went back to larger engines, and it was Formula 1 all over again. But yeah, there was chopping and changing, and one chassis could absolutely serve both purposes.
So this little Lancia is with a 2.5 litre engine from an Aurelia.
And again, you know what's in the toy box back at base. But this one, unfortunately, when it did come to make its Grand Prix debut, was slightly off the pace. Let's not talk about it too much. But it was 25 seconds off the pace. I've been and said and done it. But to me, it was an experiment.
You said you weren't going to say that.
No, I know. I like doing that. But, you know, because it's too good a fact not to bring up. But, you know, people tried. And you look from the outside. And when we looked at this car, Olivier, yesterday, you go, it looks like a little Maserati 250F. You know, give or take. I mean, the shape is similar. Yeah,
and you know the name of Pierre de Coubertin from the Olympics. You know, the essential is to participate.
Exactly. No, entirely. But you know, we were moving on. But the thing was, it was basically in the mid-1950s something fairly major happened. Mercedes-Benz decided they want to crack at Grand Prix racing, and they brought a level of technology and science that made everyone else go, okay. But
which is what they'd done 20 years before, of course, under a regime that wanted to use motor racing to promote German excellence. And from the middle of the 1930s it changed, and it was the same again 20 years later in the middle of the 1950s.
Yeah, they really came in. If it hadn't been for the Le Mans disaster, who knows what they'd have done with the rest of the World Championship. 1955, and they went, okay, we're going to pull out. And who was at the wheel at the time? Fangio, and his very, very useful sidekick, this chap called Sterling Moss. Beautiful. There's Pat Blakeney-Edwards. We caught him on the way in, and he said, I'm just going off to look at my other mobile hand grenade. And this is the 4CLT 48. Pat's always got a lovely turn of phrase, and he drives so beautifully. Don't only think as Pat, who is the expert in driving Fraser Nash's. He's very, very good in anything. But as he
was
points
flinging
out,
that Fraser Nash around yesterday.
Well, he is completely at one with it. We were watching that from looking down at the exit of Piscine, and yeah, totally comfortable. But he knows where the curbs are, and why not to use them. But he's certainly looking for a battle with Richard Bradley in the 4CL.
That's a good point that you make there, Bruce, because even up to the younger cars that we've got here, there are some curbs here that you really don't want to use. They're actually quite vicious, some of them, and particularly the exit of the swimming pool, the piscine area, it's really throwing the cars off balance. So again, if your experience, and good morning to you wherever you are in the world, joining us this morning, or good evening, of course, if you're further west from us, don't expect to see exactly the same sort of lines and curbs being platted and used hard here on the streets of the Principality. So here's Will Nuttall coming through. This is the fastest car at the moment, coming through the final corner, sliding it through. The extended roll bar is not a period item, but put on there for safety. But the car still retains, I think, Olivier, beautiful proportions.
Yeah, and magnesium wheels.
Oh, yes, of course. Unsprung weight, very important.
But also, we've talked about the bumps around the circuit. These cars, if they hit them, they'll move. And likewise, if they hit the curbs, they will move around. Of course, a more modern car will just absorb it. So it's a bit of a rodeo ride there. Look, Will is so comfortable with that car. He's really happy to swing it around. He's very, very positive. The rest of the car, it's like they've just been released. Suddenly this run of cars, but now we've had those yellow flags. They've all been cleared up, those incidents. So now we'll start to see if anyone can challenge.
Well, and Max Smith-Hilliard straight away in the Lotus 16 down to 0.026 of a second. Just the two drivers under the 2-minute mark at the moment, being Will Nuttall in the Cooper Bristol and the Lotus 16, the 1959 car from Max Smith-Hilliard. 6:42 if you are watching on. The whole of the programme is available online in a digital format, and it is superb. There's a picture of every car, there's a timetable in there, there's even the palmares, the list of winners from previous years. Lovely little write-up on all the cars.
Well, for about 30 pages near the front, there is the history of all the constructors who have taken part. So it's a real history book. Ooh, the Scarab getting very, very close, locking up a little bit there, and being hunted down by one of the cars that went off into the pits, which is Pat Blakely-Edwards in the bright red Maserati. That's the 4CLT 48. So Pat's looking, what he wants is actually clear track, because we've only got 11 minutes remaining in this session. Those two yellow flag elements really, just as the drivers were getting up to pace, it sort of spiked their guns a little bit. Now they can settle down, but you know what, they don't want to go around in great big packs. If they want a good lap, you need to hang back and make your own space.
Just got a quick look at Marino Franchitti there in the 10/10 prepared Maserati, the number 32. Keep an eye out for Marino. Both he and his brother Dario very interested in the machine, in these machines from this era. It goes up to second position there on that lap. So there's another driver under 2 minutes. Times as Bruce suggested they would coming down, and it is the Scarab that's gone to the top with a 56.398. This is more like the times we saw yesterday.
Yeah, no, very, very much so. But again, in fact, we had the shot of the Scarab. There it is, metallic blue with the sort of creamy white flanks, locking up a little bit because he was way quicker than the car in front, but he used up all the space he had. There he is, Sandevort, and he's going, oh, okay.
But I think in the morning he has much grip than the others with the four wheels. In the morning it's an advantage.
Yeah, for sure. And later today we'll see the Ferguson Formula, the car that Sterling Moss won the 1961 Old Park Gold Cup. But four-wheel drive was tried later in Formula One. Don't ask Derek Bell about the McLaren he tried at the British Grand Prix. You know, it mysteriously, if it's an idea that's not taken any further, there's probably a reason for it. But at this point in the morning, and also the drivers at certain points also getting the sun, it's still pretty low, straight in their faces. Certainly as we came down the hill from La Turbie, where we're staying high in the hills above Monaco, it was a really gloriously bright morning, but blinding at certain points.
Moreno on another good lap, using just a little bit of the curb on the entrance to the swimming pool complex, but he'll be careful on the exit. Let's see what this time is as he comes around. He needs to find 3/4 of a second, but sits on the front row provisionally with just on 9.5 minutes to go. It is the 15th edition of the Monaco Historic. Welcome if you are just joining us. Coming around to the end of the lap now. That very beautiful mid-green number 42. Again, this is a front, remember, this is a front engine car, and that is Max Smith-Hilliard in the Lotus 16 from 1959. Comes to the timing line now. He's been quick earlier on. Can he improve?
Now remember, of course, this was sort of getting towards the final period of, yeah, he goes up into third place overall, but the final period of cars being raced in national colours. So the green is British racing green, a colour that doesn't really exist. It's many, many shades, but generally mid to dark green. Italian cars are red, and the French cars, of course, your cars, blue.
I think blue, yeah.
Yeah, you'll take blue.
Allez le bleu. Always. The US cars changed around a bit. Started red, of course, before they moved to
white and blue.
White and blue.
Was
yeah.
it blue on white or white and blue?
Well,
if it's Briggs
yes.
Cunningham, it's white with dark blue stripes. And of course, he championed the American scene in Europe for throughout the 50s. And I love those national racing colours. Little tweak here, little tweak there, and
just to note, in addition to the two cars, the Lancia and the Lotus 16 that had problems early on, Andy Willis in the BRM, the P25 from 1958, that car hasn't come out onto the track, I'm afraid, so hasn't done any laps. They'll still be able to come back later on if they can fettle that guy if it has had a problem. I thought I'd seen it go into the pit lane in front of us. We have the opportunity where these cars are coming out of the swimming pool now, and that's them going past us. We're pretty much underneath that camera, so we see them going into Rascasse. Oh, there'll be a lot of giggling from us today, I think. Brilliant.
yeah, it's not so good if the commentary team falls quiet, but it's only because we're just slack-jawed in admiration, because in those tight confines out of La Rascasse, Marino just so at one with that 250F. Of course, his father-in-law, Nick Mason, has an incredible stable of cars, and Marino's got a lot of experience in the 250F, and it really helps. And of course, one of the things about the 250F, you hop on board. I remember when I was at Autosport, we put a young David Coulthard in, and his father at least said the pedals aren't in the order you expect to find them.
Yeah. Marino went to the top of the timings there with a 156 203, so absolutely getting to grips with that car. Gives him just on 0.2 of a second of an advantage over Mark Shaw in second. Guillermo Fierro Eleta in the 250F from 1954, a further 7 thousandths of a second back in third position.
Yeah, regarding the 250F, we must say that there was 28 made. 28 made. So it was a huge success for the time.
It was, and you have to remember, of course, that if your car is a success and you can sell many, that funds what you hope will follow. But ironically, with Maserati, there wasn't much that followed.
No.
Despite all, it being such a brilliant car to drive, Fangio weaving his magic in 1956 with it, but came to an end of the line. We haven't really had clapped our eyes too much on the Ferrari, and there it is tucked in behind the Scarab, and I'm trying to see how, at the moment, that needs to make some progress. That's Alex Birkenstock. He's down in 11th in that, I think, gorgeous-looking 246 Dino, but you can see the Scarab quite happily pulls away. But then again, Mark Shaw knows this circuit very well indeed, and at the start of this lap, looks like he'd be able to topple. In fact, he has. He's come to 0.195 of a second down on Marino Franchitti, so it's Maserati from Scarab from second Maserati with Fierro Eleta.
Interesting, Guillermo's car is the fastest in the first sector, and he's putting together a decent lap at the moment. He might actually jump up from there. We have got classes here. It's Joaquin Folch-Roussenol in the Lotus 16 in 5th overall, leads Class 2. Class 4 is the Ferguson. That is literally in a class of its own. That's the number 26 car, if you see that out there, Ferguson P99 from 1960. The Class 1 leader is Pat Blakeney-Edwards in that 4CLT Maserati. Those are the classes. The bulk of the cars are in Class 3.
Yeah, but the slight confusion, you could look at one Lotus 60,
yes,
as we are just now, and it's in Class 2, and another one is Class 3. Class 3 were ones that raced in Formula 1, Class 2 in Formula 2, so your earlier conversation about the interchangeability, it's all there.
Yes. We often think life was simpler back in these days, but not necessarily when you're trying to IT the cars. But let's just, for the moment, there will be over the weekend there will be separate podia ceremonies for the different classes. Let's just enjoy what we're seeing out on the street.
I think so. I don't think we need to overcomplicate it.
No, indeed.
Until they get to the podium. But let's just enjoy the drivers. They had a bit of practice yesterday, different track conditions. Cooler this morning. It's going to be warmer this afternoon than it was yesterday. It's a fantastic weekend ahead of us. And Olivier, you said when you checked the French meteo, it wasn't looking so good for Monaco. You arrived down here.
No, at the beginning of the week, it was due to have 70 degrees. And it will be 21, 22.
Way to go. Right, what is happening? And the Scarab's gone top. Mark Shaw now has suddenly found not 1, but 2 and a bit seconds. I noticed he was very, very quick at the start of the lap, and his main problem was later in the lap, but he's gone set fastest time in each of the 3 sectors. There he is. The Scarab that really had a very short racing history because, of course, as we said, it arrived with four-wheel drive technology good, but the engine up the front not so good, because what followed notably with Lotus and BRM and Cooper changed the face of the World Championship.
I think two models were made at the time. So it's 2 examples, I think.
2 or 3.
Maybe.
I think there might have been a 3rd, but
okay.
it was made for Lance Reventlow, the very, very wealthy young American.
Reventlow, yeah.
His mother was he was from the Woolworths department store family, and anyhow, it got him into Formula One, but he didn't stay, because I think maybe if that had been a huge success, he might have done. But of course, suddenly, in 1960, the engines were largely behind the driver's shoulders. 1961, a whole new Formula One went down to 1.5 litres and stayed there until the end of 1965. Then more power came back, and in fact, we're going to look at that history as we go through the events here in the 15th Monaco Historique. The history lesson is on the move. I wish mine had been in school.
Yeah, this car was a little late, but could have had many successes if she had been.
And just remember also who else came in and had the engine still at the front against Aston Martin.
Aston Martin too, yeah.
They had the success that, thank goodness for David Brown, they got the success winning the Le Mans 24 Hours in 1959, but their attempts to sort of strike it big on the Grand Prix stage didn't really trouble the scorers, as we've said.
It's strange, wasn't it? Because there was much more of a crossover between Formula One, or at least Grand Prix cars, we should say, and sports cars. Some of the sports cars were thinly veiled Formula cars with more bodywork on them, and there was a really big crossover.
Yeah, no, there really was, and the fact of the matter is the manufacturers would be trying to enter both championships. Now, I was waiting for this to happen, and it's suddenly come good. John Spears, he's just getting... The older he gets, the faster he goes, which is quite extraordinary. But John has moved up into 2nd place. He's just under 2 seconds down on Mark Shaw. But just remember, Mark Shaw suddenly found in the Scarab 2.3 seconds. Here goes Mark, yet again down to Portier, sweeping in, sun in his eyes, sun not in his eyes, down he goes into the tunnel, into the darkness. But Olivier, that's something that's improved enormously in recent years, the light in the tunnel. 30 years ago, I remember walking through there during a practice session, the noise, but it's just how dark it was. You came out blinking, you're thinking, hold on, I'm coming out at walking pace.
It's very impressive.
Bang, into the sunlight, whoa.
Yeah. At the end with the sun, it's quite crazy.
But now it's not so extreme, the cut-off. Yeah. Lovely high-up shot on the Scarab. Look how long it is. You talk about the sort of... People talk of cars from the 50s, but notably the early 60s, being like a cigar tube, and you can really see that. But what I love about cars of this period, you can see the driver's shoulders and arms and head moving around. So it's very visual. You can really sort of see the input. You can see Mark slightly leaning to the right as he turns into Rascas. I love that human sort of interaction.
Yeah, you can see the steering wheel. So
yeah. And they're big.
Yeah.
It's almost like what you see now in MotoGP. You can see the drivers working and moving around in the cockpit, as you can see the riders now in MotoGP and World Superbikes. Checkered flag is out, by the way. That's our first 25 minutes. Where did that go? Disappeared as if it was the snow on a mountaintop on a sunny day, and the top 2 have already gone through, Bruce.
Yeah, they have. We've been looking mainly, obviously, at the faster cars, the larger engine cars, but some of the drivers out there have got rather less horsepower under their foot. Davide Leone in the little Cistalia 1100cc, the Gordini started life with 1100cc, went to 1500cc. They are way down the order in terms of position and time, but actually this is remarkably close to the top. I know there's that brilliant lap by Mark Shaw take pole position. Joaquin Folkrusino right at the end got his Lotus 16 up ahead of John Spears. So the top 3 cars, actually the time at the end, Mark Shaw's last lap, 1 minute 53.2. Remember in the early laps we were saying anyone under 2 minutes was doing well. We do have a bit of a, one of the little engine car, the Cistalia. This was a car that was made for a one-make series that never really took off. You think about it, one-make series in 1946.
Yeah.
It was after the war, looking for stuff to happen, but they went, okay, that's not work. Right, we'll put it into Formula 2.
Yeah, but it's a huge success for them too, because they built a lot of cars of this model. Yes, they built 36 examples of this one.
There you go. All the cars, no championship for them. But, you know, great to see. So for a lot of drivers, they'll go, okay, we ran the cars in practice yesterday. Track conditions cooler this morning. And we look at the last few cars. This is Paul Grant, a friend of yours, a Belgian classic car dealer.
Yeah, he's a classic car dealer from Brussels.
He's yet to finish his final lap. It's the usual. He was on his lap as the checkered flag came out, so he'll be allowed to complete that. And he doesn't improve on his 2 minutes and 4. 2:04.737 is what he had. 2:05.771 that time around. So there we are, gentlemen. We have kicked off in some style, I might say, with the sun out. This is the 15th running of the Monaco Historic. Glorious weather.
I look at sites like this and I have no understanding how this meeting is so successful. What am I talking about? The paddock was open. You walk through, it's a history lesson. You see the cars around the circuit. And one of the things about the Monaco Historic that's so fantastic, you're sort of free to move around. If you come here for the Grand Prix, it's a busy place. But here you can climb up to high above, look down on the circuit, and what a sight you have. This famous harbour. Now let's take a look at the order at the end, and it really was a scramble. Mark Shaw was always chipping away at the top, but he had to keep improving his time. Eventually 1.2 seconds clear in his Scarab from the best of the Lotus 16s, and Joaquin Folkrusino knows these cars forwards, backwards and sideways. Great job from him. And then John Spears, well, for him to run ahead of Marino Franchitti, both in Maserati 250Fs, that's a feather in his hat. Max Smith-Hilliard up into 5th place near the end, and then the third of the 250F Maseratis in 6th for Guillermo Fierro Ileta. Will Nuttall doing great jobs in a Formula 2 Cooper, but in the end the power played against him, or the lack of power. But a really interesting first session. Didn't go to a plan for some of the drivers, John, a couple of little spills, but soft touch into the barriers, and those cars were cleared up very quickly. And
we had a non-period full course yellow. As well, that would have happened back in the day. Looks like no harm has come to the Cistalia. No Cistalias were hurt in the making of this.
No, which we approve of.
Yes, indeed.
So for the driver, he's just got to consider how he'll get it around that corner in the race. Davide Leone, but great to have the variety. It's one thing with Historic Series if you only get the cars that were challenging for the podium. I like seeing the ones that were also in the racing period.
So the cars making their way back behind us now to the paddock.
Yeah.
It was glorious yesterday with that open paddock with various cars' engines being warmed up. I couldn't drag myself away from the 1512 Ferrari, which we'll see later on.
Yeah.
Scarab coming through.
Scarab.
Actually, these slow-mo shots are fantastic because, again, you can see the cars really working for grit. The driver's trying to find it. But track conditions perfect. We've got practice throughout the rest of today. That's a qualifying practice. All the races tomorrow, but it is going to be an absolute treat. And the view in the back, that backdrop never changes, and it really never loses its appeal on a sunny morning.
So that's the first 25 minutes of track action on this Super Saturday. Mainly down to qualifying, setting the grids for a very busy Sunday, and I hope you can join us for that. Well, if you are just joining us, a very warm welcome to Saturday morning. John, Bruce, Olivier sitting in the booth overlooking the run into Rascasse, and what a morning we've had already, and we've literally just got started. I suspect that people watching at home this weekend are not going to be overly productive, Bruce. If you are watching already, there's not going to be a lot of those jobs being done around the house or the garden.
I do believe life is about planning, and you should have planned to have this weekend clear to dip in and out through the course of today. It's qualifying practice, but then choose the races you want tomorrow, or if you're really good, you can watch all of them. But yeah, this setting just never ever tires. But to come here when we know the weather is going to be fantastic all weekend. Yesterday the paddock was open to the public, so loads of people walking in and around and rubbing shoulders, and I just love the enthusiasm you get as people look at something and go, oh, I remember that, or I'd forgotten that, now I remember it, and I've never seen that before, and all of that in one generation of fan educating the next, and it's lovely. But today, of course, cars moving on the track all day in these qualifying sessions, coming thick and fast, and we're going to basically move from, that was the second oldest period, and then we're going to work through the chronology.
Yes.
So, Olivier, in terms of the cars that we're seeing here, Bruce and I haven't been here for 10 years, although we've been talking about it. As we can look back on the first session, are there many more cars to be found to come out of what we call barn finds? You're very much involved in the scene. And can cars just pop up once in a while that we haven't seen before?
Yeah, I'm sure of that. I can't say more, but I'm sure.
You clearly know more than you're letting on at the moment.
With a front engine, yeah.
Very good.
So it's a big barn.
Yeah, a big barn filled with. I found out last night that Olivier is a two-wheel aficionado. You like motorcycles?
Yeah, two.
Yes.
Two, yeah.
I may have to have a word with you later. So we had the first 25 minutes. The very lovely Scarab Formula One from 1960, Mark Shaw going out, was quick early, gathered himself back together after a few people made some errors, some worse than others. San Devot, and straight on, I'm afraid, for Adrian Russell in the Lotus 16 from 1959. But I think, Bruce, the Tech Pro doing its job. There's a little bit of effectively a bloody nose on that car. Just a little bit of rhinoplasty needed on that Lotus.
Wouldn't put it, no. Exactly so. But it was the track was still cool, and just as the drivers were finding their form, the waved yellow flags as the various cars, including the lovely little Lancia Martino, were cleared out of the way, and then we had about a dozen minutes in which the times really started to come down. Sure, Mark Shaw had worked his way to the top, but we had others moving up. Marino Franchitti put a Maserati 250F on pole position for a very short while. Then Mark Shaw went faster in the Scarab. Joaquin Folcrucino came in the Lotus. But for everyone else, it was trying to make a space in the traffic, remember where the bumps were around the circuit, guide their way around, and just find their form. But what I loved was towards the end of the session, you could see almost all the drivers were starting to find a flow that you require. It's not just stop-start around Monaco. If you can get a good flow, get on top of your car, occasionally there were little bits of moments like Mark Shaw, who just set pole position at that time, suddenly finding a slower rival in front of him, and not doing his tires a great deal of good, but you have to just watch where you are.
Yeah, if you are in the first series, it's not easy because the track is not warm.
No, exactly. And also at various points, the sun was still low enough to dazzle the drivers, but we were just being dazzled from the commentary box because the sights were wonderful. And also one element, John, that is always fantastic with historic racing is the different sounds as well.
Exactly the point I was going to make. But watching these cars float through particularly the swimming pool complex, which is just off to our right, and I use that word advisedly, but you can see the drivers on these big steering wheels. At some stage, they seem to really turn the cars in to the tighter corners to get the car to rotate, to get the car to turn in. But through the swimming pool complex, which is quite a fast complex for these cars, you were making tiny adjustments all the time, just with your fingertips, and then also with the throttle to move the rear end of the car. Skinny-ish tyres with grooves in them, because these were the tyres they used, wet or dry, and you expect these cars to move around, and indeed, if you're not sliding, generally speaking, you're not getting a good time, Bruce.
Yeah, with the exception of one car, the car that took pole position. With the four-wheel drive in the Scarab, you wouldn't be sliding. So much as I love the look of the car, I far prefer at corners like this, to have the 250F sliding that tail, but just gentle. It's not like kicking it out. It's just sliding it out and bringing it back. Bring it back. When I say it's not that easy, but the craft of these drivers is fantastic.
The art of the four-wheel drift, Olivier, where the whole car, not the back end like a pendulum, where the whole car is drifting gently and the driver's putting a little bit of counter steer, a little bit of opposite lock on. That's these cars.
Yeah. I remember that one time Jean Barra said, Fangio is better than us because he's drifting at 50 kilometers more than us.
Yes. Yeah. There's an element where the cars of this era, whether they were the little Formula 2 cars or the little Sestalia, which went straight on and had to be recovered at the end of the race, the drivers were almost more like rally car drivers of today. They were feeling for the grip and for the pace around the circuits, and of course circuit conditions would change lap on lap. Good morning. It is the 15th edition of Monaco Historic, and John Bruce and Olivier in the booth with you today for qualifying practice. And we come now to, these are the oldest cars that we have, the A1s. So we are going back into the late 1920s, into the early to mid 1930s. We are going to see a lot of Bugattis, which is going to make Olivier very happy indeed. Such an elegant car, even at the time. It was in some ways minimalist, but it did the job. The 35Bs, the 51s and the 35s, beautiful looking cars.
Yeah, different models, different engines, 4 cylinders, 8 cylinders, but they were a must in the 20s.
And boy, did they win some races. But what we don't think about so much is just every weekend somewhere, particularly around France, particularly if you're on a coastal resort, there would be a race, because what did the town do? They wanted people to come stay in their hotels and go to their casinos, and it was a formula that was phenomenal. But you look at the Bugatti Type 35B, just such a classic. It looks tiny, but by golly, it was effective.
Opportunity for us now to hear from Brad Baker, who's driving the ERA R10B from 1936, the number 24 car. He's talking with Gemma Scott.
The pre-war cars are certainly something special to see out on track, and something special to drive, are they, Brad? Tell us a little bit about the R10B that you own and that you're driving here this weekend.
It's terrific. I mean, it's a 1.5 liter car with a supercharger that's about half the size of the engine, so it's very quick, but you're high up in the air, so you just feel like if you don't lean, like you're going to fall out of the thing. It's great fun. It's nothing else I've ever driven that car.
And I think it's interesting to look at the focus that this car dates back to 1937. It raced then, and it continued to race after the war, and continues to race today with pretty much its original engineering.
Yeah, as the cars was built just before the outbreak of the war. After the war, there was nothing, so they pulled them back out of the sheds and started to drive them again. And they were great fun and really, really good cars. So they just continued and continued and continued. In fact, it's very rare to see an old car like this, and the whole lot of them that have run continuously from then till now. And it's a testament to the engineering and to the quality of what it is.
And this is one of only 17, is that right?
Yeah. They didn't make many, and then the war came along, and then when they reformed as BRM, more or less, a lot of the key people, and carried on. Won Monaco with Graham Hill 5 times, and BRM is a famous British name, and so it carried on in many ways.
So the cars basically that we're looking at here in this pre-war era were the basis of then the future of motorsport.
Yeah, think about it. I mean, there are cars here that were brand new during the first race they had here, and they're back here again. I mean, how cool is that?
It's very cool. You've been out on track already this weekend. What's it like? Talk to us.
Oh, it's great. It was oily, but I remember the first time I came here, I thought, I'm from Canada, so it's a long way away, blah, blah, blah. And then when you drive the circuit, all the stuff everybody says, it's magic, it's special, it's all true. It really is super, and there's nothing else like it in motorsport or sport, period.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of nostalgia here this weekend, that's for sure.
Yeah, and that's what's important. History is important because where we came from is as important as to where we're going, right?
Absolutely. So, thank you for bringing the car. Thank you for joining us. It's lovely to meet you, Brad.
You as well. Bye now.
Take care.
Thanks.
Brad Baker talking to Gemma Scott here at the 15th running of the Monaco Historiques. That's an interesting car, that ERA, Bruce Jones.
They're all very interesting cars, but ERAs, I adore them because as much as I love the pretty shape of the Bugattis, you see more of the driver. The driver sits almost upon the ERA, and the fact is, Brad Baker, that car, that has such a history. Built in the 1930s, of course. After the war, people basically just took the cars that raced before the war and carried on racing. That was competing in the first ever race meeting at the Goodwood Motor Circuit. But get this, the other ERA, Remus, the ex-Bera car, has a continuous racing history since 1936.
Wow.
Okay, Second World War, it went a little bit quiet, but after that, so it just carried on racing. The historic scene was very thin and it gradually went, but that's a car that has enormous history. But we will see in this session the two ERAs, drivers sitting on, and boy, are they dynamic.
And Bera was coming often in France, specifically in Reims. And he was well known there. And I have a little story about his family. I think that the wife of his cousin Chula,
terms of mileage under their tyres, with a 20-car grid, pretty much what we've got in every category actually, 20 cars going out. And Bruce Jones, this celebrates an era, the A1 series that we've got here, the grid for the A1, it named as it is after another one of the greats, Luis Chiron, and well, let's be honest, Olivier, one of the absolute early greats of this form of racing.
Yeah. And in his later years, you remember, he was here in Monaco with the flag.
Yes. Yeah, absolute hero. And these cars will see them being given a proper run out here. We were watching the practice yesterday, and Bruce, you and I talking about the fact that these cars out here, not gathering dust in a museum, and for racing cars in particular, these were the thoroughbred cars of their days, and it's absolutely right. And I congratulate everyone who gets these cars back out again. Anytime you put a car on a track, there's a likelihood, a possibility at least, that it might not come back in exactly the same way it went out, but the cars are refettled, fixed, and come back out again. And that's, I think, honours the people who put them together back in the day.
Yeah, totally. And whoever built the Alfa Romeo HC Monza deserves a pat on the back, because the sound that makes is it's meaty, it's elegant, and then you get like the little Fraser Nash Monoposto with Pat Blakeney Edwards. That's more like a ripping of a cloth. It's a much sharper sound from the Goff Supercharge in that. But look at these cars, how nimble, how small. But bear in mind, these are all two-seaters.
Yes.
That's something that gets forgotten, because that was an element that was required of the time. Of course, you need two very narrow people to sit side by side in a Bugatti Type 35.
And the Bugattis in French racing blue, Olivier, the different types, different engine sizes, and why were there different engine sizes within these categories? Was that regulation? Was it trying to make the cars more reliable, faster? Why the different engine sizes, and how did it develop?
I think it was also a question of price.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Plus ça change.
Yeah. So a business opportunity for Bugatti. Well, the 15th edition of the Grand Prix de Monaco Historique here in 2023. 26 with the stunning backdrop. Impossible really for you to understand how steep it is behind the Principality until you've driven up there. And I'm not very good with heights, and sitting on the right hand side of a hire car with Bruce driving me up there last night. The first night we got here, it was dark. I couldn't see the drops. It wasn't too bad. Last night, I was literally leaning into the middle of the car through the hairpin bends up to where we're staying, our lovely accommodation, thanks to the team, our technical team at Greenlight, making sure that these pictures go to the world. And what a day we have today, and the race day tomorrow. Bruce Jones, the oldest cars here, but still so much interest, so much for the day. We have to remember they look pretty basic now, but they have the technology of the day. These were the cutting edge cars.
Look, what you have to understand at the time when these were racing, the speeds they could achieve versus what a road car could achieve. These were the rockets in comparison. And it's sometimes you have to stand back and go, they had how many horsepower on those really hard, unforgiving tyres? The suspension was pretty rock solid, and they were phenomenally quick. And remember, also, a lot of their Grand Prix were rather long, not sort of 2 hours max for sure. So they were physical cars, but that's where the Bugatti had an advantage in many ways. They were a lighter car. They were a little less brutal on the driver, but just what I love, it's also a lot of these drivers have had these cars for a very long time. It's sort of a family heirloom, but it's one that, you know, is on public display. And Thierry Stat sitting on top of his white. Unusual to see a Bugatti in white, but rather nice. Obviously, we get accustomed to this French racing blue. Julia de Baldanza, who has been racing these for a long time, absolute aficionado. So she's top of the timesheets at the moment, but that's because she's got the smallest number on her car number 8. But we'll see how they go. We haven't really talked too much. Richard Bradley, expect him to go very well indeed in the Maserati 4CL. Also, we've got 2 AML cars. We've got the Fraser Nash Monoplace, which I mentioned, Pat Blakeney Edwards, the MG3 K3 Magnet, and 2 Aston Martins. We've got an Ulster and a Speed model. We'll pick those out as we go through the sessions. But good. It's only just gone 9 o'clock in the morning. When we just about to come on air, it was 16 degrees. It's already 19 degrees. It's really heating up very quickly indeed. And great to see the flags being waved. Spanish fans, it's looking for Folk Rossignol there, I think, but he's not in this one.
When you consider how young the motor car was in the 20s and the early 30s, it still wasn't a common sight in lots of places in Europe in terms of not everybody had a car. You had to be quite wealthy to have a car. You can see the horseless carriage kind of development with still spoked wheels on some of these cars. Bugatti went for a wheel design that was much more contemporary, looks contemporary now, with the much thicker spokes, which were aerodynamic but also very, very strong. And that was the key part of it, Olivier.
Yeah, and also we must say that they were coming to the races by the roads.
Yes.
With the cars.
And the roads weren't as we have them now. Well,
no.
Actually, where I live in Northamptonshire, probably we'd be better off with some of these. But yes, your point is very well made. But these cars were like the spaceships of the time, Bruce, because you just didn't see them.
They were, and I think it's very hard to just understand how exotic they were as well, because road cars are so rudimentary. What I loved just a moment ago, we had a rear shot, a low shot, looking down the line of cars, and just how narrow the tyres were, with great big chunky treads on board. Is this one of your craft coming in, Olivier? Coming into the harbour? What is it?
Sorry, no.
No, sorry, no. You'd have a classic yacht, I know. You've got that level of class about you. I just love the fans in the stands, in the sunshine, just lapping it up. And it is, well, it's a historic setting.
But it's good to see young people too.
Exactly the point. They come down, and in fact, we left before the final practice session yesterday, and high in the hill of La Turpie, we could still hear the cars. Couldn't quite identify them from the distance, but we have thought with powerful binoculars, maybe in years ahead. But you want to be right down in the heart. There is the Piscine, famous swimming pool on the harbour front, and of course the track jigs left, right, left, past it, then comes past on the curve towards the Rascasse, where they go beneath our commentary box. Session underway, 25 minutes. This is the Luis Chiron A1 category, pre-war Grand Prix cars and voiturettes, but Bugattis galore as they trickle their way out, and then they kink to the right and up the hill, and then past the famous casino, and then start dropping down back towards the harbour, the tunnel. Now, here's one of the Aston Martins, the bright red one.
Road registered in the UK, just following on from what Olivier was saying there, that now we look at historic and vintage racing, Olivier, and events like here at the Grand Prix Monaco Historic. These cars had a reasonably long life, but there was a lot of time when old racing cars, actually nobody wanted them.
Yeah.
They sat around, and some of them were broken up and engines were used for other projects.
Yeah, just after the Second World War, the Bugatti were in the streets of Paris. At this time you could buy them for 500 francs.
Oh dear me.
Yeah, I mean, but actually, I was just looking in the previous category of cars, which are the slightly younger ones. BRM that didn't come out with Andy Willis, that was one of 11 made. 5 were crashed. That one exists, and another 5 were converted to be the next model of car.
Yes, exactly.
And yet the one that exists was the greatest one. The more BRM had been trying to win a Grand Prix forever and a day, and they finally got it. Joe Bonnier, 1959, around the sand dunes of Zandvoort. But there it is. You build 11, there's only one left. And so for every one of these cars, we have to say thank you. Obviously, there were so many Bugatti built that you do expect to find a lot. But as you say, if they were just being used to the streets of Paris, it's extraordinary that we didn't lose more.
Yeah, the Bugatti production for the 35 and 37 was 630 examples.
Really? That's serious production for those days. Serious production. I think probably one of the biggest examples of how things has changed is Ferrari. We're going to have a Ferrari parade here this weekend, Bruce, with some of their Corsa Clienti Formula One cars. Of course, Enzo Ferrari was notoriously unromantic and unsympathetic about his cars. If he thought he could sell one to a privateer to run to finance the next project, fine. If not, it would be cannibalised to be used for the next project.
100%. Enzo seemed to care about two things principally: his engines in his cars and the handful of drivers who he absolutely adored.
Yeah.
The ones he respected, the Peter Collinses of this world. Now, this is Richard Bradley. Right, what we saw, straight on it. Yesterday in the practice session, there were two drivers who immediately went on the pace. Richard Bradley in this Maserati 4CL, and Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser Nash monoplace. The other drivers, you feel they needed to feel their way in, but these two are so comfortable with their cars that they can go to where they need to straight away.
Down through the hairpin in front of the hotel there, he's still struggling with front tyre temperature. He's getting what we call understeer or push. He's having to counteract that by sliding the back end, but push basically means, understeer means that when you turn the wheel, the car does not want to turn, it wants to go straight on, it's tending to straight on. So he'll be trying to get heat into those little tyres, and the grooves help actually, because that moves the tread around a little bit. They would have used the same tyres wet and dry through the, still we call it the Nouvelle Chicane, onto the promenade, and now coming through what is it? Yeah, still getting understeer through there, so he's still feeling his way, feeling the grip. That's why he's moving that big steering wheel left and right.
Oh, and one thing with we saw this yesterday, we see it again today, Richard doesn't mind hitting the curves. He's comfortable in a lot, because he's got all those sort of micro adjustments. Some of the other drivers less experienced in their cars, not as confident, will just say, I'm not going to upset the car, I'll stay off those little plastic curves there. That wonderful rear view, and again, it's such a tight twist when you come out of Rascasse and you've got to get on the start-finish straight, plunge yourself back into the shade, and then you get the sort of stroboscopic effect as you go past the trees, and then up to suddenly you're back in the daylight at Saint-Devote.
2 minutes 3 for him. He will go quicker than that. In fact, he's just gone whoops, curse of the commentator early on.
That was remarkable.
Straight on. So he won't go quicker than that this lap, gentlemen, because he's got straight on. He's not gone quite as far that he'll need to show his driver's wristband to get back in. He knows the car well because he's found reverse, which is often quite a difficult thing to do in any race car, particularly an older race car. Yeah, bailed out of that really early there, Olivier. Didn't want to risk the car in the wall. That's good thinking.
Yeah, it's excellent.
Well, again, it just shows he was pushing really, really hard because he just set the fastest lap. Pat Blakey-Edwards, the only other driver close to him, 2.5 seconds down the Fraser-Nash monoplace. Others will close in, but the next fastest driver is 7 seconds down. Brad Baker, we heard from him in the interview with Gemma Scott before we came on board. So one of the two ERAs up in third place. And bear in mind the other cars, I mean, it's remarkable. Top Bugatti at the moment, Alex Reed, 12 seconds down, but do expect these other times to come down because a lot of drivers took 2 or 3 laps yesterday to build themselves little Amil cars. Don't expect them to be at the front, but it's lovely to have those in the field as well.
Yeah, and the tires on the Bugatti are thinner than the other ones. You know.
And let's not forget as well, there's a little bit of a strap hanging down. That I think should be over the bonnet cowling of the
Emil car
as it goes through, and he might actually have to come in and have that seen to get the black and orange flag for that because they won't want that falling on the track. Should point out that Richard Bradley Maserati 4CL, that's a 1939 car, so it is, I think, the youngest car in the field, isn't it? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And the pace of development was actually stratospheric in these early days of motoring. People not only were tweaking the cars, but they understood them more, and they became much more of a racing special, and people understood what it took to make racing cars go quickly.
Yeah, real treat actually, just there looking at the shapes of the Bugattis. I'll come back to your point about the development, but suddenly see not one but 2 Amil car running close in company. I'm not sure I've ever seen 2 together on a race circuit before, but actually the quicker one of them is being driven very nicely to pick off a Bugatti up towards Casino Square. And again, those aren't exactly meaty tyres, those are super narrow.
Yeah, but these engines are very good on the Amil car. The 6-cylinder, you know, it's very good engine.
Straight 6, of course.
Yeah, that's it.
To me, one of the most beautiful configurations, an inline 6, very smooth, good power delivery, nice balance between power and torque. We often quote horsepower figures still to today, but actually in road and certainly in racing driving in this era, you drove torque. Torque was your friend.
And also they did have a habit of sounding rather nice straight 6 engines.
I love a straight 6.
And it's only a 1.1 litre, you know.
So when you think of that, so my straight 6 was an AJ6 Jaguar engine, which went all the way back to the Jaguars that were racing at Le Mans, shared the block with that. So that's a big old lump. When you're talking about something just over a litre, everything is tiny. All the little bits and pieces, the valve rockers, etc., that's like a Swiss watch.
Yeah.
The skill that went into that must have been phenomenal.
Okay, I'm going to wind the clock back 20 years before that. Last weekend, Olivier was at Goodwood with us, and we had a car out there. It's gained its own fame. It's now even made by Hot Wheels, the Fiat S26, 28.6 litres.
Running in the Voiturette class, obviously.
Running above it, up here. But think about it, that was only a 4-cylinder engine. Those are buckets moving up and down, 7 litres a pop.
Yeah.
But it did pop.
I bet it did.
Actually, it did last weekend. Now I think about it. But yeah, okay, little sight of the second of the Aston Martins. This is the speed model. Very, very elegant. With the tonneau cover, of course, that's covering the second seat. It makes it a little, not cosier in the car, just a little less turbulence inside. Don't expect that to be at the very front. But David Freeman, good job there. He's moved up to 6th place overall. But Richard Bradley in the pits at the moment after that run through. He's still got 15 minutes to come back out, and expect Richard to go faster still. We saw him set that early pace. Here's Brad Baker, 3rd fastest at the moment in the ERA. He needs to get himself a bit clear of the traffic there. He's tucked in behind Alex Reed, who is actually on the last lap 6 seconds slower. So there's very much the moment that we expect the ERA, the black one, to try and pick its way through.
It's a car, isn't it? It looks really purposeful. Goes off to the driver's left down into Zandvoort. Pick your braking spot. Don't use that inside curb too much, and then start accelerating up the hill. And that's actually quite a hill.
Oh, it really is. First time you walk up it, you go, oh, my calves have warmed up a little bit. But the thing for me with ERAs, they look purposeful, but they just look so quick when they're out on the circuit because they were. Oh dear, we got another faller, which is. It's Richard Bradley's car in the pit lane. There we are. Couldn't see the second digit. Suddenly saw the bonnet up, and Richard's black and sort of a bronze striped helmet. Of course, he went straight on, just set the fastest lap on his first flying lap. and then went straight on here up the escape road. Someone else has taken his well-worn route, so it's not a replay of Richard's moment, or
That's
is it?
Giulio del Baldanza, isn't it, in the Bugatti? Yes, it is.
That looked more like a pull-off than... So Richard having attention, but he's set the target time, 2 minutes 0.3 seconds. Pat Blakely-Edwards is 2.5 seconds down on just below 2 minutes 6. And Pat did say on the way, and I've got to see what I can do to tackle Richard Bradley. So it's Maserati against Fraser Nash at the top of the time charts. Brad Baker best the rest. He's another 3.5 seconds further back in third place overall. So in fact, in many ways, Richard just needs to get his engine sorted. Doesn't need to come out and set a faster time. Just trying to see what Pat's managing on another lap, see if he can get close to that best.
I think he's in traffic at the moment.
Yeah, I think you're right.
In that Fraser Nash, the monoplace, single seat, number 42, guys, 2.5 seconds back. It will shock you not at all from what we've been seeing to know that Richard Bradley in that 1939 Maserati has all 3 sectors to his name in terms of the fastest lap, when he was leaning on it. Even before there was a lot more to come. He didn't have heat in his front tyres. He was still struggling just a little bit to get the car turned in. Let's hope that comes back out again. Again, a couple of different classes here. Both the leading cars are in Class 2. The best of the Class 1 cars is the ERA R10B, the Brad Baker car. That's the number 24 when you see that, the black one. Alex Reed with the Bugatti 51 from 1931 next up.
Okay, actually, Olivier, could you explain the difference between a Bugatti Type 35 and a Type 51?
Yeah, the 37 and the 35, the difference between the both?
Was it a supercharger?
Yeah, not only supercharger.
8.
Yeah, 8 or 4.
Okay.
37 were 4 cylinders normally. But you can have 4 cylinders with the supercharger too. So it was a mix,
Oh gosh, you really could pay for whatever you wanted to get. Well, that's fantastic. But none of them have paid to get a car that's the top of the time charts at the moment. That's still the Maserati 4CL.
David Freeman coming to the line in the Aston Martin. The speed, and even here with quite a bluff front end and a wide body to accommodate the 2 seats, as we were talking about earlier on, Bruce. But look at the tail end of that car. That's, in Porsche terms, it's a Langheck, it's a long tail. They were starting to understand about the air moving past the cars, not in any card or wind tunnel way. It was what worked for the cars.
Yeah, it is. And again, this wouldn't be the natural hunting ground, a circuit like this. The sort of it was the longer distance road races, the early race circuits. You have to remember, in the 1930s, there were a handful of racing circuits, but most of them were temporary circuits. Yeah. And so largely we had street circuits, but then some of them started having longer routes, and events like the Tourist Trophy in the United Kingdom. They would do great jobs there, but these were country roads in various points, but most notably the Ard Circuit in Northern Ireland, which is, if ever you can treat yourself to a visit there, that's an epic place. And of course they raced on the Isle of Man and all sorts of other places as well.
And Olivier is a resident of Reims, and when those circuits came on, Reims and Spa-Francorchamps were competing to be the fastest track, and in fact Spa made changes, didn't they? Put that banked hairpin down at the far end of the track because it was a feather in the cap to have the fastest lap speeds.
Yeah, because you will be paid with your weight in champagne. But the first circuit in Reims was not, or where is the actual one, The first year in 25 was 20 kilometers away from Reims, and it was a 21 kilometer circuit on roads. Yeah. And after that, for the second edition, it was at the place it is still now,
Always great to... I travelled through that area on, when was it, Monday night, detoured, as you have to, made the pilgrimage to the pit buildings there. Marvellous to see that. The charity that looks after that do a great job, and it's funded pretty much by donation, so always worth mentioning that. Bugattis to the fore, as we've mentioned, as well. Still Richard Bradley in the pits with the engine of his Maserati being looked at. Pat's getting a bit closer. Pat Blakeney Edwards has knocked another half a second of his time last time around, but he's still 2.5 seconds behind in his Fraser Nash, and then it's a big gap back down. These cars, you will see decent gaps between the qualifying times. The times are online, by the way, if you are following along and want to see something a little different. If you go to the ACM website, which I'm sure you'll be able to find, along with the live feeds, which are available all around the world, then you can also pick up the Alcamel timing, which gives you exactly the same information that we have in the booth, and you can also follow the cars around the track as well on the track predictor. It looks like there's some movement down in the pit lane for the Maserati, Bruce. And
yeah, well, Rich has been good enough. They've allowed in the steering wheel back, and look what a large wheel that is. You compare it to sort of modern racing cars, but you had more weight to move around.
Correct.
And bear in mind also, just going, actually it's quite good, we've just cut back to the Aston Martin Speed model, because this is a car that competed in long distance events, Spa 24 hours, and other events that, when this was converted, but also you were talking about how
red flag.
We have a red flag. Drapeau Rouge. Well, just wanted to pick up actually on another point. We talked about the 2 ERAs. We've only seen Brad Baker's because Remus has not come out.
No.
And likewise, Matteo Bellotti hasn't brought Type 37 Bugatti out. So Remus is the car we were talking about with that continuous racing history from 1936 to now, just 90 years on the beat.
That's going to annoy Richard Bradley because he'd literally just come out the pit lane. Pat Blakeney Edwards was coming to an end of a lap and was able to dive straight into the pit lane to respond to the red flag. I don't have any news of someone off, so I wonder if there might be some fluid on the track somewhere, so we'll wait for race control to let us know.
Just looking 100% if it's still, the graphic over here is on one timey screen suggesting it's still green flag, so maybe it's a very quick red. Let's see as David Freeman comes around, he's 6th fastest, coming down along the start finish straight. I don't see a red flag, so I think it was a very, well, okay, I can't see one that he's looking at the moment.
Well, I apologise.
No, your timing screen definitely had that, and ours had a quick flick of red on another timing screen, but for now, maybe Richard Bradley will be able. He's come out of the pits in the Maserati 4CL. And meanwhile, Pat Blakeney Edwards, who was second closest on times, is in the pit lane. But there's still time to come out. 7 minutes remain.
Well, yes, green flag, track clear. And we did get the session suspended at 21 minutes and 39 seconds past the hour. However, that has been superseded.
Well, that's good news for all sorts of reasons.
It is, absolutely. Just 3 cars in the pits then at the moment,
including Fritz Burkhardt, who's just going out in that glorious 8C Monte, the one that I said you need to listen out for that, and because it's massive pipes just feeding a wonderful sort of burble out of that. And Fritz drives whereas 5th fastest at the moment, some distance away from the pace, but you have to understand the first 2 have set exceptional times. Richard Bradley in the Maserati 4CL, and there he is now. So he was very early pit caller. Just remember, he also squeezed in time to say hi to all the marshals up the escape road at Sanderbox.
Nice of him.
Manners maketh man, one feels. And Pat Blakeney Edwards in the pits at the moment, but he's got to find 2.5 seconds to take pole. He'd probably be just as happy with starting from the the front row alongside, because he's got a buffer of, again, similar, no, actually almost 3.5 seconds back to Brad Baker, who's also in the pits in that black ERA.
Don't worry about the time gaps.
No, exactly not.
Because what we will see when we get racing is still these cars, Olivia, being pushed very hard indeed by their drivers.
Yeah, at different capacities, so different times.
Yeah, and they make their lap times in different ways. We've seen some good wheel-to-wheel racing from these cars in the past. Richard Bradley just muscling the car on the exit of Casino Square, now heading downhill. Again, the rises and falls of this track are much more severe than you would ever think. If you've never walked this track, it's really hard to explain how the topography of the Principality has played so much. Got yellow lights over the start finish line now.
So maybe someone up the escape road at Sanderbox. waiting. Take a look. Still David Freeman, who's getting nice on the track time, chipping away at his time. He's gaining not just time, he's actually gaining experience of the track. You know, not everyone gets to race at Monaco. I think this is the 15th Monaco Historique, and it's suddenly put a whole load of drivers who would never have competed here before. Because what else could you compete in? The Grand Prix, the support race, which he was Formula Junior in time, then Formula 3, and moved on through. So it's still the hallowed turf.
Yeah, and it's public roads, you know, so you can practice in the year.
Yes, rather off-putting though to see traffic coming in the opposite direction. We were very fortunate on Thursday when Bruce and I were coming in. We were right up against them closing the road, so there was nothing coming the other way.
Yesterday, Friday.
Was that Friday?
Yeah.
Was that? Oh yes, of course it was.
A full turn from
Friday.
us, and suddenly, oh dearie me, we're on the start-finish road. We'll have to go around a little bit, and that was wonderful. Up to Casino Square. Instead of going on down the slope past the old tip-top, we had to turn left back into the melee of traffic. But yeah, it's still special after this time.
So Plant, Berkeley Edwards, Brad Baker, Alex Reed have all come out the pits. Thierry Staps as well in his Bugatti 35, Type 35 from 1928. Emeric Baudet in his Amel car, all back out of the pits. We've not seen that R5B as the ERA, as Bruce was mentioning, and also Matteo Bellotti in his Bugatti 37A. Those cars have not turned laps.
One thing we haven't really talked about, but it's again lovely to see, if you get up close to something like the ERA, the one known as Ramus, it was entered by White Mouse Racing. There's a little cartoon of a white mouse just in front of one of the side mirrors, and I love that historical purity, and that's a car that has, as I said, raced forever and a day, but owned for a long time by the Lindsay family. Patrick Lindsay used to race it incredibly hard, and but really its story was Prince B. Birabongsi of Siam, because of course Thailand was called Siam still back there in the 1930s, and he and his cousin Prince Chula, they had an amazing stable of cars. I mean, they must have been so exotic on the European scene.
And our trend in Reims in these years, you know, the wife of Chula lost his ring at Reims, and the gardener of the circuit found it.
No way.
And I have the in the grass, you know, and I have the letter made by the wife of Shula
saying this is
to
the
say
ring.
Thank you.
Wow. Right, Richard Baddeley back on the track, just coming. We're under that big white roof on the left-hand side of the shot, looking towards the back of the pit lane, so just on the approach to Rasgas, but Richard's got traffic ahead of him. Still got time to go for another flying lap. His best time is 2 minutes 3.3. We've got 1.5 minutes remaining on the clock, and is he going to go on round, have another crack? A couple of cars coming to the pit lane, I think he will.
Yeah. He's coming to the pit lane. 203.387. I think is going to be good enough, as we're just about a minute away. I think what they were doing now was just checking to see whatever they'd done with the spark plugs or whatever was ailing that car. And they were just giving that a shakedown, as it were. Fraser Nash in second place, 2.5 seconds back. Brad Baker on the ERA, and you can see why that was the terminology that would have been used by the people doing our jobs back in the days when these cars were racing. You very much sat on the car, not in the car, exposed to the elements. Rear view mirrors that were sort of fed in. That was quite clever.
Yeah, it was really quite advanced.
That came from fighter planes, of course. You had them around the cockpit bubble. So much crossover between aeronautical engineering, particularly the engines themselves. Great book called The Secret Quest for Horsepower. Fantastic book there that talks all about aeroplane engines and what they were learning and passing back. Going through towards the checkered flag, which is now out. That's Thierry Staps in his Bugatti 35, that's the white car, leaning into the corner.
Yeah, well, I talked with him yesterday, and he had problem with the front suspension. No, it seems to be resolved.
That's not why he's leaning over, trying to get the balance right of that front suspension, get the camber right.
Like in the Cooper 500, we're doing also the same movement.
Which, the car's sides were cut down, and the drivers did move. It's almost like being in the chair on a motorcycle combination. You were moving your body weight around to help the attitude of the car.
Yeah. In a Cooper, you know, it's so light. You know, it's 235 kilos. A Cooper.
I've got a BMW touring motorbike that's 100 kilos heavier than that before I get on it.
With me inside, the Cooper is 300 kilos.
Yes, well, I would be slightly more, tipping the scales slightly more in the Cooper.
And I simply wouldn't be able to fit in, being of the taller variety. There
you can.
I can? Okay,
Yeah.
That's good. We like that. Right, last few cars coming to take the checkered flag, and the only one who's likely to... Well, he's not going to challenge the front run. He's third at the moment, is Brad Baker in the black ERA. Car number 24, here he comes into Rascasse for the final time. He has actually improved in the middle sector, as has Pat Blakeney-Edwards. So just remember, Pat hasn't completed. He's second fastest at the moment. Look for car 42. That'll be coming round the Fraser-Nash anytime soon. But Brad Baker actually backs it off before the finish line, whereas Pat Blakeney-Edwards streaks past.
Didn't improve.
Did not improve.
No,
He didn't lift, though.
He was only 2/10 away from Richard Bradley's all-session best in that middle sector. The middle sector is the longest sector, about 52 seconds, 53 seconds for the faster cars here. So again, don't give up hope about, oh, this is going to be a procession. We'll see those two, particularly at the front of the field, having a good go at it, respectfully, of course. And the times further down between the Bugatti, the 8C, Fritz Burkhardt got that up to 5th position, improving towards the end. The Aston Martin, David Freeman, and even the little Amel car, Lucas Lippmann in that car, he finished off in 12th position. So there'll be plenty going on when we see those cars racing, as Richard Bradley is coming back under marshal power. Now you are allowed to drive the cars back down the pit lane, as we've got overheating Bugatti.
That's Simon Bertolero, who is 9th fastest.
Yeah, that's not
right
good.
in a real Bugatti battle with Thierry Staps and Jean-Pascal Corel, 3 of them together, 7th, 8th.
Yeah, and the car of Thierry Staps is not supercharged.
Right. Tiny, as Bruce was noting earlier, tiny tyres. Again, that BMW motorcycle that I was talking about there, the front tyre and the rear tyre are wider than that Bugatti. Richard being pushed back, I'm not taking as a good sign, to be honest. He's on pole position and he's allowed to celebrate that. As I said, he's allowed to drive, and most of the cars would drive back to the pit lane. So maybe they haven't quite sorted that engine problem that they were looking into before. I suspect he could have gone a second, possibly even more quicker. But he's on top of the pile ahead of Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser-Nash monoplast, then the ERA Brad Baker's car. Bugatti, the best of Bugattis, Alex Reid, Fritz Burkhardt, we mentioned David Freeman, Terry Staps, Jean-Pascal Corel in another Bugatti, the 35B, and the top 10 made up by Simon Bertolero, and that's another 35, and Russell Bust in the Aston Martin Ulster. So that gives you a look at the older cars that we've seen, and everything out there with these cars, Bruce, was a highlight.
It really was. I mean, they were all trying to get their performance down. The track, air temperature rising, track temperature still relatively low, but the sit-up and beg ERA, always a fan at any particular speed. Really had to work hard. So
that is the first qualifying practice for the older cars. We have plenty more action on a Super Saturday here on the streets of Monaco. Well, gentlemen, 2 sessions down. The 2 older sessions of cars, or grids of cars, they've generally speaking behaved themselves. It's not 25 minutes is quite a distance for these cars when they're being pushed pretty hard. Olivier, what stood out for you so far? Are you surprised at how quick they're going so early?
No, honestly no, because most of the drivers are very good drivers too, and some of them know their cars from long time, you know, and for a few of them it's not the first attempt to Monaco, so no, I think it's quite normal, and the sun is shining, so it's maybe there is more grip than the first session too.
Well, the temperature coming up on the track now 25 Celsius, temperature a pleasant 16, not too much wind coming in off the sea. A lovely day. The crowds are beginning to come in, not quite as busy as yesterday in terms of the spectators, but we have been entertained already.
No, we have, but I'd just say yet to that. The spectators, you know, famously at Monaco, they're not the early risers. Or sometimes people are coming in by train from Nice or Monte or wherever else. You don't want to drive into Monaco. It's remarkably hard to park a car anywhere unless you know where the underground car parks are. But yeah, wonderful morning. And again, as we take a look through the highlights of this field, that wonderful low shot. Again, drivers sitting on cars, just about in them as well at the same time. But just wonderful sights, and also a couple of drivers just very competent to get straight out and get on the times. That's Richard Bradley and Pat Blakeney-Edwards. The others started to find their form. We had a few little slips and spills.
Just looking forward and trailing ahead for those people perhaps planning their Saturdays, what are you particularly looking forward to in, let's say, in the morning session at least?
Well, we're just going to move through time. The next lot out will be the early 1960s 1.5 litre Formula One cars. And then we're going to work up. Suddenly, oh my gosh, in the later 60s, suddenly we got the first vestigial wings and little flip-ups coming, started by Ferrari in 1968. And then, of course, everyone had wings. Everyone had a DFV engine in the back. Great big fat tyres. The cars of the 1970s. Loved them then as a child. Still love them now. And we worked through there into cars from the early 80s. Is effectively where we're going. History of Formula One.
Olivier, when is your first memory of watching motorsport growing up in France?
Easy. It was in 1968. It was in Reims for the Formula 2 Grand Prix. You know, it was in September because with the event in May 68, it was normally in July, you know, but it was in September. I was 10 years old. It was raining a lot, and my older brother brought me to the circuit. You know, I wasn't living in Reims, but 40 kilometers from there, and it was raining all day. And I remember Jackie Stewart winning from Henry Pescarolo in the 2 Matras. You know,
in the F2 race.
Yeah. And
was that? Did you know immediately at that point that you were a motor racing fan for life?
Yeah, because I asked to go there.
Okay. You had half an idea.
Very good. And that is how the bug bites, Bruce.
Entirely. I mean, my father was a man in the motor industry, loved his cars, loved his racing, but really for me it was me that went racing. And as soon as I could take myself to events on my own, and my moped, then my motorbike, then a car, I did that the whole time. Love it, still love it now, but I just adore something like this with so much history dripping out of its very pores, and the fact effectively you've got a track that's hardly dissimilar to the track that was there in the 1920s, and looking at cars right here, right now from the 1920s, little Amel car having a little barbecue of its own as it cruised around. Small engine car, huge steering wheel. That's Richard Bradley going back out, and he set the fastest time. No, the bug bites people in different ways, but for me it was about being at the circuits. Watching motor racing on television is brilliant, but when you're trackside, you just pick up so many more visual and sensory cues, and then there's the sounds as well, which are, you know, always part of historic racing for me. So it comes at me from all angles, John, and I love it all.
We're going to move forward in time, as you mentioned, and pick out some of the cars as we are reviewing what's just gone on. Pick out some of the cars that you're particularly excited to see in the next 25-minute session.
You know, weirdly, I like the stuff that I don't see so often. So we've got the Gilby Formula One car. You know, when you understand that some teams like the Keith Green's family team produced literally 2 cars, but it was there on a Grand Prix grid. Something different. It wasn't one that featured at the front. That was all Lotus and Cooper in the day. But for me, I absolutely adore the Formula One cars of the 1970s. Yeah. You know, you tend to love things that when you were about 10 years old, 12 years old, the stuff you loved then, that's always really something that stays with you. That
Gilby is the 1961 Type B car. Ross Kernow listed against the number 27 car. It's been fettled and restored by ERA, and I do mean ERA, not ERA.
Yeah.
Which is Kyle Tilley and his brother, who still do contemporary racing. They were racing in the Spa 12 Hours and the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecke long distance series. British touring car champion Jake Hill racing with them in a contemporary Ferrari. But they're like a number of preparation firms and race teams have moved into the vintage and historic world and bringing with them some drivers, some experience of contemporary racing, and they are loving it. And they've built up a very good reputation pretty quickly.
No, they absolutely have, and some of the enterprises are huge. One I didn't know about until a handful of years ago is Brightech, which is just phenomenal with the Breitmeyer family's collection of cars and other people under their wings. They've got this phenomenal facility. They've got its own engine shop. I think they turn out about 30 historic cars, and with the various historic series growing around Europe. Of course, Peter Auto Classic have an entire season of wonderful circuits. You know, it's a great place to be, and for car preparers, it's magical too, because there's an awful lot of racing for them to do, and also another element, and we can see this here, but more so at some other meetings, some of the drivers own quite a few cars, so they can race in many categories, so suddenly the numbers become really quite large.
While we get the opportunity, with no cars on the track, we want to bring you some of the atmosphere, and that atmosphere and the character of this place is not just the cars, it's the drivers as well. And Gemma Scott has caught up with Typhoon Salisbury.
Well, the Series B cars are lined up and ready to go. And Tivian will be driving this beautiful Lotus, in which Sterling Moss was a race winner in this in 1961, was it, Tivian?
That's correct, yeah. Yeah, it was, yeah.
Tell me how you became owner of this car and driver, of course.
It's a story that starts a long, long time ago. I was born in 1961. I had a poster of this car on my bedroom wall as a boy, and then I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to buy it in 2018-19. And I wasn't going to race it, to be honest, to start with, because I thought it was probably too good a car for me to race. And then that changed when somebody else blew the engine up. I thought, well, if I have to pay for a new engine,
might as well
I think perhaps I should drive it. So that's, yeah. So this is my third Monaco, and yeah, it's just great fun. It's great fun.
And in terms of your passion for owning classic cars, your passion for the pre-war cars in particular, where's that stem from?
I think it stems from I used to read Motorsport magazine as a boy, and I used to enjoy the back pages more than the front pages. The black and white adverts were for the old cars, and the pre-war cars interested me because I was very attracted to the concept of the flat caps and the guy with the goggles and hanging out the sides of cars, all that kind of stuff. It seemed to appeal to me, and it stuck. So again, when I had the opportunity to buy pre-war racing cars, that's what I've gone for. So. And that's exactly what I do. I sort of hang out the sides and hope that I can get back in.
And in terms of driving this particular car around here on these streets of Monaco, where there's so much history, what does it mean to you to be racing?
Well, very privileged for a start to be here and to be in this car that's got the history that it has. So that's first and foremost. And and I do my best to look after it. I go as fast as I can. I'm faster than some and a lot slower than a lot of others, but that's not really the point for me. It's being here, enjoying it in a car which has got so much connection with this event, and the precursor to this event, I should say.
There's a lot of cars here in the paddock.
Yeah.
Have you had a walk around and a time to sort of sink it?
3 or 4 times.
Get your eye on something else?
No, not really. No, but it's not really like that. I've discovered that It's a bit like going looking for a new girlfriend. It rarely happens when you go looking. It happens really when something you go, whoa, look at that. So I saw this advertised, and I wasn't looking for it. It was advertised, and that brought this one about. And that's actually happened a couple of other times as well. So no, I'm not looking at anything, but hey, you never know if something comes along and catches my eyes.
Wonderful stuff, and there you have it. Buying a new classic car is a bit like getting a new girlfriend.
It is. And just as expensive, by the way.
Let's see what our commentators think of that.
Typhoon in Salisbury talking to Gemma Scott here at the 15th running of the Monaco Historic, the Grand Prix, effectively for cars that have history here or of the type that raced here down through the years. And what a grid we've got for you next. Another 25 minutes of qualifying practice coming onto the grid, or at least onto the pit lane in the morning sunshine. Bruce Jones was the first big revolution in this era in Grand Prix racing, because it was a movement, and it was a big movement, and it was a movement of the motive power unit.
It was. Put it behind the driver's shoulders. Suddenly the cars just became smaller, more aerodynamic, more nimble. So courses like Monaco were absolutely perfect for these cars, and you put them out on a regular racing circuit, and they just seem to have so much space to go racing because they're tiny little cars. The taller drivers would struggle. I always used to look at images of Carlo Godin de Beaufort, the Dutch aristocrat, sort of hanging out of his car. He was a tall man, but the ideal height would be to be rather shorter than him.
In the little Porsche.
In the little Porsche, exactly. Curie Marsbergen car. But this really is a celebration of Lotus Cooper, with the outliers from Lola and Brabham in the mix, plus, as I mentioned, that Gilby from beforehand. Oh, I've forgotten to mention one. Pale blue wheels, pure red flanks. It's the Ferrari 1512. Eventually, we managed to drag John away from that yesterday. His ears ripped asunder by the sound, but it was pleasure.
Yeah.
It's
Mozart. It's Mozart.
Mm-hmm. It is. It is orchestral music. You are spot on. Absolutely spot on. We're keeping an eye on the comments on the YouTube stream. You can get in touch with us at the studio on the socials. Probably the easiest way to do that is at RSL_studio on X, and we'll keep an eye on that. Already a lot of you enjoying this early Saturday morning back in the UK, just coming up to 9 o'clock. What a way to start your Saturday. Have your bacon and egg butty and your cup of coffee and watching great historic motorsport from the streets of the Principality. And I am very excited about this because that 12 cylinders, again, the engine built small, relatively small capacity, Olivier, built with a watchmaker's precision to get those 12 cylinders, and that they must have been like test tubes, tiny little cylinders.
Yeah. It's a little moped, you know. The engine is like this, you know. The size of the piston is the same.
Yes, like a small motorcycle engine. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, but just think about this. It was a very late call by the motorsport governing body to go down to 1.5 litres from 2.5 litres. A lot of the British teams and constructors didn't think it was going to go ahead, so they pressed on with 2.5 litre engines, and suddenly, oh, you are serious? Okay, right. And then Coventry Climax had eventually got a smaller engine. It was very good, but Ferrari already had that 15, the engine ready to go. So they hit the ground running with the little Dino, and of course 61 cleaned up in that series.
So 1.5 litres, 12 cylinders. If I put that into context with current Ferrari engine technology, the Ferrari 499P prototype that has been winning in the WEC and at Le Mans, hold that thought. We're into the 1960s on our journey through Grand Prix racing at the 15th Grand Prix Monaco Historic here in 2026. And lovely to have you. This is named after Graham Hill, rear engine 1500 Formula 1 Grand Prix cars from 61 to 65, and a few 1956 to 1960 Class 2 Formula 2 cars. They could be 4.6 litre engines. My favourite here, the 1512 Ferrari, 15 for 1.5, 12 for 12 cylinders, and putting that into context with current Ferrari racing technology, the Le Mans prototype is the 499p, and it's called the 499p because each cylinder is 499 cc. So 3 of its cylinders effectively would make this 1.5 V12 engine the same capacity in a very different way.
Yeah, that's it. It's the water pump engines against the Ferrari engine.
Talking about the Coventry Climax engine,
Yeah.
they're famously a water pump engine that was rebuilt into racing, and then half of it went into a Hillman Imp in the back of Hillman Imp, the Scottish 911.
There you are. Rearrange the numbers as you like them. But okay, so here we are looking at Mark Shaw. Busy day for him out of the Scarab and on board. I love the way that people decide what cars they'd like to have in their stable. And Mark's been racing for a long time, particularly in Little Lotuses as well. So
what would you choose then? You drop the Euro Millions this weekend, and so money's no object.
In terms of beauty, I would go to the next category. I'll have, to me, the Eagle. I think one of the coolest people on the planet, Dan Gurney, big man, fitted himself into lots of small cars. I mean, I could say, how can I not want to have a Lotus 25 when I look at that? Because
Yes.
that was a car. We'll come on to that during the course. Great view from up on high. No, for me, there's something about that Eagle, mid to late 1960s, 66, 67, with a little sort of dab on its nose. To me, that stands out.
And would you race it, or would you give it to someone else to race?
Someone capable, that'd be a good idea. No, I would love to experience it, and then if I liked it, I would want to race it.
Olivia, you have some cars, including Cooper. If money was no object, particularly maybe from this era, what would you have?
In this one, I would like a Cooper, of course.
Of course.
Of course. In the later ones, I think that maybe a BRM or something like this, you know.
What, the sort of Pedro Rodriguez 1970-71 vintage? Would that be in, or earlier?
Or the one was driven by Beltoise, you remember, the green, and the shape is, maybe the car was not very efficient, you know, but the shape is quite nice.
Okay, I tell you what, I wouldn't volunteer for anything after about 1973 with BRM because it was all downhill.
Yeah.
It's for a very sad end.
The thing is, though, sometimes when these cars come back, cars that weren't particularly competitive in period go better in relative terms, because little things can be tweaked. Obviously, you can't re-engineer the cars. They have to run as they did. There was early forms of homologation, so there are technical passports actually for all of these cars. So you can't re-engineer them and put new suspension on and things like that. But some of the cars, Bruce, do run better and more competitively now than they did in period.
They do, particularly when you have some that came in towards the end of the period, and then technology moved, so they were sort of put to one side.
Yes.
They hadn't reached the end of their development cycle. And just remember, some of it was hand to mouth. Some of these teams were, absolutely tiny. There's a figure that came up last weekend from Alistair Caldwell, who was team manager at McLaren in 1976, in that championship winning year for James Hunt. If I held up 2 hands, 10 digits, took 2 away, that was the number of people they took to those races. They had 8 people to the Grand Prix. They had 32 employees at the time, and that was also running cars in Formula 2, in IndyCar, and you just got to remember, teams were tiny. You go to if you're at an airport on a Sunday evening anywhere around Europe, particularly if you're at Heathrow when the British-based teams, which is a majority, are coming back, you get phalanxes of people all wearing the same shirt. Here come the McLaren engineers, and then here come the Williams lot, and so on. It's a huge. We were discussing, how do they have enough hotel rooms for all the people who go to Grand Prix now?
There'll be more than 8 truck drivers now.
Yes,
for a Formula 1 team.
And also, we don't have to forget the progress of the oils for the cars.
That's a very good point. That is
there is less DNF than in time, you know.
Yeah, that also, one has to remember, these cars in the 50s, but most notably in the early 60s, were very fragile. You know, finishing races was not a guarantee.
No.
And you look across the season, and drivers would, if you had a couple, maybe two retirements in current Formula One, that would be a disappointing season. It affects you. But when you only had maybe 8 Grand Prix, and 3 of them you didn't finish.
Yeah.
So you look at the history books, and there were some drivers who went really well, but hold on, those 3 non-scores, disaster. Before we get the times being set by the cars, John, you've asked me what I would take for my toy box. You've asked Olivier Barjon, what's in yours?
Well, I'm going to
You can't have a Porsche.
No.
Because you've got loads of those already.
Hardly.
Hundreds.
But I do think I might save me money for the sports cars that we'll see later.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I'd like to have something that you could race and drive on the road. So it would be one of the earlier cars that you could still drive on the road, or possibly one of the sports cars we'll see later.
Just last one tip, you know, I'm born the day where Mr. Trintignant won here in 58.
Really?
So the car would be this one.
Yeah, very good.
That just makes it too easy, Olivier. All your stars have come together.
It's like Joe Bradley was born on the Saturday of Le Mans 1962. Famous for that. That was the last front-engined overall victory, I think, at Le Mans. Phil Hill and Olivier Jean de Bias, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, they won about 5 in a row, didn't they?
Yes, they
Not
did.
5, but anyhow, just phenomenal.
It felt like that.
It certainly
I'm sure
did.
for everybody else. 23 minutes left of the 25, and we have got 1960s Grand Prix cars on the circuits of the Principality through Sandevot and climbing up that hill. Brilliant to see them, and they look tiny. That's because they are tiny compared to more modern cars. They are absolutely made for this. Mark Shaw through Casino, threading his way. He is on it early.
He knows.
And again, he's feeling for grip from those front tyres.
Yeah, but he's got the experience to know how to look for grip. You know,
Yes.
he knows what he's expecting. He's just waiting to see when he can find it. But he's so comfortable. He's raced this car for a long, long time. Jim Clark Lotus. Oh, that just works. That green with the yellow wheels and so much success.
Again, this is a lot of people of a certain age, of which all of us here at the commentary box fit into. This would have been in your first scale X-Trick set, probably.
It was on the box of Waddington's Formula One game. Did you have that?
I did, but I knew somebody that
Do you
had.
know it? Okay, what I'll explain, it was a board game, and board games, do you remember those?
Yes.
But anyhow, you had a race circuit with, I think, 4 lanes around it, and you threw the dice, and it's very simple. If you threw a 6, you moved 6 places, but how fast you went through a corner, you picked up tyre wear or brake wear.
Yep.
And if you had too much, you then started getting penalties. Unbelievably analogue, but it was fabulous. And for me, I just still love.
And this
the
was the
paint
car
in
on the box. Yeah.
Correct.
When that was drawing you in, so it had to be something that was of the moment, and this was the car of the moment. And Mark's doing a cracking job again. Probably more lock than he would want to have as he's turning in through the final corner, but balances it with the throttle, and he'll come to the line. He will be the quickest as he goes across the line. This is the first of the proper times, and he goes down to a 1:51.828 of a second. Now, we might have to go into tenths of seconds here because we've got some very good drivers. Stuart Hall, Katsu Kubota, Ben Mitchell's just gone to the top in a Cooper, so he breaks the Lotus stranglehold at the top.
Interesting point for me. These times are very quick straight out the box, but they're not that far ahead the time that Richard Bradley set in the 4CL Maserati from the 1930s, 1939, remember? But bear in mind, he has got a lot more grunt. These are just 1500cc. You have to keep on saying, actually, my favourite car in this particular batch is that Brabham with the dark green and the gold livery. Super, super smart.
John Romano behind the wheel of that car as it comes to the line now and goes through. Does he climb the timing monitor?
All
yes,
the
does.
names you'd expect at the top are at the top at the moment because Rich Wilson's moved up there. Joe Colasacco, Joseph Colasacco and Lawrence Oriana's glorious Ferrari. That's up into 4th place. So wait for the times. But that was a really impressive outlap from Ben Mitchell in the Cooper. Ross
Kerr now in the Gilby, the Type B from 1961. As we mentioned earlier, this is the era restored and prepared car, the number 27, 11th position at the moment for that car. And is that the first time is this the first time the Gilby's been here?
Possibly, but maybe not. Fastest car, Ben Mitchell, car number 17, the Cooper. There it is. It's in the colour of Yeoman Credit Racing Team. It was a group of brothers who decided they wanted to spread it was a credit company, and they were very young at the time, 3 of them, and the Semengo Turners, and they brought the money into Formula One. It wasn't a works team, but
No.
it was the start of sponsorship coming in. You had the livery, which is that sort of
The
blue
colours, yeah.
with the orange, but it wasn't large writing on the cars as it became later.
Yeah, but it's very nice. It fit to the car. I think it's very nice.
I noticed yesterday, even in the heat of the day, they were running with some blanking tape across the air intake, that oval shape on the nose, not just to look pretty and put the livery around it. That's actually taking air into radiators. They would still have had the radiators in the sharp end of the car at that point. That's why if they go into the barriers at any stage, the radiators are quite vulnerable. But they've blanked off about a third of that, and it was exactly the same yesterday, even in the hotter condition. So that is clearly a car that cools really well, because it was quite hot yesterday afternoon, and they're running with that on again. Mark Shaw, second place at the moment in the Lotus 21 with the Coventry Climax engine from 1961. Cooper, Lotus, Ferrari, BRM at the moment, the BRM P261.
I'm a man whose head is so easily turned. One of the design details, I hope when we get it's wonderful. It's just so much fun. Car number 3, Philipp de Buhofer, his P261 BRM. Think sort of Richie Ginther, Graham Hill, so on and so forth, up against the Ferraris, the Lotuses, etc. Get the rear end shot, and again, it's something from my childhood. I had the model, this beautiful cut-off tail, all the bodywork comes round, and then it's like a cam at the back gets cut off. But right now, the most dynamic car on the circuit is the car that's only second fastest, Mark Shaw. He's got clear track, or he's about to run out of clear track. He's got someone else just up ahead of him. Only second fastest at the moment, but it's certainly the angle in which he's attacking he's had to be compromised. Going around that BRM, he sweeps around the outside, but he will stay in second place. But he's very close indeed. He's done 3 laps, covered by a third of a second, all in the mid 1:51s, but yet not quicker than Ben Mitchell in the Cooper. But Ben's been in the middle of traffic as well, so there's plenty of potential, but Ben, super fast.
Stuart Hall.
Well, here he comes, car 36. Wonderful flow from Stuart. He can race anything.
Yes,
Lock
absolutely.
up from Lee Mole there. That's just for the cameras. That's coming into Rasgas. In fact, really coming into Rasgas.
Yeah,
Go back to the
cameraman
paddock.
didn't move. not a flicker.
They don't.
Left front locked up in the bright green. Number 22 Climax. The number 4 is Joseph Colasaco in the. Of course, it's a red Ferrari, and looking an absolute picture on the streets with those blue painted rims. Please bring painted rims back to top level motorsport. They look great. Also, it's a good way of, particularly if you've got multi-car teams, of distinguishing between the cars. Wing mirror, or door mirrors as they tend to be now, colours and things like that, because numbers aren't what they used to be, shall we say. Stuart Hall in 4th place at the moment in that Lotus 21. Stuart, you'll remember Stuart had a very good career racing at Le Mans at the top level. A lot of work with the Rothko collection for the Goethe family, and he's actually a pretty tidy cricketer as well. Very good fast bowler, and trained with Northampton a few years ago, the county cricket club, and he's rapid in a car, and he flings a bit of leather at you at speed as well. He's good at everything. Here comes that number 17 Ben Mitchell again towards the end of the lap. He's in the floor now, and the front tyres are just starting to give him a little more grip. They're not scrubbing across the surface. Through the final corner again, use a little bit of the red and white curb to straighten it up. This is a decent lap.
Yet another decent lap from Ben Mitchell, but think about this car in period. And we talked about Yeoman Credit Racing Team bringing some money in to Formula One there, but it was certain John Surtees who sat aboard that Cooper back in period. And of course, he would have raced, John in 1964 would have won the World Championship in one of these 15-12 Ferraris, but John was a driver and a rider, so much success. Was it 7 World Championships on motorbikes? Came across to racing, and his first ever car race he watched. He didn't watch, he was in it, and he was leading it, and that was the merit of the man. And then he really took Ferrari by the scruff of the neck, and eventually fell out with them, but he drove them to success in the mid-60s.
Great mechanical sympathy, and I wonder if that came from his motorcycling in days when the cars weren't 100% reliable. John got the best out of the cars.
We met several times in jumbles, you know, looking for parts. Oh, hello, John. Hello, Oliver.
Really?
That's wonderful.
Great stuff.
With Sammy Miller too.
Oh, okay. Sammy Miller, of course, in charge of many, many motorbikes in the UK, and one of the loveliest men you can meet in motorbike racing.
When we get the chance again to look at Joseph Colasaco's Ferrari, note on the back it has Prova and a set of letters and numbers. That shows that it's a prototype car, but that was a road registration, Olivier.
Yeah. There's many Ferraris with a road registration, first Prova.
Yeah. So Colasaco by half a second actually from Ben Mitchell. Ferrari, Cooper, Lotus 21, Mark Shaw just going through. He doesn't improve. Stuart Hall now 4th. And then that BRMP 261, the 1964 car, the number 3. We'll keep an eye out for Philip Berhofer in that car.
Now, one thing you have to understand in this, of course, Joe Colasaco has an advantage. His car is from 1964. So, of course, the 1.5 litre formula started in 1961. Ferrari had those gorgeous little sharp-nose Dinos that they hunted in packs, particularly when they got to Monza in the big spaces. Of course, unfortunately, at the end of that year, 1961, there was an accident on the very early stage of the race, and the charming, wonderful Wolfgang von Trips lost his life. But then the game moved very quickly. Suddenly it became the world of Cooper and Lotus really starting to press forward. BRM in the mix very much so as well, with Graham Hill taking the title in 62. But by 1964 it was the 4th year of the championship, and this little beauty, the 1512 Ferrari, was doing the business. But that was John Surtees making it happen. Ironically, the car that he drove in 1961 is second at the moment, the Cooper, and the one he drove in 64 is first on the time sheets. Car number 14, Richard Wilson, who's been going very well. He was just out, where is he? 9th overall now. Has fallen down a little bit in his Cooper.
These are great. This is a great era. The cars really pared down as little as possible around the drivers. The drivers would be sitting with a petrol tank, possibly 2 petrol tanks, one either side of them, perhaps. And the bodywork, such as it was, you might, underneath these, they'd still be a tube frame car effectively. You hadn't quite got to the monocoques yet, the incorporated chassis cars. Engine hung out on the back on these cars as well, of course. And basically, you might as well have just thrown a sheet over the tubes and formed the metal panels around where the sheet was.
100%. In fact, despite the appearance from outside, we do have a monocoque car here. We've got Lotus 25.
25, yeah.
And when that was Katsu Kubota's 7th fastest in that at the moment, but people bought new Lotus 24s for the season, turned up, and then someone looked into one that looked very similar from the outside. It's a Lotus 25. Again, where's your tube frame?
Yes.
We have a monocoque, but they'd already bought the Lotus 24s. That was Colin Chapman going, thank you, you'll now have to buy a Lotus 25 when that's available.
Smart
because
man.
when you, unbelievable man, but when you had the monocoque, suddenly you had the thing that really craved. You're talking about the space frame.
Yeah.
With stuff draped over it, but suddenly there was a monocoque that gave you the rigidity.
Correct.
That just helped you get the performance.
Aluminium monocoque, of course,
Absolutely.
formed and bonded, riveted together with the engine being used. This was the early chance for the engine to be used as effectively a stressed member, bolted onto the back of the monocoque. Some of them still had little subframes off the back for the engines.
It was, but that will come in the 2 categories after this to when the Cosworth, well, the next category actually, when the Cosworth DFE came in, you could mount suspension directly
to
onto
the engine.
To the engine. That was another change. And, but again, so the cars, everything is so visible on these cars. But you go up close to them in the paddock, and that's one of the glories of the Monaco Historique. You can just walk around them. Some are in the very smart pit lane, but the others are in tents going down the side of the harbour. You can see the boats.
Including these cars here.
Absolutely.
The other thing that we noticed, we were talking in the earlier plateaus, the grids, Olivier, about some of the cars that look like they were a hangover from the horseless carriage. They had spoked wheels. We're getting on to single piece formed wheels here.
Yeah, that's right. But most of them were not aluminium.
No.
Some were magnesium, you remember too.
Yes, which could be dangerous in a fire.
Yeah.
Well, we get to that with the next platter of cars, 1968 French Grand Prix and Paul Schlesser in Rouen.
Yeah.
Oh, what a circuit, Rouen.
But that, that is the essence of motor racing, always pushing. It's the world of Lotus, isn't it? Everything you try. With the design genius of Colin Chapman, the man who created Lotus, it was about faster, but faster by being lighter. Not all, the drivers didn't always like it because they thought, we always have different levels of experience of what you expect in terms of safety. But a lot of drivers go, just give me the fastest car.
Yeah. Jim
Clark never seemed to ask. He was unbelievable, his relationship with Colin Chapman. But it was about sport and light. And Lotus, they had the wobbly web wheels, as they were called. But again, one cast. And again, the little details, when you get down into a paddock and you take a look, you go, don't understand why they did that. Oh, that makes sense to me.
Absolutely right.
But they had to be small and light because they had 1.5 litres. That's another factor.
Looking at Joe Colaccio's car, and he's got heat in the tyres now. You could see coming through Casino Square, he was leaning on that car. Mark Shaw going through, he's in third. Ben Mitchell with the John Clark Cooper T56, the Climax engine car. And the number 18, I don't think we've talked about that one, have we? Just going through, and that's Flavio Cucinelli in the Cooper T53.
No, we haven't yet. I just want to point out another person who's suddenly moved into the mix is Lee Mole. He was a GT3 racer. He's then decided to try a little bit of historics, and he's going increasingly well. So he is
green number 22 when you see that one.
Yeah, it's a very sort of mid-green car there, and it's Lotus 24, so it's a generation on from the Lotus 21. You put them side by side, there's very little difference in appearance. The bodywork is still that cigar-shaped shape, but underneath, Colin would have been working things out all along to make it quicker. So he's up into 5th place overall.
Almost pistachio grey, actually, that car.
All the rage.
Yes, primary colours. Beautiful day, weather getting better and better. The air temperature now up to 18 Celsius. More importantly for the runners, and particularly as we go through, get the more powerful cars, the cars with full slick tyres, will be delighted to know that the track temperature where it's being measured, which will be, I presume, will be in the sunshine. Still quite a lot of shade as the sun is not anywhere near its zenith for the day. 27 Celsius at the moment, so it's come up the better part of 8-9 degrees. But even these cars will be benefiting from the track temperature coming up.
Yeah, now another thing I just need to bring out, we constantly talk about the World Championship, of course it is what it is, but these teams used to go down to New Zealand for the Tasman Series. New Zealand and Australia just had the most amazing races. And in those days, international travel to the far side of the world was still a very rare thing. And some of the loveliest shots in between those races when the drivers who travelled together be out water skiing on Lake Taupo or wherever. And, they were great days, and to be able to spend your winter not in the Northern Hemisphere, training in the sunshine, and then it also gave them a secondary market for selling these cars, and likewise the South African racing.
That was critical, wasn't it?
Scene. And I tell you what, actually, thinking about it, a circuit I would love to have been to would be the East London circuit, the Albert circuit, with the view just down into the ocean in the background. It was in the natural amphitheatre, affected very badly by wind. You'd be going down into a corner and you get the headwind and suddenly you really struggle.
Mark Shaw's got to the top by 0.011 of a second in his Lotus 21. That's the number 7 car that we were watching earlier. So we're now down to 1 minute 50.582.
And now we've suddenly got 4 different constructors in the top 4 positions. Lotus, Ferrari, Cooper, BRM, because Philip Buhoff has been on the move.
Stuart Hall comes to life. And he now goes to the top at the end of his 10th lap. And in fact, what's he got? A 50.059. So that's actually a big gap he's just put in there. That's half a second.
Half a second, yeah.
That's impressive. On a similar car from Mark Shaw with a similar amount of... Mark's got a lot of experience in that car. Stuart can drive anything. But he knows he's raced that Lotus 21 a few times before.
Now, looking at the Ferrari, you know, that was produced in Modena, the glorious road cars being produced, the sports cars at the same time. In fact, in many ways, sports car racing was more important to Enzo Ferrari than Formula One in the early 60s, because he wasn't going to sell loads of these, but he was going to sell loads of cars that were sort of an offspring of the sports cars. But it's a car we'll pick out at some point. It's car number 19, and it's the Scirocco, a car built sort of just in the back streets of West London. Tony September came and had a budget. It's white and it's blue. Yeah. It looks great, but it wasn't quite a Lotus. No. And again, that would be one of the cars. Wasn't quite a Cooper, wasn't quite a BRM, but that'd be one of those cars with development, which it ran out of. It would have been quicker.
That was a BRM engine car,
yeah.
And running in 7th at the moment. And you mentioned a Modena there, so when you do see the back of that Joe Galasco car, the MO is Modena.
Yeah.
On the registration.
Prova, Modena, whatever the number is.
And there it is, just going through Rascasse and climbing up to the final corner. Mark Shaw is on a decent lap. Ben Mitchell's just done the fastest lap for his car, and he's
in the pits.
Oh, has he? Right.
He's in the pits, and sometimes you get that really fast final sector because you've not taken the final corner. He's got the potential, but he hasn't really got the time left. Got 3.5 minutes remaining in this session. So 2 Lotuses. Stuart Hall, most upset that he wasn't top. Now he is by half a second. Remember, the next 2 cars are covered by 11 1,000ths, which is Mark Shaw in another Lotus 21, and also Joe Colasacco with his Ferrari. But it's there's Mark Shaw giving chase from the light, going into Portier, out of Portier into the half light as you go through the tunnel. So much lighter than it would have been when these cars were racing in period here.
Just remember what we've been talking about at 1500 cc for that Ferrari, 12 cylinders, the craftsmanship, the workmanship, the understanding. Without a computer, remember there was no computer modelling, you couldn't see what was, and simulate what was going on with the gases in those tiny little pop cylinders. You just had to know what was going on. Fabulous piece of engineering.
It had been held back. I think well-made engine, because it's really difficult, you know, to have many cylinders. Honda was doing the same.
That's right. In
the motorcycles, you know, and it's very difficult to have a decent engine with many cylinders.
Yeah, well, those I've loved looking and listening to those very early Honda racing bikes. I mean, they really do break your ears. They make an incredible sound, but just the technology. So, are we getting any late changes here? I'm not seeing any on the board.
Just gone quicker. Again, it goes back to the top of the timing, 1:49.553. So that's a full second he's just made up there. So he puts half a second into Stuart Hall and becomes the first driver to go under 120 seconds. 110 seconds, sorry, I can't count. 1:49.553, and Stuart Hall comes straight back at him right at the very end of 49.0. That's another second made up by Stuart, so he redresses the balance with nearly half a second on. This is fantastic at the front of the field.
Well, they both effectively found 1 second, but the fact that Mark Shaw was half a second down before is now still half a second down. But there's still time for a quick lap to come in. A minute remains in the session. The Scuderia Kalana Lotus 18 very close to the barriers through Casino Square.
Well, I thought, did he clip that there?
No, not
with
quite.
His right front, he was very close. And you've got to remember the cars have a slightly wider track at the back than the front. We've got staggered tyre sizes here. All kinds of things were being played around with in this early 60s. The engines having just been moved to the back of the cars. People getting used to how the new formula was going to run.
And also, back in the early 60s, these would have done a lot of non-championship events as well. Some of the cars in this field may not have even done a Grand Prix, but they would have done a lot of Formula One races.
Down to the last 10 seconds or so. If you're on your lap, you'll keep it. A little mistake there by that white number 8 of Nick Taylor in the 18 climax. The Lotus 18 climax sits in 12th. Sorry, it's 13th, 9th
He's done well in that, because
He
the
has.
cars from 1960, that was before the 1.5 litre championship, so it would have started life with 2.5 litre engine, taken out that White Lotus with the sort of checkered stripes up its nose. And you know, even though the cars externally didn't really change enormously as the checkered flag is waved, they did change in terms of the way they used their suspension and just got everything to work. So anything from 1960 near the front end of the grid is very well done indeed. Nick Taylor eventually lost the position, fell to 10th overall, but Stuart Hall really got the job done. Pole by just under half a minute from Mark Shaw, chopping and changing, both in their Lotus 21s from 1961. Job well done.
Yeah, Mark has stayed on it in the first sector. He's 2/10 down on Stewart, but that means that he's up on his own time. The centre section of the track, the centre segment of the track, is the longest at around about 45, 46 seconds here. Try and pick Mark up as he comes round. And he's Stewart comes into the pit, fastest of anybody, and all of a sudden Mark Shaw in the number 7 Lotus, he's the quickest car on the track, and he's trending towards a provisional pole position. Coming into Rascasse under our feet now with the blue and white helmet, heaves the car right-handed, doesn't even use all the exits here. He's got no delta time on his steering wheel. What the steering wheel has got is 3 spokes. That's it, heads to the line. Checkered flag is out. Takes the checkered flag of 49 flat. So that was his fastest lap of the race. But oh no, he's got the top.
No,
Yeah,
he's
he's
got
got the
top.
He
top.
has got to the
He's
top
fa-
of 48.6.
The last 2 laps, he's found a second on his best time each time, and
Each
they've chopped
time,
and changed, but he had clear track at the end, got more
Yeah.
laps in than anyone else. He was the first car out of the pits to start the session, and that clear track, but it was just building. I'm sure the track's getting more and more rubber down on it, but for Mark Shaw, he knows his car immensely well, this Lotus 21. He goes top. Stewie Hall is bound to be disgruntled he hasn't got pole position, but he was already parked up in the pit lane.
First sector belongs in terms of time to Ben Mitchell in the Cooper. The middle and the final sector is Mark Shaw in that Climax engined Lotus. That was a study in how to time that perfectly well.
Yeah, the tires were
Up to temperature.
up to temperature at the end. Yeah, but I'm surprised to see no move from Joe Colasacco at the end, because from a few laps, you know, he don't improve his time.
He effectively did 1 good lap and
Yeah.
not so many close, whereas for Stewie Hall and for Mark Shaw, they did a series and they kept chopping away. I also think Ben Mitchell could have been right at the front, but remember he did only 9 laps to Mark Shaw's 14. He came into the pits early in that Cooper, performing superstar.
You make a good point about Joe's Ferrari, because he did his fastest lap on lap 5 out of 13.
Yeah.
Whereas you look at Mark, it was 14 out of 14, and Stewart was 12 out of 12. So Mark Shaw takes it by half a second from Stuart Hall. The 2 British drivers in the 2 British cars fighting it out there with the Ferrari of the American in 3rd position. Then Ben Mitchell, Philip Berhofer, Lee Moll coming good as well in 6th position, in the top 10 made up by Richard Wilson in the Cooper, Katsuaki Kubota in the Lotus 25, the Scirocco in the top 10 at 9, and Paul Thomas will be delighted about that, and Nick Taylor in the Lotus 18. We didn't get a lap by Maxime Castellane in the Lotus 18, the 25 car didn't come through. As I said before, there will be an opportunity for that car to come out. That's one of the bigger grids that we have seen. 25 cars out on the circuit, so at times difficult to find a bit of space. That's exactly what Mark Shaw did by getting that extra lap, actually a couple of laps at the end over what Stuart Hall did. But my goodness, wasn't that fantastic? Cars polished to within an inch of their lives, shining in the sunshine and doing what they would have done in the early to mid 1960s. It's fitting. These cars are nimble. They are surgeons' instruments, aren't they, around here, as to where you can be placed on the track. So that is our B grid, Series B grid, named for Graham Hill, for the early 1960s into the mid 1960s here at Monaco. Well, that was already building the expectation, and that last session was all about the early to mid 1960s and the rear-engined cars. Stuart Hall and Mark Shaw giving us great entertainment. Bruce and Olivier next to me in the booth here. That was a proper scrap. That was a proper scrap for pole position.
No, it really was, and they haven't reached their full potential there. The way there was, you know, if they'd had another 5 laps each, the increments they'd have gained would become smaller, but for them both to find a second, and then right at the end. Marshall went top, but I see Stuart Hall sits there in the pit lane with the fastest time, 49.0. Is that top chart? Maybe
that's changed back. Yeah, but that's the same gap, 0.462.
Okay.
And that's why I didn't think Mark had made it at the end. So either he's lost a lap.
Yeah, well, quite possibly. I don't really know about that. But right now we could tell as we look back at the highlights that Mark Shaw was immediately on it in his Lotus 21. Just very, very comfortable. Had track knowledge this morning. He'd already been out, but that was in a four-wheel drive, the Scarab Formula 1 car from 1960. But it was the Lotuses were looking very nimble. But the early running, we had Cooper in there as well. Ben Mitchell, super fast in the Lotus Climax T56, but these cars so small. There's Ben in the number 17 with the Yeoman Credit Racing Team livery, working his way past Tabac, no time for a pack of cigarettes and a newspaper, and then past the Piscine, which, whenever you look at it on television, it looks tight, but if you're down at track level, as low as these guys are, it's just a wall in front of them where they have to turn to the left and then immediately to the right to avoid joining the yachts in the harbour.
The low shot coming through the out of Tabac and into the first left-hander there, where Lee Moore is a little bit further down now. He's at Raskas, but I love that low shot. I love these camera angles. It shows the cars at their absolute best.
And the big difference as you work your way through the decade is how nimble the cars became. And in fact, in many ways, of course, once the wings became added, they didn't look as nimble anymore because they were a bit more planted. But right now, this and then the next iteration of cars just seem purpose-made for the Monaco circuit.
I've had the great good fortune to see some of the Corsa Clienti Ferrari cars that are stored up at the test track at Fiorano, and comparing even the 1970s, the V12 cars, with the more contemporary cars into the 2000s. There's some of the later ones there. There was one of Carlos Sainz's cars there. And never mind these cars, even the 1970 cars, they fit within the wheels of the car, within the wheelbase. The new cars are so long and so wide, up until this current Formula One rule set, which has just come in. And regardless about the controversy about the motive power regulations, the cars do look a lot better now and look at better proportions, and they are a little bit smaller. And these things are smaller again than that. And this looks like a different circuit to me, Olivier, than when you watch contemporary racing around here, even with a Porsche Carrera Cup race around here.
Yeah, because you can have 3 cars on the same line, you know. With the modern ones, it's quite difficult. It's
you
like buses.
Have 1.5.
Yeah, it's like buses.
Yeah.
Fractions don't really help, do they?
No. Yeah, 1.5 cars wide through Tabac. Not helping you overtake that one, is it?
Really, not at all. Now, of course, in these, as we continue to look at the highlights, drivers like Jack Brabham, 2 World Championship titles for Cooper, already had an idea that he wanted to start building his own racing cars, and at one point he did actually take a Lotus for the start of the season until the first of his Formula 1 cars was ready, so he's having an eye in the opposition camp. Can you imagine a works team now selling something to someone who's going to be a rival, someone as driven as Black Jack was? Not going to happen.
I think Mark Shaw lost his last fast lap.
I think he did.
Because it was the 14th lap out of 14th, and his fast lap's now been given as the 12th lap after out of 14th. So he's got the 49.5. He hasn't got the 48 that he did later on. Although the sector times still add up to his 48.
Well, we know he took
60 maths there.
We know he took the checkered flag. We've just seen that there on the replay, car number 7. But anyhow, we know we're going to have a classic scrap at the front of the of this batch of cars when we go racing tomorrow. So yesterday they got track time for practice. Today they're now starting to lay down their grid performances.
Can only assume that he had track limits somewhere, possibly at the Novelle chicane, and therefore he lost his 14th and fastest lap. So Serie B, the Graham Hill grid, and we'll see those cars again later in the weekend. Well, what a morning it's been so far, as we're still only at 10:30 and plenty more action to come here, gentlemen, from the 15th running of the Grand Prix Monaco Historic here in the end of April, but with weather that would be suited to another month or maybe 6 weeks down the road. A beautiful day, 18 Celsius, 25 on the track. And moving through time pretty quickly now. Feels like we are in a motorsport time machine in some respects, Bruce.
I'm not complaining. Love it very, very much indeed. So this is one where 1968 to 72 is the next batch of Formula One cars. As we touched on earlier, 1968, halfway through the season, Ferrari had a little kick up just just above the engine. And then in the blink of an eye, suddenly we started getting taller and we got wings rather than just kick-ups.
Yeah.
And so some of the cars, there's a BRM in this next batch, which is bog standard, has absolutely no aerodynamic addenda.
Looks like a mid-60s car.
It does. You think, shouldn't that have been in the... Because it didn't look dissimilar to the cars from... We've just seen, except of course it had a much larger engine, from 66 onwards up to 3 litres. However, the vast majority of cars in batch D, category D, have wings on them. Going up to the ones that then were just like they were for the rest of the 1970s. Large, fat, slick tyres on them. Big wings, but this is a changeover point, and Ferrari kicked it off, but who got it right the most thereafter? Lotus.
Big, slick, almost balloon tyres on the back with quite big sidewalls, still quite small diameter wheels, which actually has lasted until relatively recently, and we went to the bigger rims and the smaller sidewalls. To me, that this is kind of when I started watching Formula One, Olivier, and became more interested in it. It was easier to follow it as well. We saw at least highlights on television for some of the races, not all live like you would expect today, but these cars looked like beasts, and they had to be driven and tamed by the drivers.
Yeah. In France, when you look at the television for the Formula One Grand Prix, the presentator was a rugby presentator.
Yeah.
You know, there was not a special one. And there was another one coming with him at the end, who was a journalist, variety journalist. But he was very friend with all the French pilots at the time, so we can watch something. But it wasn't. Sometimes it was in direct, you know,
yes,
but
live, yeah.
but in live. But it wasn't the whole Grand Prix, just a few laps, you know.
Exactly, and it's bizarre now to think that we can watch testing before the start of the season. We can watch every single practice session. We have analysis. We have people wandering around in the paddock getting interviews, and we see all that live. Back in these days, sometimes if you hadn't seen the end of the race, you had to wait until the weekly magazines and publications came out.
Exactly, and there were purist publications. Obviously, that's what I started reading as soon as I could from the age of about 10 onwards. I used to have the car magazines, be like Autocar and Motor. I'd get those from my father. Then I went, no, I want to have Autosport, and then I ended up working on it. That's changed now. We can talk about this for a long time, but right then, once you started getting specialist journalists, it was a different game, and all the national newspapers used to have people doing reports. It's not the case now. However, I'm going to flip that over. Where we benefit now is people watching all around the world the live stream of events. You can pick and choose what you want to watch. You can watch it in its entirety, whereas, as we said, in the 60s, 70s, you had a few laps, you had a highlights package. Now you can watch everything.
And there was just a few cameras on the circuit, you know.
Yes,
and
the gaps in between the cameras.
Gaps. And I remember they improved something. They were doing something with an helicopter at a time, you know.
Incredible. Well, you'd hear the commentators, and I hear what you say about the commentators. You had voices on the BBC, and they commentated on various different sports. And they were maybe a specialist in football. We saw a lot less soccer, football in those days. But you heard the same voices coming through. Motorsport began to get its specialists with Raymond Baxter, of course, and then ultimately Murray Walker. Coming from his motorcycle and days as well. Always loved his motorcycle commentary as well. But it's interesting to see how it's moved on. And when I look at my relatively short career of what we've done at Le Mans down through the years, and now we speak to a global audience. When I first started in radio, a global audience meant you would have had to put a transmitter up in every state of every country around the world, which of course would have been impossible. Now, thank goodness, we get the opportunity to stream this to everyone in the world. It's Series D coming up. This is Jackie Stewart's grid from 1966 to 1971, and that's what we'll have next for you here from the streets of the Principality. Right, take a deep breath, everybody. Wherever you are around the world, we come into an era of cars which will be, I'm sure, very, very familiar to a lot of people. Joe Bradley, one of our colleagues, is actually on the road at the moment, driving down through the UK. But I know he's putting all this on to record from Sky Sports F1 in the UK, thanks to Neil Wooding and the rest of the team there for getting us on the airwaves and letting us take over that channel this weekend. The sky boxes around the country have been set up for that. So we have 19 cars here that stretch from 1970 out to, oh no, it's 1969 because Sean Alessi has got the 312. Yeah, hopefully that car was fixed. He had a little problem yesterday. This, in terms of time, Bruce, is one of the shortest periods we're looking at, but it's one of the most important.
It is. It was one of those periods. I mean, in almost anything in life, you don't have a linear progression. Motor racing absolutely has been like a staircase. You suddenly get a brilliant idea, other people start to copy it. Next brilliant idea. I mean, why did Lotus stay at the front for so long? Because Colin Chapman created most of the brilliant ideas, some mad ones as well. But this was a time where, looking down at the McLaren, it's the white and orange car right in the middle of the shot in that Yardley livery. And what do you see sticking out the back? A very long protrusion, the rear wing. Small nose wings there, and big airbox to ram the air down into the engine. And the other mixes in front is one of two Matras in this event. And what I love is they're different. One is the MS 120B, and one is the C. And in the space of like half a year, they decided one would have a nose the whole way across the front, the other would have smaller wings. And then, I love the oddities too. We'll get another chance to see it. The Ferrari Spazzaneve, the snowplow. What a success. They never let it race. But here we have the chance to see it with Franco Minus. He brings it out. And again, it was the experimentation. They didn't have the wind. They started to have a bit of wind tunnel, but they didn't have their own wind tunnels. They started to understand aerodynamics, and someone thought, other teams are going for this massive wing across the front. We'll put it on, but for the Ferrari, it was a disaster. Also, not the world's most beautiful cars, so we don't mind the less beautiful cars being removed.
Yeah, and compared to the precedent generation, the size of the tires is enormous.
Yeah.
It's enormous.
But you could see them, you could see the tyres working and see them working with the chassis of the car. You see rolling the chassis as well. Many years ago when I was working in a very junior capacity, Bruce was editor of Motorsport, I was in a very junior capacity.
Yeah, white, two sugars, please.
Yes,
Joking.
Always.
I never take sugar.
I was tasked to do a special project that involved putting some pictures together for I think it was a calendar or a supplement for Goodyear. And
oh God, where do you start?
Exactly. Live from the streets of Monaco, 2026 brings us the 15th running of the Grand Prix de Monaco Historique, and we are delighted to be here, looking down just about see, well, not quite see Rascasse, but we're at the back of the pits, getting ready for the Jackie Stewart D Series, which sounds like it should be a Fordson tractor or something like that. It's not at all. This is Grand Prix cars from 1966 to 1972. This is the 3-litre Formula. However, I think the earliest car that we've got is the Ferrari 312. The Jean Alesi will be driving that car. Had a little whoopsie in that yesterday. That falls into a slightly different category because that's a 12-cylinder car. There are two. Andrea Barani has the second one. So it's effectively, the cars we're going to see is 69 to 72. So a fairly short space of time. Beautiful day, air temperature edging up now to 19 Celsius. Track temperature measured at 25 degrees. That, Olivier, is going to be really important for these slick-tired cars.
Yeah. I think it's good that this category is coming now, not before.
Very good point. We've cleaned the track up with just over an hour, nearly an hour and a half of practice sessions, which are actually practice and qualifying practice, if you will, sessions, so potentially setting grids. And Bruce Jones, we've been entertained so far, but now take a couple of steps back from the track if you are trackside, get your ear defenders on. This is going to be loud, it's going to be leery, and it's going to be super entertaining.
Now, of course, it absolutely will, but there's one thing that's missing from this. These are the cars that suddenly had wings on massive, spindly little arms over the front suspension and at the back, and then they got banned. So that's why we're not seeing them, but I still have books and images in my mind of cars coming up towards Casino Square, sweeping in with the wings not vertical above the car, they're moving from side to side. And it was a time, fans of motor racing in the space of no wings in the start of 1968 to enormous wings in 69 must be going, this is space age. And then unfortunately these tended to break, then from having loads of downforce and then no downforce is not a good thing.
The idea was to get the wings right up out of the disturbed air around the car. A solid idea, a solid projection of what would happen, but the poles they were like fishing rods, and they were bending and moving. And I think it was actually during a meeting here at Monaco, if I'm not mistaken, where they decided partway through the meeting we're going to have to take these off, and there was a bit of revolt in the manufacturers.
Well, there was. I mean, what had happened was the Spanish Grand Prix at Montjuic Park, high above Barcelona, unfortunately for Jochen Mass, ended up being piled off when his wing broke in his Lotus. And
a quick part of the track.
Well, it's also, that was an amazing circuit, but with no room for consequence.
Right.
And so they had to make the decision. And for the teams that had been getting those high wings to work, of course, suddenly their advantages taken away, and nobody who's found an advantage in Formula 1 wants to lose it, but it was for the greater good. But it was a period and it's disappeared. So just imagine some of these cars with enormous wings, but what was the counterbalance? To put the wings lower and out of the back of the car in particular. And the middle of the shot, one of those two 1969 Ferraris, that wasn't the first iteration that had aerodynamic advantage, that was the first wing, but that's allowed because it's down low.
Yes. There's no consensus of opinion here, though, gentlemen, because some of the wings are hanging out the back, like that Yardley car that we were looking at right in the middle of the pit lane now. Some of them are just above the engine. In terms of the angle of attack of the rear wings, different. You have completely fared-in noses. You see the March second in line there with the big white arrow on the front of that, and that again is something slightly different on that car. Look at the difference in where even the front wings are, Bruce.
Yeah, well, the Brabham just going out of the shot, that literally whacked a couple of ailerons either side of the front. Now look at the BRM, another car in the Yardley livery. Again, the small front wings on the nose, and this is when you start to get that longer rear wing sticking out further back, and it went to about the end of 1974 when you had wings, might have been 75, way out behind the back of the car. Then they had to come closer in for 76.
And the other Yardley car, that's hanging out over the rear axle, so that's moved even further back. Incredible to see this understanding coming. All on sticker tyres, I know, actually, as well. Brand new slicks. Olivia.
Yeah, and we avoid problem of broken wings, you
Yes.
know, with the slow ones.
Correct. It was still not a good thing if a wing parted company, but they were tended to be bolted on in a far more robust way, Bruce, and the instantaneous loss of downforce, and those poles sometimes that the higher wings were mounted on a suspension point to push the car down into the road long before people started discovering downforce and using the vacuum effect under the cars. They were pushing them down, so you lost, the car popped up effectively, and that was the dangerous part.
Okay, I'm just going to wind the conversation back to where, talking about how small the McLaren team was in 1976. Eight people
Yep.
for the Formula One team, 8 people travelling to the Grand Prix.
Yep.
A brilliant book by ex-BRM driver Howden Ganley called The Road to Monaco. Came over as a Kiwi. Where did he go? To a Kiwi team, to McLaren. He also had an engineering background, so he would effectively not just say, can we do this? He would then fabricate the parts to change the wing shape. And then in time, of course, he got his drives in Formula One. But it was a very, very different game. Surtees looking good. 2 Surtees in this event. They've got the white arrow, brilliant vertical shot from above shows you. We have the blue one, which in the hands of Michael Lyons yesterday was just extraordinarily quick.
So I called that a march when it was sitting.
You got away with it?
No, I'm fessing up to it, because somebody will have noticed.
Oh dear, problem for Jürgen Boden. It seems that maybe his engine has died, but has he had a spin?
It's not the weekend so far for the Ferraris. That one is the 1971 312 B2 actually.
Yeah, me too.
Right, got it going, yeah. Ex-Jackie X car going through the tunnel, not yet at racing speed. Maybe a box full of neutrals there. So he's coming down the hill.
Okay, thank goodness there are marshalling lights, because when the cars go into the tunnel, though I've been saying it's much lighter than it used to be, if you're going at racing speed and someone else isn't, that's still not a thing. But there are flashing lights for the drivers to see.
We'll go for in the McLaren, the Yardley car, sorry.
Yeah, that's one of the M19As, and again, still early days for the wings, and the airbox is still relatively low above the engines, but by the end of 1975 they were as high as could possibly be. Now, Jean Alesi had an accident going down out of the tunnel just before the chicane yesterday. The car broke away slightly to the right and clipped the barriers on the left, and the nose of the car was taken off. All sorts of liquids coming out, but good to see, and it literally, we analysed it many a time. There was a problem, was it down on the change down, but he just clipped the curbing on the right hand side and the car snapped to the left. But it's great to see him out, and I'm afraid when you saw him out of the car, the good news was he got out, he was absolutely fine.
Yeah.
And then the sad news, you could feel the weight on his shoulders that he'd made a mistake by the look of things. I can't see there was any breakage, but anyhow, the good news is his Ferrari is fixed.
I talked with him yesterday to know if he had no problem with his legs.
Yeah.
He said me, no problems.
And we're good. Because that's also, you look at these cars, there's not a lot of anything in front of the driver's feet.
And you get banged around in an incident like that. The JPS has gone straight on.
There's that Katsu Kubota on the basis. Yeah, that Katsuaki Kubota, who's a massive Japanese racer, a massive Lotus fan. He's got sports cars from the 60s, and he loves this Lotus 72. He's had success here in it in the past, so he knows the circuit too.
Alesi into the tunnel. So evocative, isn't it, that tilt-away shot? This is where he had the incident yesterday, and the car was looking a bit nervous, actually, just cresting the brow, but he's got through there all right. That'll be it. You know what, even for a driver of his experience and standing, he'll be happy to get through that corner and get cracking again this morning, Olivia. Did you dare ask him what had gone wrong, or did you just leave that to one side?
No, I just asked about his legs.
I think that was a smart move.
Yeah.
A smart move.
Right, fastest car on the track is Adrian Fernandez, the former IndyCar racer, competed in Europe in his early days, but he is in a BRM P153 as driven by his national hero Pedro Rodriguez. But now let's see what sort of lap time Jean Alesi can put on the board. Pretty good, actually. He's gone top by 3 and a bit seconds. I was waiting. You know when your timing screen takes a nanosecond to improve and you're thinking what's going on, and it updated So clear track, that's the key. Jean feeling more and more comfortable. He's actually doing something with his helmet there. Trying to adjust it on the way up. Maybe the flap strapping.
Hello to Richard Kelly. He says the JPS Lotus and the Yardley McLaren were my first toy F1 cars. Corgi, I think.
I had them as well.
Some emotion stirring up watching and listening. Thank you, Richard, for joining us. Not sure where you are in the world, but thank you. At RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch. We're monitoring the comments on the YouTube feed as well.
Well, Philip Buhofer now. Oh, Mike Wrigley.
Straight on.
That is when you know it's not going to work, there is a very large escape road, and it's very wise to know where to put your car. So well done there.
I love the fact that that is block paving there.
Yes, it's very
as
smart.
well.
Isn't it?
Yes, very smart.
If someone drops some oil, you just put some new blocks down.
Yes, I wouldn't mind who put that down to come back and relay the bit in front of my house, which is wasn't done as neatly as that.
Yeah, well, you did it yourself, obviously. Right, Matthew Wrigley, fastest of all in the 721G, so this is one of the later cars in the event. He goes top. It's ex-Clark, Morden, Durlacher, Guthrie Racing. Real mouthful, but they did good jobs for Mike Beutler.
How would you have got that on a timing spring?
You didn't. They're on the next lap by then. And in fact, they did used to have just the 3 names, then the Guthrie name came into it as well. And Jack Durlacher, long history in the sport. He was sort of the main mover in that arrangement. But we got Ewan Surgiston, second fastest in a Surtees, and another problem from an M19A, and it's number 9 Mark Harrison's car. So there I was about to say something that would have backfired quite comprehensively, saying that the Cosworth DFE was always such a trustworthy thing. It might be nothing to do with the cars going slowly there, but half the field here had the Cosworth DFE, car that an engine that hit Formula 1 in 1967, then anyone other than Lotus was allowed it from 68 onwards, and a lot did. So Marshall's doing their job, so nearly getting back into pit in. In fact, from my commentary position, I can see the nose of the McLaren.
He's tripped the pit lane timer, actually, so he's showing in pit
literally,
lane.
The nose wing is just over the white line that marks the pit entry, and now he's being pushed in, as the Eiffelen March is also going around the outside of him to visit the pit. So I think we'll see a few pit visitors, 25 minutes of official qualifying practice, so there is time to come and get a tweak. And I think that's what Mark Harrison was hoping for. Can I have a push, please?
Yeah, ex-Jody Scheckter car. And he's back in the pit lane, that's good. Again, with the rear wing hanging out over the back and providing a bit of shade to the gearbox. This morning, it is, well, I was about to tell you it was the BRM at the top for Adrian Fernandez, but the Michael Lyons driven Surtees, the blue and white car with the Brook Pond livery on it. We're into the era now of seeing sponsors and partners' names on the car. It started in the late 60s, of course, with the Gold Leaf Lotus, still one of the most beautiful cars, but we're actually seeing sign-written parts of cars now, Bruce.
Yep, so T-bags, T if you're with the fastest car, which is the Surtees, Michael Lyons, by 3 and a bit seconds. Second fastest, Adrian Fernandez, that's Yardley, slap it on aftershave. And of course we've got their livery on the BRMs, like this one with the gold ring at the back for Adrian Fernandez, and also on the McLarens, like the one we saw being pushed into the pit. So clearly someone at the soap and aftershave company thought, right, Formula 1 is very glamorous, and where more glamorous than here at Monaco, let's do it.
So were they racing against each other in period in the same livery?
No, they basically fused from BRM. They just jumped ship to McLaren, but there might have been a tiny bit of crossover. Here's the broad nose of that Spazzanevi, well, you can see why they called it the snowplow.
Snowplow.
Ferrari, which isn't the fastest car in the pack, but in fact, Franco Miners, he's down in 7th place, going pretty well.
Yeah.
Well, that car looks like it's from a completely different era to Michael Lyons that's behind it. Look at the bodywork. Look, particularly when we see it from above. Look at how much shadow that car is casting on the ground, because the side pods are all the way out. You're almost looking at a car from an earlier era there when you look at that Surtees.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, a bit of a getaway. This is the Politoys. Is it going to avoid everything?
Oh, he has.
Oh, a lot of
save of the day. We're only at coming up to 11 o'clock in the morning, and that was phenomenal. Approaching Sandoval, getting to see it from all angles. The Politoys was the car that effectively went on to become, it was the first Williams, wasn't it? Then it became the ISO Marlboro after that, before Frank had enough money to call his cars after himself. Right, Katsu Kubota, we saw him have a little problem very early in the session. He's got going, expect that car to go really well. The Lotus 72 was the first car to have that really low wedge nose and those broad flanks there, the hips, if you will, which are the radiators on the side. They can't mount them in the front when the front is that low, and everyone else eventually followed.
And that again is one of these design moments that you can see. Somebody comes up with an idea. Just missed a gear coming out of the station hairpin there, Fairmont hairpin. Somebody comes up with an idea. It means that you get an advantage. Everybody wants to copy it then, Olivier.
Yeah, that's right.
And that changed the shape of that car, changed the shape of cars.
Yeah, it was the beginning of a new era.
And also, it took Lotus a very, very long time to actually improve it, because that's why they really struggled. The next two models they introduced, people go, no, I still like the 72.
Yeah, but when you see the 30s, it seems so simple car, a simple car.
Yeah.
I had one of those in Corgi as well.
I bet you did.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, the front end.
One of those.
It almost, the JBS car with Katsuya Kubota behind the wheel, second at the moment, and he might be improving here actually.
Winner last time we were here, 2024.
That's right. He might be going to the top here. But you look at the car, if you look at the actual bodywork of the car, it almost looks like the driver's cockpit has been put on from a different model kit. It almost doesn't quite fit because the rest of the car is so low, and he's almost sitting in something that looked like, if it was in a Bond movie, it would look like he could eject from that. You know, it sits so much higher, and yet we can still see him working. It's not the all-enclosing bodywork we see nowadays. Famous helmet in the pit lane.
Jean Alessi getting a little bit of advice. He's halfway through this session. It's 25 minutes all in, and we've just got through the first 12 of those. He's down in 9th place, but from his point of view, he doesn't expect to be fastest because his car is one of the older ones without the big aerodynamic wings. But how far off the pace is he? 7.6 seconds. I reckon he might find a couple of seconds, and I think get 6th place down is probably where that'll go, unless he weaves some of his own particular magic.
Phil Anson's got in touch. Hello, Philip. Out in the UAE, tuned in today. He said, this takes me back. It's epic. Right back to the beginning of my F1 journey, and Phil was the voice of Formula One TV commentary in the UAE and surroundings for quite a long time until recently. He said, my dad took me to my first race at Watkins Glen in 1971.
Ah, yeah.
You were so fortunate, Philip. So fortunate. Hope you're doing all right, sir. Into the pits this time around, I think, for... No? Oh, no, that was a frustrated Katsuya Kubota sitting in behind the number 12. He's going to drop away from the back of Roel Gotha in the McLaren M19A, the 1971 car. He's trying to find a bit of room, or did he have a problem? Why didn't he come into the pit lane?
I started to think he's got a few gear change problems.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Because the way he backed off, that's ruined the next lap as well.
Correct.
So effectively, he's ruined the lap he was on, or sacrificed it. Franco Miner's still pressing on in that super broad and super unsuccessful Spazza Neve Ferrari.
The air intakes on the front, it's kind of, I mean, who am I to criticise Ferrari? But it doesn't look like it would work, to be honest. And you said it never raced.
Never raced. It appeared at the Italian Grand Prix, and they went, nah.
No.
We've got two perfectly good cars, or two and a T car. We tried.
So it wasn't about regulations or anything like that. It was Ferrari themselves who decided, we're not sure this is going to work, and we don't want to embarrass ourselves.
Yeah, well, particularly on home ground. But maybe they thought, this will really impress the fans, and then the numbers didn't lie.
How? So it practiced but never raced?
Yeah. Did it even practice? I think it just turned up.
So how did that car survive in an era when, as we know,
Didn't get... Yeah.
you know, Enzo was not at all sympathetic to his old racing cars, and particularly if they weren't successful?
Bear in, I do not know the answer to that.
Sorry, that was a rhetorical question.
No, not at all.
I wasn't expecting you to say somebody spirited it out of the factory overnight and hid it somewhere.
Okay, I'll tell you. No.
It was hidden under a sheet for years. And, you know, there are stories of that happening with racing cars that should have been destroyed or taken apart, etc. And I know of a couple. There's a couple of Porsche prototypes that were meant to disappear and they never did. And then now Porsche has re-embraced them again. So I'm really interested that car survived, having not been a successful race car.
Yeah, but Franco Menes is well known at Ferrari because he worked a lot of time with Ferrari, you know. So
through comes the bright yellow number 28. Will it improve Matthew Wrigley's position? He's sitting fourth at the moment. It does. Goes to second, still nearly 2 seconds away from Michael Lyons in the blue, white and polished metal. Still see a little bit at the bottom of the car. That is just such pit lane for Michael in the Surtees TS9 from 1971. That is just an incredibly tight design that is proportionally perfect.
It was, and but the thing was, you look at the other Surtees in this group, and it's got an entirely different front end treatment with the full wide wing. These effectively on the TS9 were just little flat plate wings. In the TS16, there is a lot more bodywork to try and force the front end of the car down. Sorry, the TS9B, I beg your pardon, not the 16. That's in the latter category, of course, when we moved to the mid-70s. Katsu Kubota, winner of this event 2024, got clear track this time. How good is he around the lap? Well, still waiting for the quick times to come, but I think next time around, because remember I said he backed off at the wrong moment, so this lap is already scuppered before he started it. And the lock up to Raskas, great for the cameras, not so good for a quick lap.
Not so good for his Avon tyres as well, the Nova Avon tyres. Look, the guy's working hard in the pit lane. What a success story that has been. And providing a whole host of classic racing tyres. Rebranded, still doing the Avon tyres, but the Nova name comes from the fact that obviously that's what it reads when you're in the bold.
If you're reading right to left, not left to right. Well, okay, Jean Alesi back on track. Katsu Kubota, I was thinking he's hung back, he's wasted one lap, wasted another, he's going to attack on the third, but unfortunately it looks like there's still a problem. He's slow on the climb out up towards Casino Square. Right, now the big question is, how high can Jean Alesi go? Visited the pits, he's fallen to 11th, and now he goes up to 4th place.
And that is the best lap.
He just found 5 seconds.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. This is the Thursland Racing Ferrari that we're talking about, the 312 or 312? Or does it not matter?
I won't shoot you for either.
Okay. Well, some people get very aggravated about that, if there's a way to do it.
312.
Well,
there we are. Yeah, he doesn't know either.
Yes. We should be doing it in Italian, though, shouldn't we?
Trecenti, and I can't remember what 12 is in Italian today.
There's the new 12 cylindry, isn't there, which they use the Italian on as well, so we should have been able to work that one out. Well,
in Greek it would be Dodeca.
Dodeca, yeah.
Okay, but anyhow, it matters not, because I'm looking at Jean Alesi in a Ferrari from the late 1960s going around Monaco, and I think people, if they worry too much about how you say things, in the end, they're the losers. We're the winners. We're looking at the best cars in the world on just this brilliant, brilliant circuit.
The rev down the box. No assistance electrically for that. He's doing that with his left foot away from the brake pedal. It's a 3-pedal car. He's left part of his right foot and then blipping the throttle with the outside of his right foot and changing down with his right hand.
Yeah, but yesterday we didn't hear that when he
No, we did not.
We did not.
No, that's a very good point. So I said at the time, I wonder if he was having a gearbox problem or something didn't quite happen. He's spot on. We didn't hear that.
Right, Jean Alesi peels into the pits, slightly interrupted Adrian Fernandez's progress in that BRM. Great looking car, in fact, very remarkably similar to the other car in the Yardley livery, the McLaren M19A. You know, still the nose intake. They hadn't gone the Lotus route at that point. The radiator at the front, fuel tanks around the driver, and that big rear wing. Adrian's car's picked out with the gold rear wing. He
just went past Nicolas Matila in the Matra, the MS 120B, 120B.
Oh, you're doing it again. offering us an option. That's all right. I'm not complaining.
120.
120. Well, you can't. No, that you're allowed.
Yeah.
For Matra, absolutely. You're definitely allowed that. Still got a few cars that have pitted at the sharp end of the field. Michael Lyons has just gone back out again. and the second, third and fourth place cars in the hands of Matthew Wrigley, Katsuaki, Kubota and John Alessi are all in the pit stage. So Surtees, March, Lotus, Ferrari, BRM, 5 different manufacturers in the top 5. That's the kind of variety we want.
And 6 in the top 7. Number 6 we're looking at now is the Brabham, which is running around, BT33. So one of the earlier cars in this field, 1970. And Philip Buhofer pushing that around. A lovely shot again. He's taken it out. He actually got a little bit too sideways in Nuggets there.
And up to second for Ewan Sergeson in the other Surtees, the TS9B. So Surtees 1-2.
There you go. That didn't happen often in period. No. Now, of course, one of the drivers of Ewan's car, one of many that's come down from the Abbott Motorsport stable, is ex-Mike Halewood. Of course, Halewood also a superstar, like John Surtees on motorbikes, and came to Formula One racing later in his career, was very good in that, and had a big accident that broke his legs, and never really recovered from that, and then had an awful road accident where he was taken out and killed. Just going to get fish and chips with his children. And
after winning the European Championship in Formula 2.
Yes.
Yeah, in a Surtees.
Yeah.
Sponsored by another model car company, Matchbox Cars.
Matchbox, yeah.
If I behaved on a shopping trip, I could get a Matchbox car.
Lions out of the final corner to the line. Fastest first sector of anyone, but he does improve. A 133, I must give that a beat. A 133.659. That takes him to nearly 2.5 seconds of an advantage over the TS9B. Matthew Wrigley's just gone back out in the March 721. There are times, gentlemen, when I actually just want to watch and listen and actually not say anything. Because this is just glorious, isn't it?
And I think one of the absolute keys, not only the car's magnificent, but it's some of the camera angles show these cars having to be really dynamic. And then one right at the end of the lap, where you can see them having to adjust the cars and the big rear tyres trying to sort of get them around the corner. And a lot of caution. Oh, there's Jean Alessi. So he won't be going back out in the session, but he must feel rather happier today after that mishap yesterday, and it's so good that could all be repaired. And by the way, his car is parked with the other one in this event, number 15. They're parked alongside an original OM Transporter, a camion for Ferrari in the period, and the man who had it, Marco Linke. He started dealing in those old motor racing transporters. As he said, I made my first money with that, and now he has an amazing stable. It's just closest to the harbour, under a simple awning, those two glorious 312 or 312s. Line astern under the awning. It feels like a paddock of the period.
Yeah. It's not enough to put all his Ferrari.
Not all of them.
No, he can't in this one.
He's got some spares.
Yeah. Michael Lyons back into the pit lane, the 133.659. His last lap was his best lap.
He found 0.6 of a second as well.
Absolutely. That's impressive. And he has all 3 fastest sectors, which he didn't have before he came back out, although he had the fastest time. He's claimed that.
The next 4 cars, as Michael Lyons parks up, are covered by half a second. Lewis Surgeon, 26 Surtees. He's a 136.1, 136.3. Matthew Wrigley in that yellow 721G March. Philip Buhofer going increasingly well, so he has got the Brabham into the mix, into 4th place, just ahead of Katsu Kubota. Then there's a gap of another 1/3 of a second back to Jean Alessi. And just remember, as I said, if Jean could get up to 6th place, which he has, that's as high as he could expect, because his car doesn't have the downforce of all the others that have got the increasingly large wings in this period.
He's pole positioning class. It's the Ferrari 312 1969 class. He's there. The fastest of the Class 3 cars is the BRM. That's the Adrian Fernandez car. He's just gone back out again. Ah, yes. There's a screaming just gone past that's like razor blades across my eardrums. It must be the Matra.
Yeah. Glorious moment for France when Matra were in the circuits, Glorious moments.
We'll have to remember, of course, Matra was an aerospace company, still is an aerospace company, and what they built in the small Formula, when they came into Formula 2, they took that to another level, came into Formula 1, and they didn't get the success they needed, but they came so close, particularly with Chris Amon and of course Jean-Pierre Beltoise also starring in these cars. Mr. John B, I love his collection of cars and his Jackie X lookalike helmet there as he comes up through Massenet into Casino Square, working it hard. There's the sister car. There's the different varieties of the nose. The B and the C, and the later model is the one with the narrower nose. But John B, sorry, that's the B though.
Well,
both from 1971. Yeah, exactly. B's in C.
Yeah, remember that. Yeah, with the Simca name on the front as well. A brand, a proud French brand that was subsumed into Talbot and became Peugeot later on.
But before they made cars, people didn't know Matra.
Yes.
Matra, it was just aeronautic, you know, so most of the people didn't know the Matra.
Wasn't it Matra that built the original Renault Espace? The original people carrier was built by Matra.
It was refused by Peugeot.
Yes.
It was refused by Peugeot, so they asked to Renault, and Renault said yes.
Yeah.
And it was a success.
Massive success story. The first MPV, one box as they were called. We had one as Metro Radio up in the northeast when I worked there. We had one as a mobile studio with a hydraulic mast in the middle. It was a great, even unbalanced with the mast in it, which didn't do its handling any good. It was still a great concept and lovely thing to drive. And of course we got the Williams powered ones as well as the show cars.
Right, there was a change right at the end. Matthew Wrigley moved up into second place, so he only was a whisker ahead, but no one was in front of Michael Lyons, who went top and stayed top. Went out and improved his time, 1 minute 33.65 seconds, so super fast. But we saw him yesterday absolutely on it from the moment he went out. Matthew Wrigley going increasingly well in that Little Love March, effectively a Formula 2 car that was converted. Then Ewan Surgeson, so 2 Surtees in the top 3 positions, but very close from Wrigley all the way back to Jean Alesi, covered by about half a second. And Jean, of course, in a much older Ferrari from 1969 without all the wings. That session was always going to belong to Michael Lyons, and he delivered in that TS9.
And I think he has taken no risk too today.
He was taking risks yesterday, but he seemed very comfortable with sliding that car. You think more risk today?
I think that yesterday maybe a problem with the gearbox. Maybe.
So third fastest, Ewan Surgeson there in the TS9B, so much more of a nose wing on that than the sister car, the TS9. Second place, this yellow March 721G, Carlo Morden Duracker Guthrie Racing. Matthew Wrigley on board, but this session for Series D car, the qualifying, was expected to go to Michael Lyons just because he's simply so fantastically fast in that TS9 30. And indeed, he came out on top by just under 2.5 seconds. But Matthew Wrigley really went well and saved his best for last. That little Spazzaneve, well, very broad Spazzaneve Ferrari wasn't really at the races, but the car in behind, white arrow, the Surtees arrow on top of the blue livery, the Brook Bond Oxo, and it was Michael Lyons all the way to take pole position.
There is something about that snowplow Ferrari. You can see that where the idea came from. And as I say, I'm astounded that it survived. Absolutely astounded. So the cars will go back to the harbourside paddock. All of these cars under awnings. You can wander right next to them. If you haven't been down here to the Monaco Historic, start planning for 2 years' time. You know, roughly speaking, where it's going to be in the year. It's always about this time. Wherever you are in Europe in particular, very easy to get to. Nice is the closest airport, and you can quite easily get a train down from there. And it's all very, very compact around here, walking down from the railway station. Down a whole lot of steps. It's a bit harder on the way back because you've got to walk up again, but it takes you 10 or 15 minutes is all. So those cars then we'll see with Michael Lyons on pole position when we go racing. The weather has played its part, and we'll be watching more great cars on the streets of Monaco next. So, we are entertained, aren't we?
Yep, properly.
Yeah, that. No disrespect to anything that went before, but you feel things ratcheting up a little bit, don't you? It's beginning to build.
Like a good day should. Look, we've got all the right colours on our palette. We've got all the best cars on a circuit where, of course, we have this continuous racing history from the 1920s. And people of certain ages, it depends on your age, which of the cars you like the most. But to be watching also, Olivier, watching the evolution of Formula One history is something special.
Yeah, even in one series, you can see the evolution between the cars, you know. In 1 year, in 6 months.
Well, and as we were saying, particularly with the Lotus 72, they had the idea, and then everybody had to copy it. They had to be nimble. No cost caps in those days. You basically, if you had money, you spent it, and you spent it on making the car go quicker.
Yeah, and but the teams and everything was so much smaller. In fact, you look at some of the period shots, and you see the cars when they went to race at Clermont-Ferrand on the Charade circuit. It wasn't really a paddock; it was a load of rough stone, and all the cars had wheeled across that, then put out onto the circuit. But you know, the sport was evolving outside. The circuits were evolving outside, but the tracks, but the cars in particular, were the things that evolved the fastest. And sometimes circuits no longer really could contain them.
Yeah.
So circuits had to drop away. Because they simply couldn't live up with. Eventually, you know, safety and motor racing hasn't always been together. It's been something that, you know, people fought for. Jackie Stewart fought for it. He wasn't popular. He said we need to be safer. And some long-standing people in the sport didn't like that approach, but we've all benefited from it.
Is that why there is no circuit feature anywhere in the UK or the world that is named after Jackie Stewart? It's always bothered me that that's the case. Even in the UK, we don't have a Stewart chicane or a Jackie Stewart corner.
Yeah, but we, you know, world motorcycle champion, Formula One champion, John Surtees.
Yeah.
What's named after him?
Surtees
Apart from one corner.
Yes, there you go.
I was about to lead again. I was about to lead in. That was the whole point of it. But, you know, corner names, that's a whole other story. But here at Monaco, the corner names have existed. They've stayed through the decades.
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
And
the Marzotto,
like
the Marzotto, for example, it's a long time ago.
No, exactly. So I actually like corner names to be named after location. You create a corner name and it stays. If you name it after a driver, they might need to be replaced by someone who's become more famous from the same country in years to come. So actually, I'd rather buildings would be named after. But anyhow, people will all have their own approach, but I like a corner like Rascasse to be named Rascasse.
Ewan Surgeson came through in third position in that session. Matthew Wrigley in the March 721G in second. So the red and white car in third. The March, which is the Matthew Wrigley driven car, and then the TS9 of Michael Lyons, the white and blue car. The bright yellow car in second, Matthew Wrigley saved, as Bruce rightly said, his best until last. Got a little bit closer, under 2.5 seconds actually, so he did find another couple of tenths right at the end, but nobody had anything for the pace of the Surtees under the control, and it really was under the control of Michael Lyons. As Olivier rightly said, he didn't seem to be taking many chances. He was hanging it out a bit more yesterday, and we were all rather taken aback by the fact that he was pushing so hard so early in the meeting. But he's knocked out a 1:33.6 there, which has given him a time that's a couple of seconds and more better than anybody else. Jean Alesi was the best of the Ferrari 312s. They're one of the secondary classes, and that'll be a big relief for him after a little bang on the Armco yesterday, coming out of the tunnel. Gets the car back in one piece today, and clearly is enjoying his experience. So provisionally then, subject to post-qualifying tech, it will be the Surtees and the March on the front row, and then the Surtees and the Brabham BT33 on row 2. So what have we got? It's not even 11:30 yet. So plenty to go in this morning session. If you'd like to get in touch with us, it's at RSL_studio. And wherever you are around the world, it's clearly we've caught the imagination of you, the motorsport enthusiast. Whether it's later in the day than here or earlier, I suspect there'll be some people getting up in the right-hand coast of the US in Eastern time, which is around about 5:20 in the morning. We'll get those joining just after lunch. Make sure you tell your friends where you're watching and get them interested in what's going on as well. Already a big audience for what is going on here. We didn't see, by the way, the Tom Hartley Jr. March 7:01 in that session, and Jürgen Boden's Ferrari did some laps, but only a couple, and nothing that was representative.
Stopped out on circuit, that one. We caught that in. And yeah, we're moving on through the years, moving on to Niki Lauda's period, 1973 to 1976, and I don't think we can say anybody was more deserving. He gathered Ferrari by force of his personality, made it work more efficiently, became world champion in 1975, was heading for possible title number 2 in 76, of course had that fiery accident at the Nürburgring, but what I will remember, and he came back to win the world title back in the 1980s with McLaren, but for me, what the greatest legacy of Niki Lauda was making Ferrari a more efficient team, with Luca Di Montezemolo alongside, also looking to make changes. They stopped the team from its own worst habits. I think we could say that. They weren't efficient at the time, but he made them really, really directed, with his fabulous teammate Claire Regazzoni as well.
Well, what a brilliant morning we're having here. Good to have your company wherever you are around the world. We are moving towards the cars that would have been racing in 1975 and 1976. And that means that we are on a very tight time scale. To get us in the mood for that, gentlemen, I'm going to suggest that we hear from Loic Dupaille, who has the number 3 Tyrrell 007 from 1975. He's been speaking to Gemma Scott.
We're down back in the paddock here with the Tyrrell 007, 1975, one of the Schechter cars that was auctioned off here in Monaco just 2 years ago. Brand new owner who restored the car into what it is today. And I'm joined now by Loic Dupaille. Loic, you'll be driving this car this weekend, and it's the first time this car will have raced since the 70s, right?
Yes, exactly. The car's just been restored, and actually I've only had 17 laps of testing right before Monaco on a small track called the Grand Sambuc, about an hour and a half from here, and it will be its first new time, and it's going to be my first time ever at Monaco.
But it's not the first time somebody with the name Dupaille has raced in this car.
Yeah, exactly. My father was racing this car also in the 70s. Actually, he didn't win with this car. There's another car, the 008, which is a little bit further down the paddocks. But it's still a privilege and an honor to be driving one of my father's cars.
Well, look, the circuit here is pretty tight. As we know, the history here is huge. This is a wide piece of machinery. You got any fears ahead of you of getting around these tight turns?
Well, not fear. I think I'm experienced enough. I've raced for over 10 years. But, urban racetracks are usually complicated. So I've talked with my team and the owner, and the objective is not to try to go on the podium or anything like that. We just want to finish the race. I'm a rookie here, so even at 52 years old. So we'll take it nice and easy, and we'll see where it ends up.
And just tell us a little bit about the handling of the car. What's it like to drive?
Oh, actually, it's pretty easy to drive. There's no ground effects. There's no carbon fiber chassis. We have quite a comfortable suspension travel. So the car is, when you arrive to the limit, the car is telling you everything, and you can even keep sliding it a little bit, because we even the engine is it used to go at 2,000 or 12,000 RPM. We only allowed 10,000, but we still have 500 horsepower. So power sliding and is pretty easy to manage.
Well, we're certainly looking forward to seeing it. We love it too, and we're looking forward to seeing you out on track driving it, as are Bruce and John.
Into the pit lane. Hello to Jerry Sisk, who's turned on the TV this morning and is being entertained. He says, I'm not moving until lunch. And James O'Donnell definitely looks like this is a race I need to add to the events that I'm going to. Loving the insight of past and present that you are giving us. That's very kind of you guys. Thank you for your comments at RSL_studio. For those of you who are watching around the world. The time machine moves on. We feel a bit like Back to the Future and cranking it up to 88 miles an hour. 1975 and 1976, the tightest time scale that we have, Bruce. But what a variety of cars, and we're seeing that change of mentality in an era where the change was happening very quickly.
Yeah, actually, the period is 73 to 76.
Sorry, 73, yes.
But again, a really tight window, and a lot of the cars here look very similar to the sort of last ones in the previous batch, because they similarly have broad front wings, large rear wing, airbox becoming a little bit higher. In fact, looking down the Ferrari in the middle of the shot, that is true to 1976. It's a Niki Lauda class. It's a Niki Lauda class car. They got to the Spanish Grand Prix, and the airboxes had to go.
Yeah.
So they got these low, and the McLaren just in front. You can see they started putting them just behind the driver's shoulders,
yeah,
rather than up above. In fact, car 34 is Nicky Griot's March, but they've got that low thing. But there, from 74 in the Jägermeister colours, again, enormous rear wing. Look at that, so much larger, protrudes almost down to the track, but that huge airbox.
But just going out a shot on the right-hand side is the Guillaume Romain rather, Ensign as well, which again, that's a 75 car, but it looks completely different. Doesn't have the engine cover with the ram air effect that those were coming. I love the variety that we have here, Olivier, and some great names of cars that were driven, frankly, by some very, very good drivers.
Yeah, and the car have the deformable structure also. It's one point that changed the look of the car.
Yes. Safety becoming more important in these years. We've got 25 cars out on the track. A few people that's been out before, including Roald Gotha. Stuart Hall's back out in this as well. I noticed the name of Jean-Denis Delatraz, who I now feel very old at because I saw him in his early part of his career as well. And he's in one of the shadows. We have, what is the collective noun for shadows? A darkness of shadows? I'm not sure. But there's quite a lot of them out there. And those two Tyrrell 007s, like Tapaye and Mitchell Green in that. Nick Padmore out there as well. He normally pedals quite well.
Oh, I think that's a bit of an understatement.
He
can make things fly.
My Aussie colleagues would call him a decent little steerer, is what they would say, which I think is a lovely way to describe
the Australian vernacular is technicolor. It's fantastic, and it always knocks everyone down. Of course, famously they had this brilliant rugby captain called John Eales, who did everything, and he was just known as nobody. You thought, how insulting? No, because nobody's perfect. You just follow along. You got to listen to it. But no, I love the cars from this period, and all eyes quite rightly at the moment down on the car that could have won the world title. But if you've ever seen the film Rush, or you were there at the time, Hunt against Lauda, you couldn't fitted any more twists and turns into that championship. 50 years ago, there was a big celebration last weekend at Goodwood for the members' meeting, alongside Barry Sheen's glory. We're
into the 1970s. as we continue with our live coverage from the Principality of the 15th Grand Prix de Monaco Historique. Good to have your company, and get ready. You might want to sit down for this and get yourself comfortable, because there's going to be quite a lot of heavy breathing from many people around the world, because we are looking at the 1973 to 1976 era. This is Group E for us, and it evokes Niki Lauda, who won here in 1975 and 1976. A field of 25 cars, little bit of cloud just beginning to come up over the top of the hills behind the Principality, but at the moment the temperature is tickling 20 Celsius in the air, and a very pleasant for the tyres 30 Celsius on the track. Olivier, this, what do you remember about this era, and where, when you see these cars, what does it bring to mind from you watching this era?
There is two things. First, the shadow, because the shadow was so nice, and I think the black is the best color they had, you know. Honestly, the shape of these cars, you can't forget it. You can't forget it. And second thing, nearly we will have the turbo.
Yes, yes, yes. Again, getting towards the end of an era, a changeover of the changing of the guard as motorsport marches on. Good morning to our colleagues at Historic Racing News. The star cars are great, but the ones we have forgotten about, which we really love to see. Hello, Jim. Hello, Mr. Tarsi, the Baron. Jerry says, shadows, collective noun, a hank of shadows. Shirley, that's
very good.
British. Or an instrumental of shadows, says Ez Sir, who is being entertained this morning. Good morning, Ed, at RSL_studio. 25 cars, as I've mentioned. Bruce.
I like that. A Hank Marvin of shadows.
A Hank Marvin of shadows, yeah.
A shade of shadows.
Very
I think
good.
we can work on this through the course of the day.
Yeah.
Right, Yardley, they carried on with McLaren, having departed from BRM. Now we've moved to the M23, one of the most successful shapes in Formula One. Basically working from 73 through to 76. You think Denny Hulme, you think Emo Fittipaldi, world title in 74, and then James Hunt. And Stewie Hall's the driver on board one of Roald Goethe's car.
Which is an ex-Peter Revson car, I think.
It is correct.
Yeah.
Peter, a very, very capable driver from the Revlon cosmetic family. Good sports car driver as well. Everybody talks about Steve McQueen and his broken foot in the 904 Flunder at Sebring, but it was Peter Revson that did the yeoman's work in that and very nearly won the race, actually. Hadn't been for Mario Andretti getting stuck back in one of the Ferraris and fighting back against the smaller engine car. And that car had a great history, actually. That actual chassis that ran in that race became the famed camera car for the movie Le Mans, except, of course, the problem was that the regulations changed in between when the car ran and when the movie was set, and so they basically lost all of the footage and had to redo stuff. But it did run in the race with a forward and rearward racing camera. Michael Kaiser, one of the drivers of that car.
Exactly. What I was just enjoying looking at these cars, though, John, it was just a thought that came in my head. Large numbers on the nose and on the side.
Yes.
Driver's name in a lovely italic script. Very clear sponsorship. And I do think it's something. It's easy to pick out the numbers on. I can't speak to Olivier. He can't talk at the moment because he's looking at a black shadow. So this is Jean-Denis Delatraz, of course, a career in Formula One. His son Louis, a superstar in sports cars. But it's just there. Now, UOP, United Oil Products, or if you turn it the other way up, Don, as in Don Nichols.
Yeah.
And this car is an XJE. and I think that Jaime was third in Monaco with that car.
He was indeed, but actually, if you look through this group of cars and the next group and the one after, there are an awful lot of ex-Jarier cars, and you realise how many teams he drove for and the length of his career. One car that a lot of people may not recognise, just leaving the pits now, in orange and blue, it's a Tyrrell, but Tyrrell always was in Elf, in that period in Elf blue, but this was a privateer one with Gulf sponsorship, Gulf Rondini team for Alessandro Pesenti Rossi. But because we didn't all see all the Grand Prix live or in full then, that was a car I didn't know much about until I saw it in the magazine, but the magazine was black and white, so I still didn't know what colour the car was.
Yes,
It's
for
always
those the picture caption is
Who knows?
The Tyrrell is the one behind the blue one. You know.
But it goes back to the point we just had from Historic Motor Racing News with Jim Roller. He likes the cars that are lesser known. But also we have to remember these teams, when they sold a car from the previous year, someone else would buy it and go racing in it.
Talking about the colors, you know, it's always a problem when you restore a car from before the 60s, you know, but because you can't find color pitches.
Yes, good point.
Oh gosh, the number of people out on through social media, they're saying, I'm painting a model of what was the third sticker back from the front wheel?
Yeah.
You think, well, I wouldn't be the one to be doing the painting.
And that Tyrrell, which is the number 40 car that Bruce was just talking about, he's part of Royal Gulf's collection because he has a penchant for Gulf liveried cars.
Well, there's always a question, where do you start and end your collection? So that gives it a purity, Gulf livery cars, but that's not his only collection of cars. And other people, you know, they find a way. I've always thought it's very good I don't collect model cars, because what you found, as soon as you think you've got a collection, you go, I now need to do those.
Yeah.
But right now I'm just enjoying the cars I absolutely loved in period. The sound's going to get a little loud. We don't have matches in this, so it won't quite be so 12-cylinder screamy, but it's the bass note of Formula One. It's the Cosworth DFE.
Tell us a little bit, Bruce, if you would, about the number 23 car. This is Philippe Bonny, the Trojan T103. Yeah. That will be a car from the mid-1970s. Olivia, perhaps that people haven't heard of it, not the big names like March or Shadow or Tyrrell or Lotus.
Yeah, but Trojan was doing the McLarens.
Yeah, basically when McLaren was very small and they started making success with Can-Am cars, that was what kept the team going.
Yeah.
They didn't have the production facilities, but there were already production facilities nearby at Trojan, down in Surrey, because they've been making, I think they put together Heinkel bubble cars for the British market, so they were doing that. Then under license they did the Can-Am cars, incredibly successful. And what else did they do?
Oh, a little motorcycle.
There you go.
A little trial motorcycle with a Suzuki 120cc engine, and it was successful in the results. They sold 70 of them.
Oh wow! And for a trials bike?
Yeah.
Wow. That was a lot.
It was a monocoque, like a tank for Formula One. You know, rivets.
Really?
The frame was like this.
Now I know what my homework's going to be tonight. I'll be looking up the Trojan motorcycle.
There's a rabbit hole, and there goes Mr. Hindhoff.
Yeah.
Anyhow, but the Ag family did phenomenal things and always were very, very close with McLaren. But again, these little things that aren't always known, that's sort of motor racing. And you have to remember it was still a bit of a cottage industry back then. And, you know, over the decades, different nationalities come up. But at this point, this is where the British teams, having built from the 60s, were very, very strong indeed. And Trojan was one of them. And Tim Schenken, a driver who should have achieved more in Formula One than he did, very talented Australian. He was the person that drove it for a while, but it wasn't the greatest car in Formula One. If you look at it, its design wasn't one that's been copied by anyone else.
The absolute classic Monaco image going up the hill from Sandoval, a faster car being Michael Lyons in the number 2, trying to get past a car that is sitting right in the middle of the road. These cars have got wider, not much longer in fairness, but they have got a little bit wider. The proportions to me are still absolutely lovely, but we now start to see the difficulty of cars following within a much bigger aerodynamic wake as well. Even around this circuit, the wings would have been cranked right up to almost vertical.
Also, just when you had the early 60s 1.5 litre Formula 1 cars, you never want to interlock wheels, but you sort of could at the tightest points here. Trying to get around those large rear tyres. At the moment of consequence, if you're sliding into someone else, very, very difficult. You bounce, actually in some ways, you just bounce off those big rear tyres and probably into the barriers or tyre walls around here. But this was a point where the cars visually weren't that different from when the wings first appeared, but already they were just becoming more efficient and the lap times really starting to tumble. And with the Ford Cosworth DFE available to anyone who really wanted it, if they had the sufficient funds, you could build a Formula 1 team. And there's one car I'd love to see here, the Connu. Not many people know anything about it. It was built in a lock-up garage in Essex. You know, the mechanics, well, there were only two of them, would have to go sideways to get around the car. There was no space, and that was a Formula 1 team. Imagine that now.
And you didn't have to enter every single race either. You'd get people popping up. You'd call it wild cards now. You'd get local teams popping up with a car that might be a couple or 3 years old, but they'd be there at their home race in South Africa or South America, wherever. Now we've got the MC Racing Graham Hill car in the wall at the hairpin.
It's come down to the Fairmont, and he's just checking if they've got any rooms available. Unfortunately, sitting at the side of the track, and
that, I'm afraid, is Saif Hassan.
Yeah,
that is the car that is a Lola T370 chassis from 1974. The Lola worked with Graham Hill's organisation, and Graham they did effectively reclassify the Lola chassis, didn't they?
It became the Hill GH1, but the first year it wouldn't have worked for Olivier because they ran shadows, but they were in white and red. Olivier only likes the black shadows in his Hank.
So that's going to be a full course yellow, which again we would not have seen in the years 1973 to 1976.
Okay, most of the drivers, it's I think, as simple looking coming down the hill. That is, we hit the barriers on the way down. Okay.
Swerve to the right. I
think the concentration might have been not quite on. He was looking ahead of himself, and maybe a gear change didn't quite go, but the car just snapped very right, in a light way to brush the barriers. It looks as though the wheels are fairly four square, though. So
I think he's broken the right front steering. Saif has broken the right front steering arm, which is why he didn't try to go. And he's white-walled the tyres quite nicely on the right-hand side.
It's a period look, and go for it if you wish. Right, what we have had is Stuart Hall straight to the top, really the first flying laps on the board. That's no surprise. McLaren M23. And another name who's been out a few times this morning, Michael Lyons, tucked in behind. But we'll see the representative time. Most people didn't even get to set a representative time. It was the tentative outlap. And so just as they were getting going, a little interrupted.
Just a thought on those times. We were talking about, getting down below 110 seconds, then 100 seconds. Now we're down to 90 seconds. We're down to 90 seconds for the lap. So you're seeing not just the look, but also the feel and the pace of the car over the lap, not just in straight line speed, but in cornering speed. I know there's a lot of slow corners here, but there are some places where these cars are working harder. A quick note, by the way, I see that Doug Mockett is out at the Penske PC4 from 1976, the number 28 car. Great supporter of US motorsport, always been right behind Jeremy Shaw's Team USA, been a part of that, for which he deserves some recognition. What a list of alumni that Jeremy has produced down through the years.
Look, if they could give knighthoods in the United States, which they can't, Jeremy should have one. What he's done on top of the back of his own career, which is a journalist and a commentator. I had the pleasure of working with Jeremy in his Autosport days before he went to on-track in the States. It was a big step for Jeremy. He's made it work. But for an expat Brit to put so much into bringing young American single-seater stars, he deserves every accolade.
I worked with Jeremy in the American scene for a long time, and was fortunate enough to see some of the more recent crop of drivers coming through, and he picks them not just for their speed, also those that he thinks can benefit from coming across the UK almost always, not every year, but pretty much every year, go to the Formula Ford Festival and the Walter Hayes Trophy, as we've got the Mitchell Green Tyrrell, the 007 Tyrrell, pulled up.
Well, of all the places to pull up, at least people coming up out of Saint-Devote can see him. But for Mitchell Green, that's a really uncomfortable place. Of course, the marshals have got the waved yellow flags. So something clearly is not giving him motive power. I was just watching.
He's not rolling backwards.
He's not rolling back.
He's left it in gear, sensibly.
But what we'd just seen out on the track with Stuart Hall backing everyone up, we wouldn't have been there, friend. He wanted to get a clear lap, but obviously hasn't been able to get one. He's still got the fastest time. So the second full course yellow in this period. And that means for a lot of drivers, they still have sort of released themselves to set a competitive time. The guys who are comfortable in their car, which is Stuart Hall and Michael Lyons, already been out in 2 other cars this morning each. They've got the feel, but also they're the sort who can get in and work it from the outside. So take a look at Saint-Devote. Here comes the Tyrrell with Mitchell Green.
Oh, no. He was fine there. So he comes through Saint-Devote, the right-hander to go up the hill, and then there is no motive power. That's an odd one.
Yes, because he got through Saint-Devote fine.
Yeah,
and it's almost like he got a box of neutrals, but then he's stationary on the hill, so maybe he's managed to jam it into something having stalled the engine. I don't know.
Ignition, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, he's out of the car, so it's going to have to be the crane or the dolly jacks. The marshals here are.
Well, you know what, John, it's not in a point where there's really a rescue crane. You have that down at Saint-Devote. This is a place where really very few cars stop. And the big problem on a street circuit is always where can you get the car? Where is the point of egress? They can get it off the circuit.
They've just knocked it out of gear and they're going to roll it back down. Mitchell just on the right-hand side of the track. That's brilliant work by the marshals again. There's a little orange overlap just down behind them. All the drivers are told in the drivers' briefings where they are, where the fire extinguishers are. They've got the tow strap on it, not to pull it, but actually to control the speed back down. As we said before, there's an illustration in terms of how those guys look like they're running a tug of war against a rugby 11. They're stopping that car. That's quite a steep descent when it's rolling backwards.
Yeah, it goes to show the many roles and elements of expertise that a good marshalling team needs to have. Often they may not use some of those skills ever in their marshalling career. But in a time like now, you've just got to make sure you've got those skills.
You might say, why would we not throw a red on that? Well, the reason is that right now we could go back to green, and we've just gone back to green.
And so we do.
So rather than bringing everybody else into the pits, stopping the engines, letting everything cool down, people have been running at a reduced speed, and now green, right, let's get back on it straight away. There's 12 and a half minutes to go.
Yeah, and some of the lucky drivers looking at the Durex liveried 1976 Surtees there have got clear track ahead of them. He's actually not quite got fully on it. Now he's starting to wind it up. He's thinking about crossing the start-finish line, but he's got one of the, if not both of the ensigns tucked in behind him. Let's have a look. We've got the MN175 tucked in behind him, and the earlier ensign tucked in behind in third of that run of cars. And the other two, the ensigns back off. They've now decided to build a little bit of space themselves, but so we're still looking at the McLarens first and second. Now the pace starting to pick up.
So the Surtees there, with a not dissimilar look to the front as what we saw earlier with the snowplow Ferrari, with those two big air intakes. Dare I say this about comparison with Ferrari? Slightly more elegantly done on the Surtees, and clearly the design concept that we were talking about that snowplow, that very bluff front end, there was something there, and here we're seeing a revised version of that perhaps that is working better.
Yeah, maybe. But when you look at it, maybe you prefer the TS7.
Well, you may say that. I am not going to comment.
God, Olivier's throwing hand grenades into the mix here.
It's
but also
Freddie Leshoure behind the wheel of that car, by the way.
Also, if you look at the flanks of that car, whereas on the Spatzinelli Ferrari, it was almost full bodywork between the front and rear wheels. This is
like a sports car.
Tapered down at the side. And by the way, one of the designers of the Surtees we're looking at was Peter Connew. I was talking about he had his own car built in a garage, but John brought him on board, and it started going increasingly well. Alan Jones really made it work, and of course Alan then went and made his name when he got into that amazing pairing with Patrick Head and Frank Williams and took the World Championship. Ended 1979 as the star of the season, but didn't start it well. 1980 hit the ground running, world title for Williams, the team that for years basically was a target of insults because always promising and nothing happening, but then the money came to Frank. That deal to get Saudi sponsorship was the absolute essence of what's happened since for Williams.
And decades ahead of its time, let's be absolutely clear, to tap that financial resource from that area of the world long before anybody else had worked it out. The story goes that he found out where the Prince was staying in London and on spec turned up with a car in the colours, rang up from the concierge desk and said, look out the window, this is how it's going to look, and had to fend off getting traffic tickets from the transporter and all sorts.
Well, in those days, Frank couldn't have paid the parking fine, so Carlton Towers Hotel in Knightsbridge was the place. Right, Michael Lyons is the driver who's pushing very hard in the M26 McLaren, and he's going past John Watson's Penske. Great looking car with that first National City sponsorship, but the target time he needs to aim at is more than 2 seconds faster than he's been before. Stuart Hall still top in the M23, the slightly older McLaren, the McLaren that lasted for seasons, and drivers kept Jock and Mass in 76 and James Hunt kept saying, no, we don't want the M26, we still like the M23, and it was a car that had a sort of painful gestation.
Nick Padmore, the second in the Lotus 77. It's the number 5 car. It's a typical Lotus thing. It's the 77, but it comes from 76.
I know, the world of confusion. We've got the Lucky Strike liveried Shadow just pulling to the side of the circuit on the just before Massenet, a corner that when you drive it you can't see round the corner until you're deep between the barriers. And what you have to understand there is the fact the barriers are up by the driver's shoulders. It really is a fun one for them. So hopefully that
it's tight
can get up to the top of the hill.
Now a Renault hire car, when you took me around on Friday, it gets very narrow there, and there's a couple of little bumps as well. A little bit of traffic as an issue, was it not ever thus for Stuart Hall?
Well, there's Kurt Bennett's 1975 Shadow DN5.
Yeah.
And going nowhere, but
Still mostly black. So is that that's all right? That for you? There's a bit of red on it, but it's okay.
Full course yellow.
Full yellow.
Yeah. Third one?
Yeah.
Third one.
Yellow.
Well, who'd have predicted? But none of these, because people have really piled into the barriers in a big way at all. We've had 2 cars just stopping on circuit. That's the second of those, and then Saif Hassan with his minor damage down into the Fairmont Hotel hairpin.
Right.
American money for the Shadow team. American founder Don Nichols.
Yeah.
Based in the UK though, and for me one of the star drivers of the period, not just because he had Welsh heritage like mine, but he was one of the superstar drivers. Tom Price, and sadly met his death at Kyalami in a really unfortunate and unnecessary accident, but he was a driver who could drive these cars sideways much as Ronnie Peterson could in a Lotus 72. So hands up as on the climb up towards Casino Square. So for Kurt Bennett,
that's claimed, isn't it?
yeah, that's extraordinary. At this point, how much momentum do you still have left to go up the hill? He's trying his best to keep out of the way as one of the McLarens goes flashing past. That's Michael Lyons' M26. Yeah. Then comes the ex-John Watson Austrian Grand Prix winning car from Penske.
Did very well actually there to roll that car and get away from the danger point. Just calling the recovery service. Now, maybe putting his order in for lunch.
Yeah, didn't have those in 75. Mobile phones tucked in your pocket. Some drivers, their main tool after getting out of a shunt was to get a packet of cigarettes out. Arturo Balzario springs to mind.
So under our third full course yellow as the hard-working marshals clear the car.
Well, there should be an exit point just where they are in front of Casino Square. Good job. Take that away. Looks good. Good at low speed. I prefer it at full speed, but hopefully we'll go back to green flag. And of course the timer in the 25-minute session continues to count down. Correct. So by the time this is fully clear, we'll only have just over 5 minutes remaining. At the moment, a lot of drivers below it's Stuart Hall. Nick Padmore was the only one to improve recently. He went up to second place in his Lotus 77. Then Michael Lyons' McLaren. Behind them, the little Surtees from 76 is fully another 4 and a bit seconds back.
Is there an irony in the fact that the Lucky Strike car, which has ground to a halt, is being pushed up towards the casino?
Yeah.
It's all in the script writing.
Oh, very good. Very impressed. Right, straight back to green again. Thank you to our hard-working marshals here and everywhere else around the world what again is a relatively busy motorsport weekend. Nicky Grillo in the March 761 gets the green flag across the line. The John Deere model cars, split livery on that very distinctive nose of the March. Now heading up the hill. Meantime, further back around the circuit, Stuart Hall coming into back, and he's trying to back up the cars behind him. Stuart feels there's more time and a better time than his 1:31.7. Is there a sub 90-second lap for Stuart Hall or someone else there? Nick Padmore's within a second and a half of him in the Lotus 77. Then another 8/10 further back is Michael Lyons in the M26 McLaren. Here's Stuart then, balances the car through Virage Angelinoves and heads to the line, hugs the pit wall, then drifts to the centre of the road, straight lining that little kink into Sandoval. Takes a decent amount of curb there, and that unsettled the car, but he was quick on the steering and got it back pointing in the right direction.
That is where you appreciate that the very best are there for a reason. And of course, Monaco over the decades has had the consequence of surrounding, how should we say, infrastructure in so many ways. You were talking earlier of people waking up in the States and watching the live stream. Up from Australia, Ben Adams and his daughter Sophie, who's a really keen young enthusiast. They've been up earlier today to watch qualifying, probably bedtime down there. But Ben's uncle, John Gillette, is in. We've seen him in that MG earlier, the K3, in the earliest batch of cars. So it's lovely to think that all around the world, people are watching the live stream, learning as they go, hopefully, as we commentate, and just enjoying the colour of Monaco with these outstanding Grand Prix cars. And we've still got one sports car event because, of course, 1952 was not a Formula One Grand Prix here. It was a sports car race. So a lot of people don't know that, and we'll educate you in those cars later on. But right now, we're in my happy period of Formula One, mid-1970s.
Yeah. And once again, Joe Bradley, one of our commentating team on Radio Show Limited, as I say, he's travelling down to Lincolnshire at the moment. Well, I know he watched a little bit this morning, and he'll be going back to watch this. He'll have been on the telephone to Nick Damon to make sure they're putting a recorder across it somewhere. Yellow flag where? Oh dear. It's for the Frederic TS19. Frederic Lajou.
Fourth fastest, and with 2 minutes 20 left on the clock, he's not going to be getting another flying lap in, but can anybody pick it up? So SP10.
Ah, right.
Oh dear, and the Niki Lauda Ferrari has just had a scrape, but without scraping. And that's coming out of Rasgas, so he wasn't trying to get into the pits, but okay, so right, two McLarens first and second. The Surtees off at the side of the circuit for Fred Lajou at the moment. So it's Stuart Hall in the M23. That's the Yardley liveried one from 1973, and then Michael Lyons, the M26 from 76 in the Marlboro livery. 1.5 seconds between them, and then Nick Padmore had been doing great things in the Lotus 77.
Is that also at Raskas? And he's heading back towards the pit lane, to the paddock. No, that's the wrong side of the track.
It's
not. Wrong side of the track. Sorry, forget what I'm talking about.
Yes, it is.
No, it is.
It is. It's Rasgas, and in fact, the cars are kept down alongside the boat, so he's going to where they used to have stars and bars.
Always go with your first instinct.
No. Right, fastest car, fastest driver at the moment, Stuart Hall, the number 33 McLaren M23. So we really need this second. We've only got just over a minute. We want some clear running so everyone can, who's still out there can set a proper flying lap. Flying lap? Let's try a flying lap. Michael
Lyons hasn't come back out again, I don't think, in the M26 in second place.
No, still listed as being in the pits.
1:32.67 for him.
Yeah, if you're in the pits, there's no point coming out. No. You won't be able to get round to start a flying lap. But Stuart Hall was pushing so deep into Sandoval, being followed up the hill by the third fastest driver, or the third fastest entry here, Nick Padmore in the Lotus 76. I can't see the challenge coming from anywhere else. Still, those first three drivers way clear of the rest. Other drivers would have been closer, but with those three full course yellows and then that period of yellows, Stuart Hall hasn't been told that Michael Lyons isn't out there, not pressing on. He's going right to the limit.
In the background, as he crosses his hands, trying to get round the tight hairpin, and the front tyres complaining, but kept his foot in. But in the background, Nick Padmore is absolutely wringing the neck of the Lotus 77, a 27.5 as the checkered flag comes out, 27.5 in the first sector. Stewart did a 27.0, so there is a lap here. He hasn't been as quick as he's already gone. Through to back, full commitment through there, right to the Tag Heuer advertising.
Whoa.
It's hugely sideways through the middle of the swimming pool complex. Takes more curb than probably anybody I've seen so far this morning. And again, he's got his hands crossed up through Raskas. Final corner. Gets it sideways on the power so early there. He knew he was going to have to try and kill the understeer. He goes through in a hugely entertaining 1:31.773, which is actually the second best time of anybody, but it's clearly not going to improve. He's at 1:31.0. That was impressive. And in fact, actually, I've given him slightly too much credit, because Michael Lyons has done a 30. Oh no, that's a 32.6. So yes, first and second best times for Stuart Hall.
That was
excellent stuff.
That was super dynamic. You know, sometimes you get a shot and you just fall silent for a bit. You go, whoa, that's why I love motor racing. And there were several of those, probably about 4 points around that last lap from Stewie Hall. Fastest, he didn't improve on that lap, but you know, just remember that we're having to get going again after another sort of stoppage or slow down period or full course yellow. So there was a staccato session, but he rose to the top.
And his front tyres clearly weren't up to temperature and pressure, so he was having to use his right foot to get the car to turn really early on the power, coming out of all the slow corners to keep the car from just pushing forward towards the outside armcore. The marshals already and the recovery already going to work to get the stricken cars back to the pit lane. And the Lucky Strike Shadow, that was the Kurt Bennett car, wasn't it, that was up by the casino.
Yeah, 4 course yellow.
Yes.
Thank you for the marshals.
Yeah, very
every
good.
time. And it's a problem for the cars with the slick tires, you know, because the tires didn't warm enough.
No, every time they got a bit of heat, it cooled down again. So it was a little bit frustrating, but still some of the shots from that session, particularly with Stuart Hall throwing that McLaren M223 around, were very spectacular. And the essence, actually, it's great. If anyone thinks it's after you, Claude, in historic racing, it is certainly not. 2
McLarens at the top, separated by 3 years and 1.5 seconds. The M23, as in period, the car that slightly outperformed the newer model. Lotus 77 in third as for Nick Padmore. And then Guillaume Romain, Frédéric Lejeune in the Surtees. Vincenzo Potoliccio, actually, we didn't mention that enzyme, but it got up to 6th position. And then it was Jean-Denis Deletraz in the Shadow, the top 10 made up by Kurt Bennett's Shadow that stopped on the run-up to Massenet. Roald Gotha inside the top 10 at 9. And Tony Seiler as well in the Shadow DN1. Tony Seiler, another driver that I know from sports car racing, now plying his trade in this form of racing. And the Seiler Racing concern actually preparing a lot of cars. Saw their trailers in the car park as we were walking back yesterday.
Yeah, the hidden car park, it's out of the left-hand side of your shot, basically built into the mountainside. But out on the track, Nick Padmore ended up third overall, and it went very well in that Lotus 77. And then it was about making space out on the track. Not always easy. Michael Lyons in the background of the shot there in the M26 from 1976. He ended up second fastest, but this really all belonged to Stuart Hall. And again,
the deflection on the tyre.
That's it.
The left rear tyre folding under, look.
Big donuts, but the jams in the middle. And then Lotus had to settle for third place. 2 McLarens, first and second, and the fastest of all was car number 33 from 1973, Stuart Hall, who even on his final lap was still wringing the best out of his tyres.
absolutely those tyres weren't up to temperature or pressure, but nobody told Stuart that because he hasn't got tyre aid out on his dash, as I said earlier on. Incredible stuff for those cars, and we'll see them later in the weekend. And very much clearer. Just cue on here. Well, we've got a little bit of weather trying to make its presence felt here. Track temperature 30 Celsius, still 19 in the air, but just a little bit of overcast. Did not spoil our enjoyment of the E cars from the 1970s. Absolutely fantastic. This is the Niki Lauda era. Twice a winner here, 75 and 76. Unfortunately, Bruce, as you said in commentary, a little staccato with not necessarily people swiping the armcore, although Saif Hassan had a pretty odd-looking incident coming down to the hairpin at the hotel. But we did have a couple of reliability issues, shall we say.
Unusual ones, and
really
unusual, but it was a little frustrating because every time the drivers, particularly those that are sort of less experienced, wanted a bit more confident, another extra lap before they really went for a quick one, they were being interrupted, and then what happens? Even though it's a lovely warm spring day, the tyre temperature dropped away again, but it took those who were super confident, like Michael Lyons, like Stuart Hall and Nick Padmore, to push really quickly before the next interruption came their way. But at this point we're starting to see cars that are seemingly getting larger, or the track's getting smaller, and therefore threading the eye of the needle is becoming much harder for them, and that's the joy and the frustration for those who possibly their first run at Monaco not ending up where they wanted to. Hopefully the cars can be fixed, and in fact we had 5 cars that didn't actually set a time at all, including that of Loïc Depailler, who we heard from him being interviewed by Gemma Scott earlier. He was due out in a Tyrrell 007 and didn't get set a time.
The one that I'm disappointed we didn't see is the FW05 Williams from 1976, the Yutaka Toriba driven car. I was looking forward to seeing that one. Good news for our shadow supporter in the booth here is that Olivier will be delighted that Jean-Denis Delatraz was well inside the top 10 and the best shadow in that DN3. Lovely car.
DN5 is my particular favourite. I'll have a fight with Olivier about that afterwards, but I just think they became a little more elegant. They were quite rounded when George Follmer kicked off their Formula One career. George was an interesting choice, a sports car racer effectively from the States, but he did a good solid job. But the real stars were Jean-Pierre Jarier and Tom Price in those years. 2 Grand Prix down in South America. Do you remember the start of the season?
Yeah.
In both of them, Jean-Pierre Jarier galloped off into the distance and then car failure.
So a couple of cars coming up the hill through Massenet that's their ignition ground to a halt. It was an absolute masterclass at the front of the field by Stuart Hall as we came back after the last full course yellow. Quite clearly the racing slick tyres were not where he wanted them to be, but that didn't stop him pushing on. Michael Lyons did his best in the M26. As Bruce said, just as in real life, the drivers of the time preferred the earlier car, and that gave that car a new lease of life and an extra longevity in period competition. And then the final problem brought out the 4th full course yellow for the Surtees, almost blotting the copy booth with the Chris McAllister Ferrari 312 T2, and that beautiful polished metal underside to the rear wing. Even at the time, photographers were using that to style some shots. Really nice design detail. Stewie Hall giving it his all, as he always does, and is on provisional pole with a 1:31.0. I suspect there was a sub 90 second lap out there had we had a cleaner run, Bruce.
Yeah, I think from both the top proponents, and maybe even Nick Padmore in the Lotus 77.
That's a good run from him.
But yeah, a car that was there or thereabouts, but of course Lotus had something up their sleeve for the following season. It's called ground effect, but they didn't tell anyone about it. They kept it secret.
Yeah. Rules changing cars.
Yeah.
If you go down through the years, and that Lotus was one of them. And we're going to take a breath for a little while. And we've got more action coming for you from the streets of Monte Carlo and the 15th Grand Prix de Monaco Historique 2026. Action continues soon.
Merci Franck et Monseigneur est déjà en piste pour son tour en Bugatti Royale. Et quant à nous, on se donnera un rendez-vous à partir de 14h les amis, avec beaucoup d'invités en plateau et après c'est pas grave. Son Altesse Sérénissime, le Prince Albert de Monaco, qui s'installe à bord de cette magnifique Bugatti Royale. On a aperçu aussi Maître Bonnet, le président de l'Automobile Club de Monaco. Un tour d'honneur donc avec cette voiture mythique, la Bugatti Royale, produite par...
Good afternoon. Welcome to the streets of Monte Carlo for the 2026 Grand Prix de Monaco Historique. It's the 15th time that's been run. Runs every other year normally. Had a couple of exceptions to that in the long yellow flag of world events that was the break for COVID-19. And you join us with a beautiful Bugatti Landau being driven around the streets. And I think I saw Prince Rainier jumping into that car before it pulled away. Yes, he's sitting in the left-hand seat.
It's
Albert the second, yeah.
Going through.
Yeah.
And now, this Bugatti, I might have to throw to my learned gentleman to my left. Olivia, is this the Royale, or does the Royale have... This is not. This is a different version, because it's got the roof over and the four sunroofs above the people in the back of the Bugatti.
It is I think it is the Royale. Yeah.
nothing is too expensive. Consider
Beautiful car.
at the Bugatti factory in Monte, but the Royale was designed not for racing
Going up the hill, those very distinctive wheel rims with the full machined wheel rims.
and has the performance capable of the
Prince
racing
Albert
Bugattis.
behind the wheel, and the
Its heart is a 12
interesting, isn't it? You look at that, and the driver was sitting out in the potentially in the weather, but this was a car built to be driven in rather than to drive. And the other thing, if you look very carefully, is it's leather upholstery in the front for the driver. It's nice and hard wearing, but it will be cloth upholstery behind for the passengers, because it was determined to be somewhat more comfortable in the warm and the cold, and perhaps even more hard wearing.
It's great to see Prince Albert just out up front
Absolutely.
where he could be seen, just waving and enjoying, because obviously this event has been fantastic, I think, for bringing more people a chance to be at Monaco. And the smile says it all, the Bugatti Royale there, down to the hairpin. It's a big car to get around a tight corner.
Yeah, and the car is coming from the Museum of Mulhouse.
Yes, the Schlumpf collection at Mulhouse.
Yeah, and they made tests last weeks, you know, out of the museum, in the park inside, but out.
Okay.
I drove through Mulhouse early in the week, and I didn't have a chance to pause. Huge motor museum there. Well, that is lovely to see that car.
And again, just thinking back to when that was in period, what an impression the mighty Royale did. Huge, but just so elegant. Sometimes the larger you went, the less elegant it might appear, but Bugatti, just with that artistic touch that ran to course through their body, such an artistic family, of course, tied in with sculpture and many other things. Hasn't been, in the 20s and 30s, was never a Bugatti that was less than elegant, but this, something super, super special.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, until you see something next to it, you don't realise how big a car. And that's about proportion and design, as you rightly say. That's a long bonnet underneath that car. Just over 3 metric tons, and 12 3/4 litre straight 8 engine.
Straight 8, yeah.
Which is why the long bonnet, of course. So, but again, never mind what the power is. This was about making stately progress, hence the name of Royale. But it's about the torque. It's about effortless progression, and it just reeks of that as it goes through. Brilliant.
Yeah, the cost was incredible, you know. They just fabricated a few ounces, but the cost was so elevated.
Yes, even for the day, it was a very, very expensive car. But you've got to see, you can see where the money went, can't you?
You can. But I'm just looking at the sheer height of that grille. Just, there's a lot of cooling. Well, if you're in the Royale, you're allowed to cut the chicane.
It says so in the...
chicane. It's the exit of Piscine, but quite rightly so, because also just the sheer length of that car. Drive the streets of Monte Carlo, and finding a parking space isn't easy unless you go to the underground car parks they provided. But for this, I don't think you really... Well, the chauffeur, it's his job to park. There you go.
Yeah.
Drop me off at the door.
I think that the driver is the director of the museum.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Well, he's handling it beautifully, because it's a big machine to get around this tight circuit. It's very smooth. Nice hand action on the steering wheel there.
Yeah. No drift.
No drift.
No drift.
No, he's on his outlap. So background from whence they started to the start-finish straight, and yeah, it's lovely to see people waving to Prince Albert, and Prince Albert waving back to them around the circuit. This is the 15th Monaco Historique, and it just seems to go from strength to strength, and shortly after this is going to be a parade of rather special Ferraris out on the track as well.
Originally, as well, Bugatti meant, he said he was going to build 25 of these cars. They were very expensive. They built 7 originally, and 6 of them still exist. So that's a fantastic number. But when you look at that, if you compare that even to a contemporary, let's say a Rolls-Royce, it's 25% heavier and probably about the same longer as well. And there are armchairs in the back. Exactly as I said, you've got cloth in the back for the people who are being driven, because on a hot summer's day, that would be more comfortable. The driver has to put up with leather, which is cold in the winter and hot in the summer, but that's because he's the driver.
I'm just looking there as Prince Albert's just checking out the back, not for comfort. What do these do? You know, and there would be features on this Bugatti Royale that would not have been in other cars, possibly ever, or possibly until the other side of the Second World War.
Yeah.
But statesman's like, and then some, I think we can say, with the Royale. And clearly Prince Albert enjoyed it enormously.
Yes, Prince Albert proudly wearing his ACM tie. Automobile Club to Monaco. And being given the full rundown on a very special motor car. Do you think he's asking if he can have a go now?
You never know, but he's such an enthusiast for all things automotive and also all things Monaco for obvious reasons. But you know, he puts a huge amount of energy into these events, and you know, we as the commentators, you as the people watching the live stream around the world, are the beneficiaries, because it wouldn't happen without his input and guiding hand on the ACM. And you know, it's not been that long ago since it was launched. This is the 15th iteration, and the quality of the field just gets better and better. And also the way it's covered on television and the streaming just puts it in the path of more people. And it's a lovely change of pace from the regular Monaco Grand Prix. They're two totally different events on the same circuit for sure, but it's great to have many sort of arrows in your quiver that you can fire.
Just a bit more on the car, actually. 3 of the 7 that were built were sold, although 6 exist. One was crashed and never rebuilt.
Yeah.
The additional engines went on to power railway engines for SNCF, the high-speed rail engines, the 12 3/4 litre straight 8.
Yeah, and at the last Retromobile, it was on display.
Oh, one of the rail cars?
Yeah.
Wow. How brilliant.
The big locomotive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Single overhead cam, 3 valves per cylinder, single carburettor, 3-speed manual. There we go. That was what we were talking about with the torque. Producing actually a pretty square engine, 125 by 130 mil. 300 horsepower, produced at 1800 revs.
Class.
Yes.
I wonder how many people of the handful of owners ever went, do you mind if I drive now? They must have been inquisitive. You know, you buy a car like this for prestige and everything, but you must have an interest in cars and therefore want to drive them.
Ralph Lauren has one.
Yes.
Does he?
Yes.
Does he keep? Where does he keep it? A lot of cars he keeps in Long Island in the States, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
One time it was on display in Paris, because he came with 17 of cars of his own collection, you know, and it was displayed in the center of Paris in a museum.
It was back in 1985 when the 6 remaining cars went to Pebble Beach in the concourse, and 5 of the 6 celebrated the 80th anniversary of the Royale in 2007 at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
I do remember that, but there have been many festivals of speed in between. But yeah, you know, there are these events around the world where these cars get back out for the public to see, and it's great because we all love a museum, but we want to see these cars being driven and just taken to places where they fall in front of new people. In fact, I know someone who used to race cars and have an entrant, but he lived very close to Ralph Lauren on Long Island, and Ralph would phone him up and say, "Do you mind taking that car, giving it a bit of exercise?" He went, "No, I don't mind at all."
Type 41 is the proper designation for that.
Monseigneur, l'héritage, la passion, c'est ce qui caractérise ce Grand Prix de Monaco Historique qui vous tenait forcément à cœur d'être ici pour cette 15e édition.
Absolument, c'est toujours très émouvant de voir tous ces anciens bolides, ces voitures de différentes époques, d'avant-guerre, mais aussi depuis toutes les voitures de l'après-guerre, et puis les voitures un peu plus récentes maintenant, puisque les voitures historiques, c'est déjà la fin des années 80. Donc voilà, mais et puis j'ai eu plaisir, la grande joie et l'émotion de faire un tour dans cette Bugatti modèle 41, la Bugatti Royale, qui était à l'époque une des voitures les plus puissantes au monde, mais aussi les plus élégantes et avec une finition extraordinaire. Donc c'était ici. Le Grand Prix vraiment rassemble d'abord de plus en plus de monde, de plus en plus de passionnés, de plus en plus de personnes qui ont, aussi des collectionneurs et vraiment des gens qui ont un peu la nostalgie de ces grandes époques de l'automobile.
Merci beaucoup, Monseigneur. Merci beaucoup.
Voilà.
I think you need to be able to translate that French to understand the emotion, the passion that Prince Albert was talking about there, talking about the car that's there, the Type 41, the Royale, but making the point about the history of this place as well.
Yeah, I think Monseigneur is an enthusiast person, you know. Yeah, when he was a child, he was each time at the Grand Prix. He is also an enthusiast of the museum of his father, you know. He sold some cars to buy other ones, you know, for the museum. So I think he had been happy to be in the Royale.
And why would you not be? So, a little diversion away from the full racing that we have here, which continues into the afternoon. So we await the next set of cars to come out onto the track, Bruce, and what does this afternoon have in store for us?
Well, actually, there's a parade out on the track, UBS Classic Tours. Then we have a parade, Mark, you might have heard of, Ferrari, a gaggle, I think a dozen of their Formula One cars from sort of the 90s through to the early 2000s. Think of Michael Schumacher and his pomp in that sort of the region. And then we get back to the final three qualifying sessions. We'll have the ones for the sports cars that took part in the 1952 Monaco Grand Prix when it wasn't for Formula One, but it was for sports cars. And then the last two, the most recent Formula One cars, will take us through until just gone 4:30 this afternoon.
Yes, quite a short day today, but a lot packed into it because there isn't, per se, a lunch break. Highlights of the afternoon for you, Bruce?
I'm not sure I need any more highlights, but I'll welcome them because I've had just so many through the course of the day. So far, we've seen cars up to 1976, which is very much a sweet spot for me in terms of Formula One. It's quite hard for me to pull one out, actually, because I walked down the paddock yesterday, and in fact, a lot of the later cars are in the regular Formula One pit lane, so they were more tucked away. We did all our prying around, Olivier Barjon, me and you, John, in the paddock for the older cars, where literally I don't know where to look next. I'm so easily swayed. But I think Brabhams, Williams and things starting to come into the mix, and a lot of Arrows. Fittipaldi's, Airtal, they're parked in the regular Formula One pit lane. We'll see them come out. But first off, we'll have the sports cars from the 1950s. And we were talking about the beauty of cars.
Oh, yes.
And you said, we were talking about Formula One cars, but you said your penchant would be sports cars, and I sort of get that.
Yeah. And again, this is an area, and we'll make the point again, Olivier, a lot of people only think of Monaco as the Formula One place to be, and of course that's true, but there was a single event that was run for sports cars rather than for Formula cars, and that is being celebrated and has always been celebrated here, and I think that's quite correct, don't you?
Yeah, I think it's a good thing to celebrate the sports car too, you know. And we can also think to another discipline, you know, because motorcycle went to Monaco one time also. And a few years ago, there was a little revival with this kind of bikes, you know. So Monaco is the nicest place, you know, for sports, mechanic sports.
Can you even imagine racing that period of motorcycle around here? I mean, they still do it at places like Macau, where there's a joint race still. Not at the same time. Sorry, a joint meeting where they have motorcycles and contemporary GT cars. Can you imagine racing motorcycles around here?
From the 30s?
Yeah.
Here?
Yeah.
Yes, without problem.
You say that with such confidence. It must have been tremendously dangerous, though.
Yeah, but you know, in UK there is also some dangerous races.
Actually,
Fair point.
I'm pretty certain that this weekend it's the Aberdare road races in Wales, which is round a public park, and I spent some time down there and went to see them a couple of. In fact, actually, sorry, it's the Cookstown 100 this weekend. Aberdare was earlier in the year, and incredible to think that we have packs of motorcycles on the roads in Northern Ireland this weekend as well. And of course, the TT will come up, something I still haven't been to because of its proximity to Le Mans. What are you looking forward to this afternoon then, Olivier? We're getting, again, our time machine moves on, aside from the sports cars. We're moving up into the 1980s.
Yeah, so I think it's cars that are very difficult to maintain.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's
becoming more complicated.
Yeah, honestly, it's car you can start it, but only with a computer.
And only with a particular type of computer as well. You need you don't want something that's running Windows. That's not going to work. You need an old computer that runs on DOS.
Yeah.
And there's actually a couple of people I know who do a very good line in refurbing old laptops to talk to some of these cars from this era. As they became more complicated, then the technology moved forward, and therefore the control technology moved forward, Bruce.
Yeah, just the thought of, let's get a new computer, and you've thrown one out, the one that was like the crown jewels so you could start these cars. But we don't need to involve ourselves with that. We get the benefit of seeing them out on the tracks, and it'll take us through to, just trying to think what the last car was, the batch 1985, I think
85,
is, at that point. In fact, some of them in the last batch didn't race in Formula 1. They were actually spare cars, and then they were used in the first year of Formula 3000 when Formula 1 chassis were used in 1985. We'll get onto that in a bit, but I think we've had a fantastic morning and a real array of cars. And yes, to go back to some of the most elegant cars we'll have here, the sports cars, and walking again in the paddock. It was free on the Friday, free access on the Friday.
Incredible.
Going past, I still love Aston Martin DB3s, and just the mix of cars we had down, they did just look so elegant. Love it.
We've got a little time before the next cars come out onto the track, so rather than leave you listening to us getting excited about what we're going to see, let's bring you some more action and some more atmosphere from Monaco with a little magic of Monaco.
Smile is cracking. It's the only car on the very small tyres, so it drifts around quite a bit. It's a lovely old thing to drive. It's not mine. I'm very privileged to drive it. Anyway, we have to keep it within the boundaries of the track.
Series A, the Monaco Historic is away.
It's a legend because it's one of the oldest Grand Prix. But more than everything, the Historic Grand Prix, it's a unique opportunity to see all the cars who have been competing here.
It's amazing. I mean, half the cars in the paddock, with the exception of the pre-war cars, are cars that I've been associated with, driven.
It's a beautiful event, it really is. It's very nice to see these cars. Again, these are the cars from when I was growing up. I watched these in real life at Silverstone and Brands Hatch. So it's great to see them again.
I get completely blown away by the designs, the engines, the history, everything about it is just incredible. And I mean, as I said, I think I've died and gone to heaven.
But when you come here today, would you rather be behind the wheel of a car, or are you enjoy being a motorsport fan?
Well, that's a question I cannot answer you. If I walk down here, every garage I think different. Then I think I'm so happy to be just a spectator. Next car says, yeah, I would like to drive this car.
The quality, the preparation, I mean, they're beautifully turned out. You know, there's 40 Formula 3 cars looking better than they did 40 years ago.
To me, there are three great races. There's Monaco Grand Prix, there's the Le Mans 24 Hour, I would probably say it used to be the Indy 500, but those three can make that claim, and that's why people like Graham Hill wanted to win all three.
So I'll be going around in the Lotus Type 49B. It's the one that won the 1968 Monaco Grand Prix with my granddad, and it's just an awesome piece of kit, really well maintained, it's just amazing.
Well, this car is a big slice of Monaco history. Graham's winning car from 68 to 69, and Bob was chief mechanic that year, so he's been looking after it all that time, 50 years, and here she is back here again, and we couldn't be more pleased to have Josh driving the car.
It was always great with Graham here because he was the expert at Monte Carlo.
Fantastic stuff. And Josh, you are driving the car this weekend. Are you in any way a little bit nervous?
If it keeps on raining, maybe a little bit.
I understand you're doing a parade here today. Are you going to get to put your foot down a little bit and get some speed up on the car?
Oh, I could have gone maximum, flat out, of course.
Fantastic.
I'm a racing driver.
They are giving me a Williams from 1975. Very, as you say, tasty car.
I'm driving James Hunt's McLaren. I don't know if I can still do it.
Driving an M19 McLaren. Apparently the guy just told me there's only two in the world, so I think I better be careful.
This car is old, so the response is even more. The tires are not the same. Also, we have to be, as I said, we have to be careful, so we cannot compare. I don't know, maybe there's about 15 or 20 seconds per lap, difference for what I was doing in '83.
I drive Jimmy Clark's Lotus 25. I can't wait to sit in this piece of history and dream about being the extra of Jimmy Clark for a few laps.
C-Type from 1938, such a power, 16-cylinder, bicycle wheels, brakes relative. It's fantastic, and it gives you a lot of admiration for those drivers in these days.
Well, good afternoon. Just on 15 minutes before 1, 1:15, Central European summertime. A little bit of an overcast, but still a very pleasant day in the Principality of Monaco. And we've got an air temperature of 20 degrees Celsius. The track temperature is at 30 degrees. And you join us at a most opportune moment, because for the second time in the Grand Prix of Monaco Historic history, and the 15 events we've had over the last 30 years or thereabouts, we have some very special cars going out onto the circuit, celebrating a manufacturer that has become actually synonymous with Formula One and racing in general, but Formula One in particular. And that, of course, is the prancing horse of Modena, of Maranello, and of Ferrari. Bruce, Olivier alongside me, and what an array of cars, Bruce, that we have here today being driven around this circuit. It's a parade, it's not a race, but to see these cars, and more importantly to hear these cars around such hallowed tarmac, absolutely outstanding.
It really is, and in fact, to have one on its own, to be able to hear its engine note going up and bouncing off the buildings, that's always one thing. When at the end of the Grand Prix here, when the last engine goes off, you suddenly realise just how much sound, how much noise has been bombarding you. Nice noise, but at the end it is quite a relief. But just look at the tailpipes on that 312 Ferrari from 1968, trying to fit a lot of cylinders in, and still not yet aerodynamic, those first wings just coming on the car, but it does look like someone's plate of spaghetti has just been lightly rearranged.
And the reason, of course, that is like that is you're trying to make the exhaust pipes the same length to balance out the back pressure onto the engine. So there's a technical reason for that, coated in heat-resistant material. What a car this is, and what a noise it's making, Olivier.
Yeah.
And lovely to see this car back on the streets here.
Yeah, and the white pipes, it's very nice.
It's classic, isn't it?
Yeah.
So evocative of the era. I've said it a couple of times already this morning. Gold rims. And again, that looks to me like a proper Ferrari Formula One car. The little vestigial nose canards almost. I'm not sure we could call them wings. Looking a bit like the Tupolev TU144, the Concorde ski, just sticking out from the front there, getting the idea that they wanted to keep that nose down closer to the ground, running on treaded tyres, of course, and just getting the throttle on.
We see the wife of Jack Hicks, who's a singer.
So Jackie in the car, and he's leading the parade around. Then we'll have more contemporary, well, cars from the early 21st century as well. But Jackie just looks right. He's as trim and fit as he was in the day, which is quite extraordinary, bearing in mind it was the 1960s into the 70s that he did his career in Formula One, and sports cars, of course, with all those wins at Le Mans as well.
Yellow stripes on that car as he comes round to do another lap. And I do like the fact that Ferrari, with their sports car program, have stuck with the yellow stripes down through the years. The AF Corsa number 83 car, the 499p, was red and yellow. It's much more yellow and red this year, if that makes any sense, but a nice throwback. And Jackie's deciding he's going to go for another lap. Was he meant to? I don't know. Is anybody going to argue with him? Absolutely not.
No one's going to tell him off. In fact, we're going to applaud. And it's a chance to see, again, we have to just keep remembering these cars are from the 1960s, and the fact they're still in operation, not just operational, they're in race trim still. A lot of these cars would have fallen, every single car here would have fallen out of date, out of fashion. Everything in motor racing is always being superseded, but thank goodness some people have kept some to play. But also, because of historic racing, a lot of these cars would still otherwise be in museums, but there is a reason for them to come and do for what they were made, which is making a sound and travelling as fast as they can around a circuit. And if you can pop someone back in with that classic helmet design, it is also Jackie Hicks. Let's remember the Belgian superstar, who did other things before he came to motorsport, didn't he, Olivier?
Yeah, because his father was a journalist, but his father was also a motorcycle racer. He was doing motocross, and he introduced the trial in Belgium in 1934. So the two young brothers were beginning by trial, and specifically Jackie Hicks was a rider for Zundap. At the beginning of the 60s, he was doing even the European Championship of Trials with Zundap. And one year, if I remember well, he finished 5th at the championship. You know.
Wow. You know, that's also just a level of a sportsman as well, isn't it? Your ability to achieve excellence in things that you do that aren't just your day job.
Well, he's done his 2 prep laps now. Does he go for a fast one? Beautiful to see and hear that car. It's coming past us right now. Basically where that screen is to driver's right. We're on the opposite side of the track from that. Now, does he look like he's peeling into the pit lane?
Yeah.
This time? No, he's going for another one.
No.
Excellent.
Well, as they say, rude not to happy stamping.
You know what? He is picking up speed. Yeah.
I can also imagine this car without the big wings. Yeah.
Well, that was the thing. The body shape really didn't change. You looked at the Lotus 49B when they put the big wings on it. It was still the same shape underneath, but then you became accustomed to other wings being fitted. But most certainly, this car in 1968 would have had no wing anywhere near it when it started the season.
Yeah.
It always, when you look back at the contemporary pictures, it always amazes me what they were doing in this early era of aerodynamics. It was almost, never mind putting a wing in the air, it was like putting a finger in the air to see what worked and what didn't, Bruce. And the other thing is the gauge of the tubing, that there's holding that up, there's some adjustment on that as well. You look very carefully, you can see some joints in there, so you can adjust the angle of attack of that wing, working exactly opposite to an aircraft wing, not providing lift but pushing the car down right behind the rollover hoop. But those that have been Trum vanadium tubing or something at that stage, beautifully made, but they look about the diameter of a pea shooter or a shopping trolley nowadays, and they wanted to keep everything light.
But you're also just thinking about the forces that were going through those, which would have become, the larger the wing, the more the forces would go through. So, you know, they couldn't have gone straight to the large wings, but very soon after this, you had much wider space pillars, front and back. The front ones would be right over the front suspension, but they looked ever so spindly, and alas, they were, well, not alas, the fact of the matter is the sports governing body thought these are not sufficiently safe. If these break and you suddenly go from some downforce to no downforce, then that could lead to a massive problem.
But the good thing for us is that today we can see the engine.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a great point. And hear the intake as well as the exhaust. Those gauze filters over the top of the trumpets. That's as much of an air filter as you had. That's basically to stop stuff getting into the engine now. Jackie Hicks brings that car into the pit lane. That is the first of a number of very special Ferraris that we're going to see over this weekend. Even the other drivers coming out to get some souvenirs of the moment. The great thing is that a lot of these Ferraris as well are still maintained by Ferrari with their Corsa Clienti program. Very, very different, as we've mentioned throughout the broadcast actually, to the ethos of Enzo Ferrari, who had no sentimentality at all with these old cars. And now the bulk of Ferrari's classic collection is in private hands, albeit quite a lot of them kept at Fiorano. You can have it at your house if you want to have it in your own garage, and Ferrari will take them around the world to events for you. And certainly in the case of the slightly more modern cars, probably the people working on the cars, the guys who worked on the cars in period. I was talking to one of the mechanics when I was at Fiorano 18 months or so ago, and he was working on a Gerhard Berger car, and he had worked on that car in period as a young mechanic. So how cool is that? You've bought a bit of Ferrari history, you're going to race it, and, you know, Luigi, who worked on it in period, is working on your car as he would have for Gerhard or, you know, any of the great drivers that you had. Jackie Hicks, you may wonder why he's in the blue overalls. He's an ambassador for Genesis, and Genesis Magma Racing made its debut at the recent WEC event at Imola. Pretty much got the two cars to the finish as well. They'll be happy with that. I don't know who owns that car that Jackie was running around in. And I wonder if that was the owner who was standing in the race overalls taking the pictures.
You think so? You just put the value of your car up, haven't you? But to have the person who would have raced it in period still be here, still looking trim and still enjoying it, yeah, that definitely adds another element of keeping that story all together. But Jackie looked as though he enjoyed it too.
Yeah,
he's certainly got a smile on his face, and we saw the way he began to pick up the pace too. So lovely to see, but also how many drivers of his age can still look so fit and get in and out of a car as much. So Jackie's obviously got some lucky genes in there as well.
There's nothing better than talking to Jackie Hicks. And if you get the opportunity at any event, then make sure that you do take that opportunity. He was down at Bathurst for the 12 hours there in his capacity as the ambassador for Genesis. Drove a couple of cars around there relatively quickly as well, because he raced there in one of the big old Australian Fords back in the day, and they had that car there, and he was able to be reunited with that, although he didn't take that one round the mountain. But we think of him as sports cars, and particularly of the original Mr. Le Mans, really, before Tom Christensen became the most successful driver. And Tom always tells the story with much gusto, and I think not a little pride, that when he got out the car and started looking at his messages after he'd won the extra race to take him past Jackie Hicks, the first message that was there was from Jackie. And that's just utter class, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the mark of a man, of a gentleman, but obviously hyper quick and very quick in saloon cars before he got into single seaters. Just rose up that ladder really quickly, and you don't do that without supreme talent. So a lot of appreciation from not actually that many people in the garage, so that's lovely. That's the garage closest to pit in. The massive Bugatti Royale in the background. We saw Prince Albert wafting, or being wafted, around the circuit earlier today, so pretty cool cars in there.
Yes, Royale, that car by name, and indeed in personality and nature. Well, that, as I say, just one of a number of classic Ferraris that we have here that are being assembled now further down the pit lane. Mostly considerably younger than the one we have just seen, but in fairness, no less important to Ferrari, to Formula One, and indeed, Bruce, to motorsport. There are some very important cars here.
Yeah, Ferrari had this long quest. We had the 1979 world title for Jody Scheckter, that wonderful team pairing with Gilles Villeneuve, and then the wait began. There were moments with Gerhard Berger and Jean Alesi where, you know, things were looking good again, but it took until Michael Schumacher came in, grabbed the team, and much as Niki Lauda had in the mid-1970s, really got a focus, along with Ross Brawn and Jean Todt. The sort of triumvirate of those led to the success of what followed, and it took Michael a while to start winning. He jumped from Benetton, 2 world titles with Benetton, 95-96, and then he went over to 94-95, I beg your pardon, 1996. He went to Ferrari, and it was a while. The wins began to come, but it took a while until the titles followed, and then he had that amazing period of 5 world titles.
Olivia, what is it about Ferrari that continues to capture people's imagination? The red cars, the red team as their competitors often call them as if they're frightened to even say the name of Ferrari because of maybe the history, I don't know. But there is a mythic quality to Ferrari.
Yeah, I will compare it to something completely different, which is the name Champagne. All over the world where I was traveling to promote the Champagne region, people didn't know my name. I was Mr. Champagne. It's the same for Ferrari. All over the world, it's known.
Yeah.
It's known. It's a symbol of high level.
For a lot of people around, that's a very good analogy, because Bruce, for a lot of people around the world, Ferrari is F1. I mean, inextricably linked with sports cars as well, of course, and of their road cars. But it has been said that, you know, without Ferrari, there wouldn't be an F1. I mean, there would, but it is that big a part of motorsport.
Yeah, I absolutely can't disagree with that at all, because it is. It's the first team anyone names when they talk about Formula One, and that's been the case pretty much ever since the early 1950s when they got those first wins. But also helped by the fact that they produce these incredibly glamorous road cars, and a lot of people, you know, before they even know about motorsport, they know about Ferraris as road cars, and it's the thing that, you know, was like the target they hope to have at some stage. But it's the fact they've kept that reputation,
Indeed.
kept that image. You know, some other marques will do it for a decade at most.
I just want to listen to these cars for a moment around the streets, particularly as they go through Casino Square. Full course yellow conditions, so not flat out. Have a listen. Wow, that takes you back. That takes you back. What have we got out on the track then, gentlemen? What cars are we excited to see again, Bruce?
Well, because I was working in the Formula One pit lane in 1998 and 2001, 2002, the Schumacher cars are the ones that stand out for me, because he really, particularly in 1998 when McLaren started the season all guns blazing, David Coulthard, Mika Hakkinen, and they got a lead, but it was the doggedness of Michael Schumacher refusing to drop out of that battle and having to go to qualifying sessions and even races where he did every lap like a qualifying lap. I'm thinking back to Nürburgring that year. There was something about Michael Schumacher in a Formula One car, in a Formula One pit. He would be the first driver in, last driver out. You know, he really, really drove that team. But again, looking at these cars, not many years apart, and second one in that group, look at the level of wings and aerodynamic, and you compare it to those early 1960s Formula One cars, and it's like someone should add a bit here, a bit there. It's not a thing of beauty, but beauty comes in when you get the winner's trophy.
Yeah.
Still haven't even worn the stickers off their tyres here on that opening lap.
And we have different type of engines too.
Oh, that's a good point.
V8, 10, different capacities too.
There's a lot of love for the V10s at that high screaming noise. Got another one just popped out onto the track there. There's no denying that noise is, I mean, it is totally, I totally associate that with a particular time in Formula One. It's like hearing a song from the summer you left school or something. It immediately transports you back to that time, and that engine noise does that for me.
It does, when you have a whole host of those. I was talking earlier about the sound when the last engine is switched off at the Monaco Grand Prix, and suddenly you go, I wasn't aware of the sound. I knew it's exciting, but it is actually an invasion, and when you had the V10s, it just took it to another level. Primal. And I do still love that sound. It just doesn't dull for me at all. Hardest thing, of course, to see in a lot of these cars would be the numbers, because you could see they were Ferraris because they were red, but increasingly hard to spot the numbers on the nose or the flanks, because the noses were getting narrower and narrower. It wasn't the case of a lovely broad spatulate nose you have in the 60s and 70s. but just good to see. And you really want them actually, the ideal thing would be have these cars in chronological order, so you can see it as they go round, so you can see
that's a great idea.
The addition of wings. And don't forget, you had a point where the back wings became incredibly narrow, and I thought that was really ugly. I'd become accustomed to full width rear wings, and of course, again, it's this fact that in Formula One, in the World Championship, there is a constant adjustment to the rule book, and therefore you get cars that don't have a sort of natural flow of one to the other.
Tell you what else I notice is the different shades of red.
Yes. Yeah, when people talk about Ferrari red, you go, it's a bit like British Racing Green. What is it?
Yeah. I really enjoyed the cars that came out in, was it 2020 and 2021, when they had the historic, and it was a much more sanguineous colour, a darker red, and I thought that looked outstanding. Guys not really being able to open these cars up, still got the stickers on the tyres, running at full course yellow speeds through the tunnel.
Yeah, there's always there are ways you can do Formula One or any track parade. How hard do you want to go? Obviously, the closer to their natural environment, the sound is right, the dynamics of the car look good, but you'd have to say around Monaco, it comes with more complications because of the barriers all the way around. So we did have the car, we just saw at the bottom of the shot there, that just seems to have trickled to a halt out of the Nouvelle chicane. There was another car we saw coming onto the start-finish straight, and it just seemed, I wasn't sure if they were pulling over, waiting for clear track or not. We didn't get a shot of that again. So again, we talk, Olivier, about how these cars, the closer you come to contemporary times, the harder they are to get going. You need more people to get them started. They're more and more complicated because more and more electronics come in, and even with road cars, you know that an excess of electronics can lead to problems.
And here in Monaco, with all the buildings, you know, the sound of the engine is very, very nice.
Racing cars on city streets just sound different because of that. The acoustics and almost the amplification of the engine note because of that reverberation. Even when we've just done demonstrations with some of the sports cars over in the States, getting big engine sports cars onto a city street and getting somebody like Jan Magnussen to, I remember the old Peugeots with the big Robert Yates Tune V8.
Famously quiet.
Engines. Yes, famously silent. Whisper, the ghost car as it was never known. And on the streets of San Jose in California, ripping round the central area there, the park area, and of course Jan being Jan was lighting up the Michelin tyres and giving everybody a show. And I was standing next to the police chief who had his phone out, and I thought, oh, we're going to get stopped here straight away. He takes the video and immediately sends it to somebody, and I said, we okay? He said, oh, it's a word I won't say, outstanding. And I went, oh, okay, I think we're going to be fine then. It just hits differently.
It really is. You were talking about the different shades of red. These two going around nose to tail. The one in front, the darker red, which I presume slightly gets your vote over the more orangey red. It does for me as well. Just bear in mind the one year I want to pick out. I've talked about 1998, where of course Schumacher fought so hard and lost out in the end to Mika Hakkinen at the final round at Suzuka. 2000, the first of his Ferrari world title, but 2004 was the one that counted. 13 wins for Shui. He absolutely dominated with his teammate Rubens Barrichello doing his best, but just unable to keep up. The German was an athlete as well, out of the car. You know, there'd be events. I remember there was a bicycle race at Silverstone. He immediately bashed everyone in that. Very, very fit. Of course, drivers talk about fitness, and the fitness comes in different ways. But he was someone who'd really pushed the hard yards.
We've got an ex-Raikkonen car out there as well from the 2008 season. There's a Eddie Irvine T car out there, a little older, back to 1998. So a variety of cars that are out there.
Well, effectively what you have cars that were driven by Schumacher and cars that were driven by his teammates, because he was the predominant driver in all that time. Eddie Irvine was the one who came probably closest to taking a title, because 1999, if you remember, Silverstone British Grand Prix, and Shui went off, broke a leg, and therefore Ferrari suddenly had to put all their attention behind Eddie Irvine, and it came very close at the end of the season to Mika Häkkinen at McLaren being toppled because Michael came back and then was having to play a role he's not accustomed to, which is fighting in support of a teammate. But it didn't seem to matter. Some drivers would get close to him. Felipe Massa had his moments where he would take victories. And interesting, yesterday when you brought the news in that Istanbul is going to get its Grand Prix back, that was a very happy hunting ground for Felipe. But across the course of the season, the excellence and just the sheer dogged determination and will to win for Shui would put him at the top.
Let's just enjoy the engine notes across the start line here. Also, of course, the difference from the earlier cars that we've been looking at, that these are semi-automatic gearboxes. The driver still has to actuate them. The car cannot be driven in a full automatic mode, but the crispness, almost the staccato rifle shot sounds of those gearbox downshifts, bang, 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 really noticeable at a place like this.
Yeah, well, I was talking about the tiny, narrow rear wing. Voila, there's an example. They could have one twice as wide. The sponsor would have loved it. I would as well. It, to me, looked wrong. It was a period they were trying to improve the airflow behind the car to make better racing, something they still haven't got right because we're still experimenting with different ways of achieving it.
I didn't like the high-nose cars either, no. If I'm honest. There was a loss of elegance there for me, Olivier.
Yeah, same for me.
In all honesty, the earliest ones in this are the most elegant, but to me, you have to go back to the Alesi and Berger days. Their Ferraris were very elegant, and again, it's the rule book and it's the engineers, it's the Adrian Newey's et al. Who would love to put as many different elements on a car as possible to try and find an advantage. And but I still think a racing car should be beautiful, and not all of these were.
And you talk about elements. Wing elements, side pod elements. It ended up looking like some new and exciting men's shaving razor at the front end.
47 blades for a cleaner shave.
Yes, exactly so. But what they were doing, actually, to probably push the analogy too far, they were sharpening a razor blade. That's what they were looking for. They were looking for not a tenth, not even maybe a half a tenth, but maybe a tenth of a tenth. They were just trying to find the tiniest aerodynamic advantage that would affect lap speed.
No, 100%. But bear in mind that even with this array of cars, we go through 10 years, 11 years when we go from 1998 through to 2008, the ex-Raikkonen car, the F2008. That is a long time, as we've been enjoying the history passage of time in Formula One. So don't expect the car from 1998 to be exactly the same as the one from 2008. Different technology, different rule book, different drivers.
Speaking of the drivers, some of the drivers that we've got out there, Luis Perez Companc, driving the F2004. Andrea Beninati in the F1 2000 car. Mitchell Green, who's been out this morning, he's in the Eddie Irvine 1998 car, the T car. Tommy Cabrizio in a 1998 former Schumacher car. Amit Singh is driving the ex-Barrichello F2002. Angelo Koo is in the F2007, that's an ex-Massa car. Ken Griffin in the 2006 248, that's another formerly Schumacher-driven car. Kashin Kihara in the 248. That was a test car, Ferrari test car. The ex-Raikkonen F2007.
Marie Setang driving that. Her father Stefan owns the car, and I think she won the toss of the coin to get to drive it. Yeah. And Thomas Floor, we well know him from the World Endurance Championship for many years. Mr. VistaJet, he's got a 2003 ex-Schumacher car.
And there would be no show without Joe McCarry in the ex-Irvine 399 from 1999. I haven't seen that, actually.
As I drive through a certain part of South London, I try not to look in the windows of a rather fabulous showroom. I try not to look at what I can't afford, which is all of it, or any of it. But Joe McCarry has built up a phenomenal business. Now we're getting, this is more like parade because you get the drivers a bit closer together, and it's just lovely to see those. I wanted to just touch back on the F2007 from Felipe Massa's car. How close did he get in that year and the following year to the title? Eventually, in the shootout in 2008, lost out. He was world champion for about 15 seconds, wasn't he? Until Enzo Truly got passed by Lewis Hamilton in that unbelievable finale at Interlagos. Still one of the great circuits, but I don't think there's been a more dramatic race there for a good decade or two.
For reasons I won't go into right now, we actually did some commentary on that, and it was an extraordinary thing to watch and to call the action on. And I remember it like it was yesterday.
Well, it was like a constant shuffling of the cards, wasn't it? Right, here's the story. Oh no, hold on a second. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle.
Yeah.
And it was particularly cruel for Felipe, who fought so hard in the latter part of that season. Of course, Lewis can go, oh, my victory was taken away in the Belgian Grand Prix where he beat Felipe. But for Felipe, on the track he used to sort of attend as a boy, home circuit at Interlagos, and I think his first job at a Grand Prix was helping serve pizzas at his home circuit just so he could get in.
And when we talk about the emotion of motorsport, Brace, there's a few images that I have seared into my brain. Sports cars feature heavily, and I think of Udo Schoenack when he won at Sebring overall, bursting into tears after all the hard work he'd done down through the years. I think of Jesus Pereira when his car broke down within sight of a podium finish at Le Mans, when he'd had to drive pretty much all night because one of his co-drivers had been injured in a support race. But I also think of Felipe Massa's dad and the pictures of him thinking they'd won, and then being the awful realisation that it had been snatched away at the very last moment.
You know, motor racing has to have drama attached to it. I mean, you have the sheer physicality of the cars, the noise they make, their speed on the track, but inevitably there's going to be drama. Sometimes the dice might roll your way, but for every winner in a really tight contest, there's someone that's just come out second or third or retired, and that's the other side of the coin.
I'm just going to ask the guys just to take a breath for a second before these cars pull in, and we're going to turn our mics off, and you can turn up whatever device you're watching and listening on, and just enjoy these Ferrari engines for a lap or so. Hopefully we chose well there, because there's a group of drivers who are getting quicker, and even the background noise, even just the backing track, if you will, of these highly stressed, high revving engines, just outstanding. And I'll remind you as well that the Corsa Clienti program that Ferrari runs, they look after these cars, come out for specific events. Quite often after a Ferrari Challenge weekend at various circuits in Europe or further afield, they'll designate maybe the Monday or the Tuesday or both as a Corsa Clienti day, bring out some of the F1 cars for their clients.
Yes, and a whole host of their sort of ultra sports cars they have as well, of course, the Clienti days. But I've seen various of them. I've been at race meetings around the world where they're on the agenda, and you go, wow, there's some pretty amazing machinery. But a lot of driver coaching has to go in. You can't, just because you've afforded to buy a Ferrari Formula One car, really be let loose. It would be unfair on all parties concerned. You'd be interrupting a session if you just weren't up to driving the car. But there's so much coaching you can do. Of course, the Clienti is fantastic at that, in getting you ready to make this step up. And for anybody getting in a Formula One car, of course it's a step up, big time.
Yeah, thinking about things like the FXX and things like that. And now, of course, the latest... Sorry, I just had to pause, that went by. It's like talking over the introduction to Papa as a Rolling Stone. It's very long and it's tempting, but you leave it. It's an essential part of the track. I think, you know, the tradition continues because Ferrari have built a track, custom track day version of the 499p. And again, originally I think they wanted to build maybe a dozen or 15 of them. They're well into the 20s of those cars now. And they're spread across the world, and once in a while they'll get together at somewhere like Laguna Seca or a classic circuit in Europe, and they'll all come together in rainbow hues. Actually, they're not all red, and they're not all looking like the race cars. There's a very lovely dark blue car that comes out. And
just worth explaining, if you're a Formula One fan, you don't know what a 499p is. It's what they came to the World Endurance Championship a handful of years ago, 60 years after their previous attempt to come and win at Le Mans, and they did so. Great looking cars, and if you've never seen the World Endurance Championship, there is an awful lot to enjoy. We've obviously got the big one, the Le Mans 24 Hours, coming up, and that was given such a boost by Ferrari making a return and bringing a whole new group of fans who had to become accustomed to a different form of racing, multiple drivers sharing a car, but it's a different mix, and it's wonderful how many people have crossed over.
Imola last weekend, only last weekend, there was no Formula One racing going on. 92,175 people across the weekend at Imola for the opening round of the WEC. Kimi Antonelli came, so we gave him a job. We waved the green flag, and
part of his fitness program.
Yes, absolutely. And it was, as you might imagine, there was an awful lot of red in the grandstands, which, quite amusingly, Brendan Hartley, who drives for Toyota Racing, as they are called now, and they've gone back to a red and white livery, 1998 sort of livery. He said, it's great to see all the red in the crowd. Didn't want to burst his bubble.
No, that's it. No, but I think it's fantastic when people only know one form of a sport and they find another and realise they could even go and look at GTs, look at touring cars, and the more the merrier. Indy cars.
Just on the nose of the car that's in the pit lane now, the number 196, that is basically, that is the stock number. So that's how they identify Ferrari. Generally speaking, won't, unless you're on a day like this and you identify the cars directly, they won't tell you whose car it is, and you're not allowed to take pictures inside Fiorano of anything, even of the cars in the Corsa Clienti storage. So that number will apply to one of their customers, and it's all done very professionally. Even for the older cars, there's a whole separate facility for the much older cars going back before the 1970s.
Well, think about, I mean, Williams got its heritage department. McLaren, I remember once before they moved to the McLaren Technical Centre, when they were still in Albert Road in Woking, I went into the back part of the building, all the offices at the front, behind the car park. The back part of the building, there were 50 cars, bubble wrapped, cocooned in one room. Hard to leave.
I'm pretty certain that's the F2007 car. And driver's title won that year by a single point.
Well, that was another Brazilian shootout, wasn't it? With Kimi Räikkönen coming up on the rails. He was really third in the championship, but how many championships have ended up with driving taking victory by 1 point over 2 rivals?
Yeah.
With,
that was a tight year, wasn't it?
Very tight.
Picking up the pace now, and in fact, I've just realised the reason they're picking up the pace is the full course yellow boards have been taken away. That's not to say they'll be running at full tilt as they would have in period, but the drivers have been given free rein now to drive more quickly. I think just while they got everybody out on the track and they warmed everything up, it was a good idea to have the full course yellow.
At the beginning,
Yeah, definitely. I think they just want people, because a lot of these are owners who don't get too much time in their cars, so why not give them 2 or 3 or 4 extra laps just to get in the feel of the circuit, work out where the bumps are.
Regarding the money they put on it, it's safe.
Yes, yeah, you've got an investment, don't transform the way it looks. So for the Tifosi, the Ferrari fans all around the world, a massive treat, a history lesson of the cars of not too long ago, but a 10-year span, even within this parade of Ferraris.
I'd like to see some of the drivers wearing replica helmets of the drivers who raced in the cars as well. It's pretty cool. It's just still amazing to me when we see these cars that are far more contemporary than anything else that we've got here this weekend, just how difficult it is to get round the Hotel Hairpin. And the newer cars until recently were even longer than these cars. It's almost like you need rear steer to get round there. It is very tight.
Yeah, and imagine with the actual Formula Ones.
And the first lap when everybody's trying to overtake you and, you know, diving down the inside, on the curb, running around the guardrail. What a treat.
248 sounding fantastic going past us. That's one of the earlier cars in this group. Sorry, later cars, I beg your pardon, 2006. This is when Schumacher stopped winning the World Championship. This is when, of course, other teams said they wanted to have a go, but Michael took his time out. Raced motorbikes for a bit, didn't he? And then came back for more with Mercedes. So, but of course, in the early days, when the early ones, these cars, they test a lot, and then suddenly Formula One testing was something that wasn't.
Yeah,
really
that wasn't restricted.
No, unrestricted.
No, it is.
Also, there were fewer Grand Prix then, so they'd sort of have a Grand Prix one week, go testing the next, but they were on the road an awful lot. Now they're on the road an awful lot more, but 24 Grand Prix in a good year rather than 16. It's a big, big difference in terms of the input. But what's gone missing is the amount of testing. What they can do, though, is much more testing within the technology they have back at base.
It's like Portimao and Dubai, actually, Dubai Autodrome. They were built on a business model that expected Formula One testing. I think maybe Portimao had one before the ban. Obviously, it's had a Grand Prix since under very different circumstances. But, you know, a T1 designation rather than a full Formula One designation, the only difference was how much money you paid for the license. The track had to be up to F1 standards. And all of a sudden, in-season testing was outlawed, as you rightly said.
Well, I mean, a lot of the teams who'd had a season ticket with any hotel near what we now call the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, because that was the one they did the bulk of the testing in, and for some people, it probably spoke Spanish by the end of the season.
Aerodynamic add-ons, the car that we are looking at now.
It's a bit like you have an options package and they've ticked every box, isn't it? I have one of those, or 2 of those probably. Anyhow, a huge number of... there's Marc Genet, who's probably driven more Ferrari Formula One cars than anybody else. Trained as an accountant, but he appears to be on crutches at the moment. That's nothing to do with him having trained as an accountant. But good to see him. You know, he's been such an ambassador for Ferrari over the years. And, you know, for the Corsa Clienti clients, he can say, well, I've driven this and I've driven that,
correct.
and this is the good point, and that's a good point on that.
He was... How long was he the test driver for? I mean, years, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'd say 10 years.
Yeah, got to be a decade.
Also, and then other sort of display, you often see him at all the Goodwood events because he comes up and he's very affable, but this is almost where he's earning his corn in terms of giving the feedback to the owners of these fabulous historic Ferraris.
And this kind of almost goes without saying, but I'm going to contradict myself by saying it. Look at how these cars have been turned out, and look at the way everybody looks in the pit lane. That looks like a Formula One team in the pit lane, because that's how these guys operate. It's as simple as that. It is the Ferrari way. The cleaner lines, the wider rear wing that Bruce likes.
Simple cars for simple people. That's how we do it.
Ever owned a Ferrari, Bruce?
Not a full-size one, no.
Driven one?
Yes. Yeah. A race going would have been 328.
Oh, nice.
It was lovely. Alton Park, huge amount of fun. Lots of corners come up at you quite quickly.
Yes.
I drove a couple that day. Good fun, but never enough time. And sometimes if you're having an experience in a car like that, you want to drive it in a circuit that's a bit more wide open, a bit more time to sort of feel you've got the confidence to go for, well, that's unfortunately a Sandy Vought moment. So that's a historical reenactment of any Grand Prix here. There's always someone who will have a mishap there. So
it's got a long way around the corner, and unfortunately that hasn't helped as the full course yellow boards come back out again, because from beyond the Tech Pro and into the harder part of the retaining wall, cause of Clienti guys are going to have a little bit of work to do when those cars get back to home base, and that particular car gets back to home base. Ian McCarthy says, I was born too late to experience pre-90s Formula One, but just in time to listen to Bruce, John and Olivier talking about it, and that's arguably more entertaining. Thank you very much, Ian. That's very kind of you to say that at RSL_studio.
Overly kind, Ian, but we love the fact you're just adding more knowledge to your already phenomenal collection. Ian is someone who, if there's a car racing somewhere in the world, he's got half a handle on it.
Yeah, absolutely right.
So a little bit of a mishap. I think that was one of the F300s, a car from 1998, going around. Again, the ones I admire because they're much simpler, and also, for me, you know, those are the cars that I was actually in the pit lane. An ex-Schumacher Ferrari, that hurts a little bit more, but it's nothing that can't be fixed.
Yeah, it's a somewhat precarious position at the moment. I was fortunate enough to do the northeastern launch of what was then Ferrari's new road car, which was the 360, when the 360 first came out. We had a car which we could, we've got Marshall cam, how fantastic. And the car was only to be used for a static reveal, and the Ferrari garage up in the northeast, which anybody who lives up in the northeast at that time will recognise the name of Reg Vardy as a high-end car supplier, Ferrari among other major premium marks. And so they invited some of their Ferrari customers and tempted them by saying, bring your Ferrari and we'll have some track time, and I organised it for them and did the presentation. So that day, thanks to the kindness of some of the Ferrari customers, I got to drive an F40 and F50.
Oh, stop now.
However, my favourite car, and the one that I still would like to own, was a 550M.
Yeah.
550M. Beautiful GT car. The F50 was absolutely incredible and one of the most balanced cars I've ever driven. And you could induce, understeer or oversteer as you desired. The F40 was basically had a throttle pedal that was like lighting a firework and waiting for it to go off.
Yeah.
You might as well have had a light switch while you waited for it to spool up and then bang.
I can't remember.
Incredible in their own ways, both of them. I'm not denigrating them.
No, for sure. But I can't remember a car being launched. I was young days as a sort of motorsport journalist. The F40, just people went wow, because it was stripped down. I mean, people talk about cars being for purpose. That really was.
It was.
This was no lip service. This was the real McCoy.
You could almost see through the door panels. They were so thin. You know, it was, and the styling of it was so of that moment, but also just so purposeful. And of course, and that's why Ferrari are Ferrari in some respects, and why people follow the racing is because every once in a while they come up with something that just makes people go, wow.
Yeah, but the rear wing on the F40, it was enormous, you know? So when people saw that, it was the car.
Yes, and it ran up all the way from the outside, like a current, even a current sports car. I think that has stood the test of time. The 50 was a very elegant car, more curves, of course. But as I said, my favourite was the road car. It was a nice Tour de France blue 550M, and I took that for a few laps. This was at Croft Circuit up in North Yorkshire, and that's lived with me to this day. In fact, Joe McCowry, who's out here, has been trying to sell me an F50 for a while. Sorry, a 550M for a while, and I keep saying to him, I've got to be able to use it every day, Joe. I need it as an everyday car. And he's sort of moves his head backwards and forwards. You probably could. How many miles do you do a year? So my car, probably 7,000 or 8,000 miles. Sucks through his teeth.
You'll need 2 then.
See, now I hadn't thought of that. That's great man maths, that, Mr. Jones. Not sure how I'll get that past the responsible adult.
With a very long run-up.
It could be what we call an every good day car.
Good day car.
Every good day car. Let's roll out of this for a second and give you the chance again, while there's groups of cars going round, to enjoy the engine notes of this Ferrari parade here on the streets of the Principality. Squirt of power coming out of the swimming pool complex before you get to Raskas, which is actually right in front of us. That is pretty impressive, isn't it? The way they take off out of there. And then, possibly even more impressive, is how quick they stop for Raskas.
Yeah, Raskas is often it's very cruel to have a corner that trips the drivers up. Probably almost the most is the penultimate corner of the circuit. It's one thing if you're particularly in qualifying, you're trying to set a good lap and you blow it at the first corner, you go, okay, right. But if you've got almost the whole way around, somewhere as tricky as Monaco. But yeah, it doesn't look like much on the circuit map, but it really is a consequence, because you've also got the sort of change of camber. And then you've got the very quick flick into the final corner of the circuit. But no, it's notoriously difficult, and particularly if you're on cold tyres. And as we saw with some of the earlier sessions today, qualifying sessions, drivers just going, oh, I can't quite turn in. Oh, I seem to be going back to the paddock. So for the drivers down there, Kaisha and Kihara having a chat with Mark Genet, Mark listening, and just, there's so much information that travels back and forth between a driver and someone who's just trying to provide some advice to them.
Everybody being very respectful for those who perhaps are on a fast lap. Oh, big spin, but not hit the barriers.
In Piscine, that's actually very close to us. And so the other drivers coming through very keen to have those yellow flags wave quickly, which they have been, but that was quite something. It's a big car in not a very wide stretch, and when you're rotating through an axis like that, that must have been very fortunate indeed.
I think that might be the F2007X Raikkonen car, but I'm not sure about that. Now, the problem will be, of course, as the full course yellow comes out. So fun dialed down just a wee bit. That car won't restart on its own.
No.
So that is a Ferrari engine that has no fire in it. And I don't think the driver got the clutch pulled in early enough.
And that moment, you've probably gone a little bit too deep into the first part of the left-hand part of the entry to the piscine, and then you compromise on the second part, and then you just have to hope you're not going to hit the barriers as you go around. It's that moment when you realise it's not going to fit, is it? I'm not getting around this corner without going around.
How lucky to have a spin there, though, which is a quick part of the track, where you've loaded the car up and have a spin to point in the opposite direction. And I don't think there's been contact with the barriers. And when we see that car again, look at the bottom of the barriers, because it's not just the barriers. There is a curb right there. Oh yeah, there we go. Spin up the back wheels.
We have it.
On the brakes, on the brakes, on the brakes. Don't hit anything, please don't hit anything, please don't hit anything. And yeah, that's fine. Didn't hit anything. Phew. But look at the curb there, Bruce.
Yeah.
Underneath. This is a city street.
This is the thing. If ever you come here into this part of Monaco and Monte Carlo, when there's no racing and the barriers go away, there are lots of cars around, but you just simply go, really? A Grand Prix around here. The climb up to Casino Square, it looks more like a track, but some of the areas around by the harbour side, once all the barriers have been taken away, you have to go, oh yeah, this is where the circuit is.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. They've got the trolley out immediately, so the session won't be interrupted for too much longer.
Now he wants the crane, you can see the crane element has been dropped down, ready to hook this car up. They've got to just put it sort of on the cross, the imaginary cross on the track. This is the lifting point.
Yeah.
So a few cars coming into the pit lane. It's lovely to see the one of the ex-Barrichello cars in F2004 out there with the driver with the right helmet for Rubens.
I like that. I noticed that.
There's
earlier.
a chap who races in Historic Racing whose name will come to me, but he's always had Barrichello helmets and sort of incorporates them into his act. There we are. Finger goes around, trolley's kicked away, and the car goes skyward. Even after all the years of looking at rescues with cranes, I still have an intake of breath, particularly if it's something like an ex-Formula 1 Ferrari.
A number of different championships, including the World Endurance Championship, have embraced the idea of being able to lift the cars at a balance point, and they all have roofs nowadays, so there are specific lifting eyes, and the WEC, like a number of series, take round a set of bars, and make sure that the rescue trucks have them, or they can be brought to the rescue trucks by the intervention vehicles, and then either GT, the Le Mans GT3s, or the prototypes can be lifted and put on the top of a flatbed or put over the inside of the armcore railings if they need to be.
I'm going to wind the clock back to the very end of 2005, and I saw an experiment that I don't think has been repeated, correct me if I'm wrong, which is picking up cars with a rescue helicopter, and that was the Dubai Autodrome with A1GP in its first season, and it was a rescue helicopter from Zermatt in Switzerland, with obviously pilots of astonishing levels of capability. It was a novelty, but obviously somewhere like here you wouldn't want a helicopter coming low over the middle of town.
I think not.
But out there, when of course the Autodrome there was actually pretty much out in the desert.
There's nothing there in those days.
There was space to do it. It was a novelty, but it was entertaining.
Coming towards the end of this session now, I think, Bruce.
Yeah, they've got about another 5 or 6 minutes of this, and some would have come in because they've either scared themselves or just started to feel they're getting not above themselves, but just encouraging themselves to go a little bit faster and maybe stay this side of the safety equation in that. But for a lot of people, the chance to race a Ferrari Formula 1 car at speed anywhere is, somewhere like Monaco is super, super special. They're going to be out on track again tomorrow during the lunch break, so what a treat for all involved.
Yeah, that's a good replica helmet. Out the Casino Square, down through the box, turn in, lit the throttle, turn in, curve. Not sure. And then the excitement and the noise, and no matter how good your ear protection is, you're going to hear those cars through that tunnel from inside there. There's the 8, 9, 10, 12-year-old kid in everybody who, if you've got a nice loud car through any tunnel, you want to wind the windows down and get whoever's driving it to give it a few revs or drop it down in a second and accelerate back up to the speed limit. And I can't imagine that these drivers here are any different, and they'll be loving that.
Absolutely. Really silly story here, but a long time ago, Classic and Sports Car magazine did a little floppy, soft disc, but it's actually a single, 45, and it was the soundtrack of the BRM V16 engine. And a friend of my brother's recorded it, put it on the cassette player in his car, and we played at traffic lights, but no one was fooled. He was sitting in a 1300 Ford Escort, revving like a V16. Might have fooled one person. Anyhow,
so long as it fooled him, that's all that matters.
Exactly so. But going back to the noise, it is really something super special. So another replica helmet, a bit of a Schumacher replica helmet. And when you can't hear what a driver is saying, was he talking about spinning the car? Oh, was that the one that went over round by Piscine? Of course it was. So yeah, he had every reason to be doing the universal hand spin. Actually, how many people can say, I spun my Formula 1 car at Piscine and I didn't hit a single thing?
I spun my Ferrari Formula 1 car.
Very good. You've just raised the stakes to a higher level. So
check flag.
Check and flag. They've had a good old session there. That was I hadn't really looked at how long they were going to be running, but they got a good chunk of time there to.
No timing. We should put this out. That wasn't a race. It was an opportunity for the Corsa Clienti owners and to take out their cars. You know that they've had people timing them, don't you?
Yeah.
You absolutely know they have.
You look quick. Yeah, but how quick?
Yeah.
Well, I might tell you.
It's a great helmet as well.
Yeah, Eddie Irvine, of course, such a staunch Ferrari driver for many years. Still busy.
So that's another one of the three. That's the other 300, isn't it? That's the T car. Eddie Irvine, who was one of the few people ever to come to Formula 1 and take a pay cut.
Yes, I know.
Making so much money
racing in Japan. Japanese Formula 3000, but he had that break with Jordan where he came out and impressed everybody apart from Ayrton Senna by getting, not blocking him, but he was running in front, but he was a lap down, but he wasn't going to pull off, and he was an expert at Suzuka where the race is going. Oh, look, smiles all around. Obviously, all the drivers wanted as much track time, but you know what? For a lot of them, they're doing it again tomorrow. So maybe a little bit of caution, coming in a little bit early to talk to Mark and say, hey, you've driven this in Formula 1, you've driven the Monaco circuit. What do you say about this? What do you say about that? So for Ferrari fans, so they'll be able to pick all the chassis numbers, if you will. They'll pick one from another. But interesting, sometimes because you don't have a change of livery with Ferraris, unless you put them side by side, you've got that continuum of red cars. We talked sort of orangey red, full to the deeper, darker red. And again, when you get them side by side, you can really see how the technology, or more to the point, the rule book was changing.
Oh, yes, it's always driven by the rules, isn't it? Well, I enjoyed that. I hope you did as well. The sounds as much as the sight, probably more.
Just going back to the point where the car had its spin, you can see its telltale rotation marks, but none of them got too close to the barriers. So that was a remarkably fortunate moment there, because no one likes to see a car get damaged. We did get one go off at Zandvoort, but I don't know. I'm sure that's fixable.
In point of fact, I don't think that was a very fast lap, because he was coming out in the middle of the road, and I think he was accelerating to go for a faster lap, and just spun up the wheels as he hadn't opened his hands out quite enough through the first of the right-handers there.
Right, so the car's going back into the paddock, and the Corsa Clienti marquee is immediately on the left-hand side once they go down the access road with the harbour to their left, and they'll be popped under there. Wouldn't like to hazard a guess as how much the value of those cars sitting on board down there, you know, just a mere dozen Ferrari Formula One cars.
The answer to that is whatever somebody wants to pay for it, in terms of there's no upper limit.
Yeah.
Somebody really wants it, Olivier, they'll put some money down and try and tempt an owner out of it, because there's a finite number of these cars, and it's not like you can nip down your Ferrari dealer and put an order in for one.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, we need such enthusiast people.
I think it's fantastic. Quite obviously, from some of the overalls we were looking at there, some of those drivers are part of the GT Corsa Clienti program as well, so they may have a few Ferrari GT or prototype racing cars. From one famous manufacturer of prestige motorsport to another, slightly different profile in terms of the clientele and the driving dynamics.
Different color?
Yes, very different colour. Rolls and Royce, and possibly one of the most famous radiator designs, and of course the Spirit of Ecstasy on the top there as well, with a very nice car mark going out behind the, say that's a silver
Ghost. Is it Ghost?
Shadow or Cloud, but the car mark, the twin headlight dark green car, that's lovely. I love that brown interior. Oh, and a Citroen DS
convertible.
Decapotable.
You improve your French.
I'm working with you. If we're talking elegance, is there anything more elegant than the car that was bearing that name, DS? Shortened to the letters D and S, but the French DS, D-I-E-S-S-E, and led out by a Ford Mustang 68, maybe that?
67, 68,
yeah,
I would suggest.
Yeah.
But yeah, what a success story it was. The Coca pushing that through at Ford, trying to get the accountants. And to me, this Bentley coming out is super elegant.
That's a Rolls.
It was a Rolls.
Yeah, had the Spirit of. I'm pretty certain it was Spirit of Ecstasy on it. I'll say again in a minute. I love the dark red on the Mustang. Having just had to give back, so that is a 350. I'm sure. Oh, maybe it's a 390 because he's got a 390 number plate. I've just given back it's
a Bentley.
Recent cousin. You're right. It is a Bentley.
It is a Bentley. It's the Continental. I don't know if it's the S2 or S3 with the side-by-side headlights.
Is that an Alvis coming up there? That's lovely as well.
It is. And then the car driven by more architects than any other in the world, the Citroen DS Capotable.
Beautiful.
All dressed in black in their polo necks.
Yeah.
Mine certainly was.
Just had to give back a Ford Mustang Dark Horse, which I put 2,500 miles on recently. The newer cousin of that car at the front. I really love that dark tan interior.
You know what? Seeing these cars on monogas number plates, but means they clearly owned and registered here. But the thought of these cars just wafting in the summer months along the Riviera, that's what they were about. But also with the capacity to continue driving north to Germany, to Sweden, to whatever, comfortable tourers. And Rolls-Royce didn't just have drop tops so you could see the famous people sitting in the back waving. They did it because it was for occasions and locations like this.
Maybe there is some cars from the museum.
I would think so, because they're on monogas plates.
Yeah.
But I think one can safely say there is one thread between all of these: elegance. These weren't really about performance. If you had a large engine, it was to make driving easy and smooth. John was talking earlier about torque, the elegance that when we talk about the Bugatti Royale, low revving but just smooth production of power, and also particularly if you're being chauffeur driven, you don't want to be battered around in the back seat as you know just going fast around corners. You want to be delivered in style and comfort.
Sounds odd to say nowadays when you have automatic cars that have maybe 10 forward speeds in an automatic box, that some of the automatic cars that will say it will have 3-speed boxes. That's all it needed, because you had so much torque. You don't want it. So that is a S3, I think.
Okay.
Continental.
And obviously the Continental name was one that travelled through the decades with Bentley, and, you know, up to its sort of latest iteration. In fact, driving high above town last night as we were making our way back up to where we're staying in La Turbie, we went past clearly the main Bentley garage with a whole host of Bentleys on the forecourt and parked opposite, having been serviced or about to go in. But,
I'm going to take it back. I think it's an S3. It's one of the Monaco cars.
In a Park Ward. These were
MPW, yeah.
So
coach building companies.
Yeah, this is something that younger viewers won't understand, that a lot of people, they would effectively get the chassis and then they would have it dressed in the body shape they chose to put on top of it. And this was mainly done by companies that prior to the motor car were making carriages, and people wanted their elegant Landos and Broughams and other things, and so they chose, and then there was the competition between the various design houses, very strong Italian arms, French arms, and a lot of British companies as well would dress cars for you. And if you had the money, you could have one that was exclusive to you. No one else would have that design.
Yeah, I've just found a very nice dark blue with a blue hood and vanilla interior, 1963. That's lovely.
And talking about the Citroën, there was also a special designer who was called Chaperon, who was doing very special ones, you know, some coupe, some convertibles.
Yeah, they didn't make many of those, the specials, but they're very popular with car magazines because it shows, you know, just that wonderful, wonderful history.
What is that grey car?
It does look a bit, it's a bit big for now.
I was thinking that as well as soon as I said it, and it's actually got a winged badge on, rather than just the diamond badge. The side-by-side headlights on the Continental drop head, lovely. And that dark green colour with the brown, fabulous. DS, of course, not the convertibles, not the Capotable versions, but were for a while built in Slough in the south of England.
They were?
The DSs were, yeah. Built by Citroën in the UK, and the right-hand drive cars. I always liked the estate car versions of the later cars. When we get down to the
Safari.
Yeah, the DS21s and stuff like that. Fantastic. Citroën refusing to conform to the norms of car engineering and design, and I came up with some brilliant ideas that were decades ahead of their time. The hydraulic suspension, power steering, headlights that swiveled, all of those were on the DS, the original DS, the DS19. Car of the year 59 or something like that.
Yeah.
Miles ahead of its time.
And end of the 50s, yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. And just a timeless classic.
It's not easy to restore.
No.
Not easy.
No. The party trick of being able to take a wheel off without needing a jack, because you could jack up the suspension, put in a stick, drop it down, take the wheel off, and then jack it up. And if it was a rear wheel, because they were front wheel drive, of course, so following on from the traction avant, and you could then drive it away. Even the later Citroëns, I had a friend who had a GS, which was the same thing. You
Yeah.
can take off a rear wheel
Yeah.
and drive it.
Yeah,
Incredible, self-leveling.
You
Miles ahead of the time.
You can go on 3 wheels.
Yes. Save your tyres, you say.
Yeah.
Save the tyre wear. So, watching some great racing cars and some fabulous road cars as we wait for the afternoon session to recommence. Thank you for being with us. And a reminder that we will be full on with the racing tomorrow. And coming up next, we have the Group C, effectively, and I say that deliberately, Series 3, but I said Group C because it is the sports cars, and I've been waiting for this one. This takes into account of the fact, Bruce, that sports cars raced here for a Grand Prix, not for an F1 Grand Prix, obviously, but still for the Grand Prize.
Yeah, for that year it was a sports car Grand Prix, and that year only they would have had other races, but that was the time it had the Grand Prix title, and we'll have an array of those cars, not just the front runners from that event, but others that took part, and we'll talk you through those when they come out onto the track. And it's something that I quite like, things that feel a little different. And by the way, back in period, it wasn't a bad race for Ferrari.
No. On
the basis they filled the top 5 positions with 225Ss. But others did take part. Jaguar, Aston Martin, De La Haye, Torgo Lalbo, etc., etc. We will come to them. They are things that are beautiful, and some small and nimble, some I'd never seen before. So it was enjoyable going around the paddock yesterday and taking a look. And that's one of the glories of when you come to the Monaco Historique, you can get up really close to the cars. There's some brilliant vantage points. And the answer is yes to most of your queries when you go around, which is what we like, because motor racing can be quite restrictive at times, and the chance to be welcomed in is something that Monaco does really well with this Historique. So yeah, looking forward to seeing those very much. With a mixture of other cars you wouldn't have thought so much. A Veritas, all the German racing cars in the mix, along with the Listers, lots of Maseratis, and that gets my vote.
The Veritas was the original RS 2000.
It was
long
indeed.
before Ford
Yes.
took up that moniker, coming from 1948. The World Championship for sports cars in the 50s was split into under and over 2000 cc's, and that World Championship starting in 1953. And they had short races as well as the endurance race. Everybody thinks of Le Mans and the long races, like the 12 hours at Reims as well, of course, but they did have short sprint races as well. And so in 1952, the organiser of the event here decided to move away from single-seaters, and the over 2000 cc cars were the main, the big race on the Sunday, and the under 2 litres competed for the Monte Carlo trophy on the Saturday. So this Grid C celebrates the birth, effectively, of the Sports Car World Championship. We've got a little bit of a break before we see those cars. With us now, we give you a little taste of the magic of Monaco, and you may have realised that we didn't actually quite finish that. That's because we've got a part 2. So sit back and enjoy more of the magic of Monaco.
He was on it.
Yeah, you slow down a little bit.
I've done that for so many years.
A lot of memories come flooding back, and quite emotional.
There's one part of a racing driver's brain where there's an imprint of the cars you have driven, and that it can be recalled by sitting in them.
Everything came back very easy, so I liked.
Did it make you want to go racing again?
No, I don't think so, no.
My concentration levels and ability are, I would say, 95% gone.
Getting back into a Formula One car with a little bit of power and a little bit of grip, and it's something that I haven't done for many years. So I enjoyed very, very much.
Yeah, it's always a smile because you like to drive again in Monaco.
Oh yeah, it came, soon as I went to track, all the memories came back. So I started going faster and faster, and then I reminded myself, Mika, slow down a little bit, you know, this is, you know, just take it easy.
Very different from anything I've done before. It's steering incredibly light. But I guess it needed to be kind of light because you're always driving with one hand around here. You know, you're steering one hand because you're always changing gear.
Historical car, you have to really use a lot of energy to push the brake, and of course no power steering. Cockpit is very small inside, so the driving physical wise is a big challenge, so you have to be fit.
The Ferrari 312 from 1970 that was driven by Clay Regazzoni in Monza and won the race.
It's a circuit which, you know, really rewards you because you go up against the barriers and you really have to make the car dance around over the bumps.
Said in Monaco is just one corner. There's no straight, no bit of straight here. So you go from you turn right, left, but there's no end to.
Going through the tunnel. That's all you have to say about Monaco.
What's your favourite part of this circuit?
Tabac. The corner that I most enjoyed was Tabac, where you've come out of the chicane, you run down the side of the harbour, and there was something about just getting the front wheel up against the barrier on the inside, but not touching it, and then letting the car float out under throttle, big four-wheel power slide.
Your car in that corner never handles perfectly, you know, and at the speed is enormous.
I say those drivers, they were very courageous because those cars, they were going more than 300 kilometers per hour. It was very, very dangerous. I would have never done it.
So you can tell how dangerous these cars are now. And I remember driving ones not that dissimilar when I was starting out, and you just never thought about it. It just wasn't something that was in your mind. But as soon as I get in it there now, I'm like, wow.
I'm amazed by the quality of the drivers. I'm amazed what they do with their cars. They compete. It's a real racing. And it's fantastic.
And I see the gamesmanship started already.
We've been trying to get out first, we've been pushing onto the back, then everybody else pushes out. There's been fights almost already, but it's all friendly stuff. So we've got 44 cars in one session now trying to qualify, so it's going to be a lottery for the grid. Like the reward of getting a quick lap round here is magnificent. But I think we have to make it a historic 4-day event now, so we'll get a bit more track time. Oh, they love the whistles, the French, don't they? They love whistles.
It's a challenge, it's a, as I say, a love-hate situation. It's so difficult to perform well here. Everybody in Monaco expects the most, and it's the circuit where it doesn't allow you any mistakes.
So Sterling, it's 60 years ago to the very day today that you won the Monaco Grand Prix in this particular 250F Maserati. That must be an extraordinary feeling.
Absolutely
sitting
fantastic, because it was a lovely car. I mean, this car was certainly the nicest handling of all Formula One cars. Really was terrific. And of course, this is an ideal circuit for a car that handles well, because you can drive around here on the throttle. And one thing I do remember, which is a bit unusual, and that is I decided to use only a 4-speed box, although I did have a 5 normally, but I thought the 4 would be better here because there's so many, sharp corners. So yes, it brings back so many memories.
This was your own personal car, you bought it yourself, and as a privateer, you're up against factory teams, you won the race, and then of course you'd automatically dispose of the car when it was no longer competitive. But today, it's like the crown jewels, this car.
Absolutely incredible, absolutely incredible. I mean, the Maserati, I must say, this was probably the nicest of all Formula One cars of any type. Well, the one thing I regret is selling the car. It'd be worth a few million more than I paid for it.
I think I heard you say once that you even had time whilst you were racing, driving round, to notice a pretty girl perhaps, or two in the stands.
Yeah, that was actually going down towards the station, on the left-hand side down there. I can't remember the name of the place now, but there's always a very nice-looking girl down there with pale pink lipstick, I remember. I mean, Monaco is the greatest short circuit in the world, and the people and the whole atmosphere that's here, you drink it in and really enjoy it so much.
In Formula One, it's everything a bit stressful. Here now it's everything relaxed, everybody enjoys. But then when it comes to racing, the guys are really trying to work hard.
So I was saying to one of the drivers here, he said, we're lunatics coming here, aren't we? This is a professional driver. But he said, you have to come back. Monaco is the jewel in the crown, whether it be Formula One or whatever it is. And if you raced at Monaco, you've actually done it.
The Monaco Historic is away and a great start. Oh, no! What a beautiful sight, what a beautiful sound. But he's almost side by side into back. I mean, what a sight.
Fractured memories and false alarms. Have we lost our way? We keep
There is a love with this place.
And out he goes and into the barrier.
When you're winning here in Monaco Grand Prix, what is the special about it? Is, yes, racing in Monaco, yes, racing on a straight track, but the people, how the people reacting and make this whole event such a beautiful event, and that makes a difference. The people.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to our live coverage of the Monaco Grand Prix Historique for 2026. It is the 15th running, and we start the afternoon session with something a little bit different from what we've had so far. For a single year in the 1950s, the organisers of the Grand Prix here at Monaco moved away from the tradition of single-seaters, Bruce, and ultimately, actually, it led to the formation of the World Sports Car Championship in 1953. 2 races over the weekend for sports cars, but still run as the Monaco Grand Prix.
Yeah, it was. In that year, they decided that you couldn't have cycle wings put onto single-seaters so they could race as sports cars. It had to be fixed into the bodywork. So that was sort of a landmark moment. And they decided, yeah, let's put it here. It's still early days for the World Championship in Formula 1. That year it also dropped down to Formula 2 category. So that was having its own vagaries and it was still to grow. And it was an opportunity and to put something down that's different in history. They didn't do it for that reason, but it was a chance and it gave sports car racing a massive boost. And you followed into the 1960s. Suddenly the manufacturers were piling in. So it was another springboard, but it stands out as a sort of historical oddity. You weren't quite old enough to be here then, but in your spirit you would have been, Olivier. Of course, you weren't born for years.
Thank you.
It must have been quite a thing, though, for them to decide to move away, even with all of the extenuating circumstances. It was Vittorio Marzotto who won in 1952 in the main race on the Sunday for the big-engined cars, and I think it's entirely correct that we follow the fact that those cars raced here. It was a good weekend for Ferrari in the big race. Ferrari's first, second, third, fourth and fifth before the first of the Jaguar C-types came through. And it was brilliant for Ferrari because they could showcase all of their sports cars here.
Yeah, you know, it was the same at the moment in Reims when with Jaguar.
Yes.
With Jaguar won everything, so they boost their sales.
Yes. It was literally win on Sunday, sell on Monday. Well, let's give you a little taste of what's been going on down in the paddock. One of the cars that I'm very interested to see here is the Maserati, the SI, which spent most of its racing career in the US and actually raced in the 12 hours of Sebring. And Gemma Scott has caught up with the driver Carlo Incerti.
We're down in the paddock with the Series C cars and a sea of red surrounding us, and I've just bumped into Carlo, who is the owner of this beautiful 1957 Maserati. Carlo, what a beautiful piece of machinery and an incredible piece of history that you're owner and driver of.
That is true. It's a very special car. It's a car that was built by Maserati factory in February of 1957 and shipped directly, as it happened many times in those days, into United States, where of course in those days the people that could afford these cars were billionaires or big names of industry. The car was owned by a guy called Jim Kimberly, nicknamed Gentleman Jim. Jim Kimberly was the owner of Kimberly-Clark, the Kleenex factory, so obviously a well-off guy. And he had a series of cars, Maseratis, Ferraris, and he was very passionate about the car, really fan of aesthetics. In fact, he painted the car in a special shade of red that was developed by one of his clan friends that was the owner of DuPont, the chemical factory that developed this red Kimberly. I still have a letter from Jim asking the guy to develop this special shade, for which he painted the car, he dressed himself, all of the crew, all of the vans, so that it was quite an event when he came to the various events. The car history is interesting also, both racing-wise, but also socially. Racing-wise, because the car competed in probably the most famous long-time race of those days, Sebring, that was run in this airport. As many of these days, races were not in circuits but in adapted, not streets or roads in airports. And then in 57 and 58. The social part is that in 57, quite strangely, the car had a crew of 3, of which one of the members was a lady, which for 1957 was quite amazing. This lady is famous. Her name is Denise McCluggage. She was a journalist. I don't remember which journal. I think New York Times or something, but she was also very fast. And I have a beautiful picture of that with her driving this car with a helmet with polka dots, which makes it quite funny. The last thing maybe that I want to tell you about the social part, this car competed also in the famous or infamous Grand Prix of Cuba in 1958. Infamous because a Ferrari car exited the race track and killed 9 people. Famous because the Castro crew, it was just a few months before Castro took power, and there was still Batista, the dictator, and so they just wanted to have the news, so they just kidnapped Fangio. That was the one that wanted to win the race, but he was kidnapped. But about this car, I have 2 articles that I found from the Havana Post, where it was mentioned that the majestic was nicknamed like the majestic arrival of Mr. Kimberly with his yacht, his vans, and the car all painted it is red of shade. So it could have been quite a. So that's why the car is beautiful. It goes fast, but it's, I would say, an interesting history.
And it's one of a kind in terms of the lights that we see on the side of the car. We haven't seen those on any other Maserati of its time.
You're totally right, and this is a special feature. It could be nicknamed also. It could be considered the inventor of this. Why? These are signaling lights. The combination of the 3 lights. I don't know. The red with the white with the yellow and the red would signal the pits in these long distance races that the car had some sort of problems. And this was I would say, the primordial invention of communicating without radio, without anything to the pits. Very interesting, very special, but also interesting because then in all the period pictures that sometimes are very distant, or in the movies, it's difficult to recognize the cars. They have no number plate. But then you see the car because you see these 3 lights. So it was quite funny, I would say.
It's wonderful. Carlo, I could talk to you all day about the history of this car, but I think it's time for us to take a look at what's going on track. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Enjoy your weekend.
Bye.
Carlo Encerti speaking with Gemma. And the cars from that very particular era of the single year of the sports car Grand Prix here at Monte Carlo, 1952, on the pit lane at the moment. There's quite a lot of them. They've gone down to 29 cars, and they'll be going out in a wee moment. Bruce and Olivier are still with me here in the booth. Very interesting to hear what Gemma and Carlo were talking about there, but that car coming across from the States specifically, spent most of its time over there, and the provenance of these cars, Bruce, not specifically for this particular series of cars, and they're lined up in the pit lane now, but the provenance is great, and to be able to track the provenance back and be able to say with total certainty that was the car that did the 2 Sebring races, and so drove it here, and etc. etc.
Yeah, there are a lot of people actually, that's their area of speciality. They're basically confirming the history of cars, because sometimes you have a car that's been crashed, and occasionally it has been known, Olivier, you can raise your eyebrows that it becomes 2 cars afterwards, which we do not approve of, but sometimes it is the case. You've got the purity, it's been broken, but they've recovered what they can, it's been rebuilt, it's raced again, and then it might be broken again. So, but that is still one car. It's if it diverges. So a lot of motor racing historians are really helpful in this.
Yeah, and it's not very easy for the FIA after that.
Exactly.
To deliver the HTP.
Historic passport is what we're talking about. So nowadays you would talk about cars being homologated and passing technical inspection. Those things didn't quite exist in the same way back in those days. So there has to be a process of validating cars to A, say that they are what they're meant to be, but B, also to make sure that they're as they would have raced in period. You're allowed some safety additions, etc. But generally speaking, it's as they were in period. Into the afternoon session and the 2026 Grand Prix de Monaco Historique, 15th running, takes a little detour from the multitude of single-seated Formula cars that we've had so far. This is a grid named after Vittorio Mazzotto, who won the Sunday race in 1952, which was run for sports cars. Over 2 litre sports cars on the Sunday. Saturday was under 2 litre sports cars. Effectively, the World Sports Car Championship came off the back of the publicity and the success of the race that we had here back in 1952. That race was a bit of a Ferrari benefit, which the top 5 places being filled by Modena's finest, and then it was a Jaguar who was the literal best of the rest. 29 cars we've got here, Bruce Jones, and I mean, it's not exactly an A to Z, but we have got Aston to Veritas, so we've got A to V. The Veritas, a lot of people won't know that car, and if I said RS 2000 from 1948, they would think it was a Ford just before 10 to 8 in the evening. But that was now sadly a much missed and long gone manufacturer.
Yeah, it was. I mean, principally there for sports car racing. Did some single-seaters that raced in both parts of Germany after the war. Really, the bulk of this field is Ferraris and Maseratis, a cluster of Jaguars and Aston. We're looking at as one of a handful of Aston Martins as well. That's lovely to see that one in the darker green. You get so accustomed to seeing them in the metallic green. But the car that's at the front of the queue is one I think might have a little bit of an opportunity in the race. It's the 250mm Ferrari with a certain Frank Stippler on board, and not just Frank, the flying German, the absolute expert on the Nürburgring, but a V12 under the hood. So look for that, and Frank didn't get to the front of the queue by mistake, so he wants the clear track. But going down the order, we got Connaught, we got a Lister, Lotus, and then that cluster of a trio of Cooper Jaguars as well, different body shapes. But the C-type Jaguar, well, that's the shape that stands out. Car 58, that's Nicholas Burt, early 50s, and of course this was the car that really put Jaguar in the mix at Le Mans, and they had that wonderful run of victories in the middle of the decade there.
Olivier, sports car racing and Reims, your home city, absolutely interlinked. And of course, particularly with the Jaguars, they ruled the roost on the fast road circuit at Reims in this period.
You know how it was called? It was called the Revenge of Le Mans.
Talking of Le Mans, by the way, so you had the success in the larger engine sports car race here in 1952, which was the Grand Prix. Top 5 positions for Ferrari. Ferrari then went a fortnight later, Le Mans, entered 7 cars, only 1 finished. So that's the other side of the coin. The race here in 52 was 100 laps, and there was quite a gap. The first 2 cars were covered by 15 seconds, which is great, with Eugenio Castellotti, who went on to be Wert's Ferrari driver, coming home behind Vittorio Mazzotto. The next car was 2 laps down, the next car 4 laps down, then 5 laps down. The best of the rest, Tommy Wisdom in his Jaguar C-Type, also 5 laps down.
So just proving that, you know, really is nothing new. This was a World Sports Car Championship in its nascent form, where sports car races could be a sprint race, could be one of the classic enduros over 6, 12 or 24 hours. Not dissimilar to what we see in IMSA competition nowadays. All right, we had a 100-minute race on the streets of Long Beach most recently, but the concept is still roughly similar. The World Endurance Championship, 6 8, 10 effectively, and 24. Over there, 8 rounds this season. The first 6-hour round at Imola last weekend. So we've been talking about where we'd spend our lottery winnings, and this is the grid I think that I would be thinking of spending my lottery winnings on, with a car that's, never mind its racing provenance, but a car that could do the continental travel. Not all of them class specifically, or strictly at least, as Grand Tourers, but there's a few in there that could do double duty, and that car right at the front, the number 52, the 250mm, the 1953 Frank Stippler driven car. Frank recently gone across to Ford, helping them develop the Mustang GT3, and doing very nicely, thank you, on the Nürburgring Nordschleife for HRT, the 24-hour race coming up in a few weeks' time. And there he goes, leading off the field. Frank does not seem to get any slower. A few years ago we did, at the end, what was the, meant to be at least at the time, the end of the Audi TT Cup. Audi, that championship was supporting a DTM round, and after the second race, the Audi sport guys had planned to get a whole load of Audi legends in the TT Cup cars, thinking they wouldn't be needed anymore. It actually went on to another season, but that's a whole different story. And you had them all there: Christensen, Dindo Capello, all the touring car guys from down through the years, and Frank Stippler. And Frank didn't just win the race, he absolutely blitzed it. Took it really seriously, went off and drove that little TT Cup car as smooth as you like, and it was a joy to watch. And that's Stippy all over.
Well, it is. He's an sort of ultimate competitor, but he is just so good in historic cars. He took to it maybe a decade ago, and he has become the gold standard. Doesn't really matter what you put him in, but putting him in a car with a V12 engine around here in this field, that's a fairly potent tool, the 250mm. So we'll look for him. He's also got track space. And as we enjoy the view, as we look down at the hotel in the background, can't quite see it, we can see the famous hairpin, and then the drop down under one of the main roads going through Monaco down to Portier, and then under the tunnel, under the hotel they go. So early point in this session, but these were the cars of the type that would have competed in the mid-1950s. Sort of, some of them spawned by this one-off Monaco Grand Prix for sports cars.
Couple of cars that we haven't seen go out yet. It's the Ferrari 750 Monza, 1955 number 50 car. That's John Hofteling's car. That car hasn't gone out yet. Now, I didn't see it in the pit lane, so apologies. I'll keep an eye. I can't see it still in the pit lane, but I can't see all the pit lane quite from where I am. And there's a couple of cars that are showing as slow or stop. Richard Wilson's Maserati 250S, the 1957 car.
Well, it was in the pit lane.
It was in the pit lane, that one was.
Yeah. So we'll see. Maybe
and Frederick Wakeman's Cooper Jaguar was there as well, the number 76 car. So maybe, in fact, there is, that's Stippy.
Yeah, but why is he going quite as slowly?
Okay,
he now he's
want to catch everybody coming out of the pits.
Yeah, he's waiting for the signal. There we are. I talked about ultimate competitor. He's considered everything. And straight into a sweep. There we are. That's worth the price of the admission ticket on its own.
Now, it's an MM standing for Mille Miglia, and that's its start time number on the boot lid. You were given a start number in those races. The classic is the 722, of course, of Sterling Moss and Dennis Jenkinson, and that was basically the time you started the race. So it made it easy to calculate where people were as they came in.
Yeah, and as a spectator, if you saw a car with a much higher number ahead of a lot of lower numbers, you knew they'd done overtaking. You get much the same in some of the head of the river rowing races. Fours and eights. Oh, stop it! You can't get any better than that. Well, I bet he will, but I tell you what, he's got track position. He hung back. Now really starting to make moves. This was a car that competed on the Tour of Sicily and the Mille Miglia. So basically, think about these were just roads over mountains and open countryside. And this car, again, you look at the scale of these sports cars from the mid-50s. I don't think the TV director is going to leave him, because he is his own highlight show already. We knew he could do it in terms of his ability, but he's had a lot of success in the last couple of years in historic racing in Ferrari, so he seems to have it in his bloodstream now.
It's just warming tires.
Exactly, but he's got the ability. And in fact, the Cooper that's tucked in behind is closing in, so he sponged it up. But Frank will be going. He'll be going. Have I got enough heat in the tyres yet? You know, he's got that sort of feel you get through your hand and the seat of your pants.
What a lovely way to heat the tyres up. Very spectacular. This car has a pretty direct link to the Sports Car Grand Prix here in the Tour of Sicily, which actually didn't complete. It was driven by Paolo Mazzotto, the brother
of the winner
here, Vittorio. And so this is absolutely right that this car is here. Well, Stippy, this will not be his fastest lap. He pulls over to make sure he doesn't spoil anybody else's.
And Fred Wakeman goes streaking past. You worried that Fred hadn't got started, but we had seen him in the pit lane, and he's there. He's now got that clear track position, as Frank Stippler's obviously decided he's going to wait a little bit until he's fully comfortable with the car. But the Cooper Jaguar, one of two Cooper Jaguar T38s. The other one is the cream-coloured version that was raced by Patrick Head's father, Michael, back in the 1950s. So Patrick didn't just fall into racing by circumstance.
No.
In fact, he wanted to design boats, but he ended up designing things with wheels, but never mind.
This is for Frederick. This is the Tommy Sopwith car from one Tommy raced in the mid-1950s, 1955. Raced all over the UK, very famous, identified by its number plates. And again, this is a car that was road registered in the UK. BK400. Much smoother driving style by Frederick there. And of course, again, Cooper were the manufacturer, Jaguar was the power plant. And again, that's the straight six underneath the bodywork there.
Yeah, what you have to understand in the early and mid 1950s, you had people who built racing cars, but they needed the engines. They weren't big enough to be engine builders. Oh dear, one of the A6 GCSs having had a little inspection of the safety road up on the first corner at Sandivot.
Adrian Sucari in that car. That's another former Mille Miglia entrant. Again, the big numbers on the doors and the back, painted on. They're not big decals. Had a sign writer put those on the side.
Right, Fred Wakeman is fastest, and suddenly on my timing screen it comes up that he's stopped on the circuit, but appears to my eyes that he's still moving. Here we go.
So he might lose across the line. I think he might have had a wee transponder problem. Richard Wilson, there was one of the other cars I mentioned, the number 56, and maybe he's got a problem as well. Next time we look at that Frederick Wakeman car, yes, he's gone faster. He's under 2 minutes. 1:59.6.
So 7 seconds clear of the man who is not a fool behind the wheel, Frank Stippler. We're looking at Frank now in that 250 mm, and in fact suddenly we've got Richard Wilson, who was another car we worried we'd seen in leaving the pits but not go around the track. So there are a few little transmission glitches, but he's second fastest now, only half a second down on Fred Wakeman. Frank Stippler looking at his 250 mm, one of the few cars in this race actually with a roof above his head, and he's using his experience because the straight line down the hill past the tip top is very bumpy, and you learn through experience where you can move around rather than going a straight line to avoid the interruptions.
And it never changed from years.
No, exactly, it's the same. You can paint it on.
Yeah.
But not everybody knows that, you see.
Either that or he's just practicing for the A43 in Northamptonshire at the moment with the state of the top surface of the roads. Through the tunnel, he has got his headlights on. Oh, beautiful drift from Frank Stippler through half of the length of the tunnel now, and when he tipped it in to the right-hander, goes down the inside. That was Frederick Wakeman, wasn't it? That Fred Wakeman, he's gone by.
Wakeman.
Yeah,
he's backed it off.
We should point out that dark coloured car that is now third in line going through Tabac that is a front-engine car. It might look svelte and low, as if it might have an engine somewhere amidships, but that's got the straight six Jaguar engine up front.
Yeah, very, very few cars in the early 50s would have gone yet to the engine behind, not just in Formula One, but in any form. Only really the smaller engine cars would have challenged it at that point. And another car coming into the mix is Richard Wilson, car 56. We can see his Maserati much smoother on the exit. Frank Stippler's having to work very, very hard. And the tailor-made sports cars seem to have an advantage right now. So Richard Wilson now up into that second position. He's only half a second down, but still Frank Stippler, for all his lurid slides and displays that are entertaining us, he's still he's found 0.4 of a second, 6.5 seconds down.
Yeah.
It's not the car, but it is probably the car just in terms of its ultimate performance, but Frank's getting everything out of it.
Yeah, just going past, or about to go past the number 54. That's Alex Birkenstock in the 250S from 1957, and another car that is a slightly darker hue. The Maseratis did tend to favour the slightly darker reds and dusty, dark rose colour. I think is absolutely stunning for the years. Again, a car carrying a Modena number plate from the period, painted on for that one.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there for Richard Wilson, who's sitting second fastest, getting blocked by another Maserati 250S. He's managed to get past it and carry on his way, but he's still got time of plenty. 14 minutes remain. It was a 25-minute session to define the grid for tomorrow's sports car race. Now, I'm not gone mad if you're just joining us on the live stream or anywhere around the world. Sports cars at Monaco, well, the Grand Prix in 1952 was specifically for sports cars, and that's what we're celebrating in this event. Series C for us, or better known as the Vittorio Marsotto, named after the race winner back in 1952. Richard Wilson there in his 250S, the darker red of those cars, going past the Ferrari. Second fastest now, he's behind the Connaught ALSR. Again, one of a short-lived British manufacturer. Competed in Formula One in Grand Prix. Bernie Eccleston drove here in qualifying 1 year in a Connaught, so that's quite something. Obviously, he went on to greater things with the Brabham team and effectively being the circus master for Formula One right through until about a decade ago.
Yeah, that bright red Ferrari that the Maserati just went past was the car entered by Kessel Racing. Still a big Ferrari team. Francesco Ziccardi in the 500 Testarossa, 500 TR. That is very smooth driving style, isn't it, by Richard Wilson there, gentlemen?
Well, that's really what's required with these ones, with these sports cars.
Yeah.
Not always easy if you don't feel you've got the heat. Someone else going up the escape road at Saint-Devote.
That was Olivier Huez in the Connaught.
Second one,
Jaguar C-Type, we've got a cluster of those in this race. Still such an elegant car. John hasn't told us which of the cars he wants to waft around Europe in, but he's got another 12 minutes to make up his mind, and I don't suppose it's going to be too painful, but I would certainly...
Take time.
Yeah, take your time. Remember, the Aston Martin looks a little more brutal, particularly with those yellow marks down the wings. There's a dark green one, Nicola von Donhoff's car, and that looks more elegant to me, even though it's exactly the same body shape. But of course, in racing terms, Aston Martin would put those colour flashes on their car, and yellow for the long distance races, the races through the night. Just that little bit of ID that may just help them at some point in the race.
Still the yellow flag at Saint-Devote because of that Connaught run on. So that's going to affect people's lap times.
Now Frank Stippler's come into the pits. It's actually very close between him, well, three cars. Matthias Seletsky, who's just gone up in car number 70, the Aston Martin we're looking at now with the yellow nose and the yellow flags. He's gone into third fastest. Frank Stippler is fourth, just a 2/10 of a second down, but he's in the pits. Clock's ticking away. And then Nicola Burr, we just we're talking about Jaguar C-Types in the mix as well, car number 58. Those three cars covered by very, very little time. To the nose to tail, the Aston Martin being followed in third place, followed by Nicholas Burke, who's fifth fastest at the moment.
I have made my mind up about which one I'd have from this grid.
You have?
Oh yeah, I've made my mind up when I was walking through the paddock looking at them yesterday.
Are you going to keep us waiting to the end of the session?
I'm quite happy to tell you now. It might surprise you knowing my affiliations, but it has to be Frank Stippler's 250mm, or the one that he's driving. I just think that is a super elegant shape of car. That curved glass on the rear windscreen. Think about that being made all the way back in 1953 and the complexity of doing that curved rear windscreen. There's a number of recreations of that car, of course, out and updated versions of that. My favourite of those is the one that is built not too far from me, the RML 250 in Wellingborough. Michael Mallock now looking after the business that his dad used to run. And that one is the best of proportions, I think, but we're going to have an original, have a one with a Mille Miglia entry on its CV.
Tell you a car in this field, like, is incredibly elegant. Most of these cars, obviously, without roof, two-seater sports cars, with the exception of Frank Stippler, who's now back out. Just saw him going through shot in that 250mm. Dark blue, almost black. Pierre Mackie, Fraser Nash.
Yeah.
Super.
That
really
is a very pretty car.
Long and low and sleek, and just a lovely, lovely line on its flanks.
That's my second choice.
Yeah. No, I think you know, really nice choice to have. It's the Fraser Nash Le Mans Coupe. They didn't make too many cars with roofs. There were certainly, you know, more of the drivers out in the elements, but it was made for purpose, and also probably made because someone said, "Can I have one, please?" That was an element of cars, small manufacturing groups in period. Second fastest, Fred Wakeman, still occasionally being listed as being stopped on the circuit. Every time I check, he then comes past. So he's running behind the driver who's fourth fastest now, which is Frank Stippler. Frank will be picking up pace. He's been into check. And, you know, when you're like Frank, you've got that ability to come in, talk, go, okay, and get straight back on it. So interrupting his 25-minute session isn't a disaster for him.
I'm guessing they probably bled a little bit of air out of the tyres once he got the tyres up to temperature. It may have been that they started them a little bit high on purpose.
Here is.
Oh, I didn't mean that to happen. We'll get a chance to see it turning around. But this is the lovely little Le Mans Coupe from Fraser Nash. But again, when you realise you're just carrying too much speed into Saint-Devote, you do not want to go sideways in the tyres. So that's why that escape road is such a good place to go.
It still looks incredibly modern, that car, as does the 250mm. Just designs like that for me are timeless.
Yeah, it's a Pininfarina design.
Another car in this race that I think is very elegant, and I haven't seen one before, is car number 2. It's Pietro Tencioni, the little 1100cc car. Well, you have to remember, you just didn't have, it wasn't only the large engine cars. You talked about how the sports car race was really spoiled. The Amini could not be more Italian. It's in that dark red with a red, white and green Italian stripe up its middle. Super little car.
And it was made by Aldo Terrigi, and I think it's the Terrigi who made the Formula Junior Terrigi.
You'd think so. Because Formula Junior was massive in the 50s, in Italy in particular. And then it really changed, and there's a lot of historic racing in Formula Junior. Of course, those ones were engines up front.
Yeah.
And then gradually we moved, and suddenly they became cars that effectively fused into Formula 3. They were like baby Formula 1 cars, engine at the back.
Yeah. At the beginning, it was a Fiat engine, 1.1 liter, but somewhere also with a Lancia Appia modified engines.
But the key there was they had enormous grids of cars. They raced all around Europe, and then it moved on, and it gave, particularly when he went into the 60s, it gave Cooper, it gave Lotus the money that they could use to maybe make their Formula 1 cars go better.
Yeah.
And then that created a whole motorsport industry, and that's something that has to be understood. We still have a sports car industry all across Europe. People were making them sports cars, but it's the motorsport industry. It was the early days of it spreading out and having specialists.
And of course, the idea of a smaller engine class was very much taken on board by the ACO at Le Mans with the index of thermal efficiency.
Yeah.
So that the smaller engine cars, they wouldn't be able to win the race. And there was a lot of French interest in that.
Yeah, honestly, it was only to put the French makes in France.
And it worked.
Because in France at that time we had no big engines. So we had little manufacturers who were doing cars with little engine. And to promote them, and the rules in Le Mans were like this, you know.
They were complicated, weren't they?
How
many classes this year?
It's,
at least 12, maybe 16.
It's what we call favoritism.
There you go. We use that word as well.
Frank Stippler sliding the 250 Mille Miglia from 1953. This lovely Ferrari, the egg box grille. Again, the proportions of this car, front engined, but looking an absolute picture from any angle or above. And Stippy is absolutely driving the wheels of it.
He's reaching out for grip, isn't he? He's just trying to see what he can do. Doesn't mind wagging the tail, but he's still 6 seconds, nearly 7 seconds down the pace, because of course what this car has is a lovely V12, but it's very heavy, and that means that racing against the Maserati 250S or Rich Wilson, who's on provisional pole position by 0.4 of a second, or Fred Wakeman with his Coupe Jaguar, they have lighter machines, and around here there's not much that Frank can do apart from entertain us. He's 4th fastest, and I can't see him. He may go up to 3rd. Oh, he's now up to 3rd. But yeah, actually that last lap was what put him up to 3rd, but he's still 5.8 seconds down.
Yeah, 2:05.
And I think also that they have less ground clearance, you know.
Yeah, they do. So
he's got the fastest time in Sector 1 and the fastest time in Sector 2. He didn't even do his own best in Sector 3 last time, so there is a bit more to come.
But he's not. The trouble is for him, the next car up the track is nearly 6 seconds faster.
There's not
so
6 seconds there.
There is not at all. So fastest is still the number 56. Maserati 250S. Richard Wilson driving it really supremely smooth. I must say, in period, if you had to ask me, would you like the Ferrari in terms of appearance or the Maserati? For some reason, I just prefer the Maserati, but in terms of results, you'd have to pick the Ferraris in the mid-1950s. They just seemed to have the edge whenever it came. But what was it? It was healthy because it was competition between two manufacturers who also wanted to sell their own cars. So they used motor racing, gave themselves an image, and to me, these cars are just so super elegant.
But in my opinion, the A6 is one of my favorites. The shape of the A6.
But it goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down. So, okay, I see where you're going on that one. And in fact, before the start of the race, the qualifying session, we heard from Carlo Incetti, and he had the car that followed on from the A6 GCS, which was the SI, the 200 SI. It wasn't enormously successful. It looks very nice too, though.
Yeah.
But the 250S is the one I like the most. In fact, they went for larger engines and higher numbers, but the 250S was the sweet spot of the Maserati sports car range.
Yeah, very efficient.
So coming down to the last minute and a half. Richard Wilson in the Maserati 250S. Fred Wakeman in the Coupe Jaguar. Frank Stippler in the Ferrari. And then those are your top three at the moment. Almost half a second between first and second. In the big scheme of things, that's not too bad around here.
Well, that was good driving from Katerina Kibalova. As she came through this Pass Piscine, where it's very hard to see anybody who's near you, she must have just spotted a flash of red in the background. And between there and Rasgas, got neatly out of the way, didn't really interrupt herself. Well, Frank Stippler's had a moment with Fred Wakeman, so two of the fastest drivers, second and third, and they've little moments down at the Fairmont Hotel, but it seems they both kept them away from the barriers, thank goodness. And on they go. Checker flag comes out in just 40 seconds, so I don't suppose they're going to even get round to start another lap. Perhaps let's have a look at what happened in a replay coming down. So Frank Stippler all on his own, has a spin on his own, and then Fred Wakeman is going to come round in the Cooper and have to take evasive action.
That makes more sense. I couldn't see any damage on either of the cars there, Bruce. And I was hoping against hope that he hadn't been tapped around. Just the right thing, puts his foot on the brake so it doesn't roll right into the side of the following cars. And it looked like the 76 as well, the Fred Wakeman car got caught.
Well, he did. He had to,
yeah,
but
he had to stop,
as that Ferrari was just rolling backwards, Fred was going, oh, there's less and less outside. But luckily, he slowed sufficiently. He must have just seen the first twitch of a marshal's flag, just alerted him, and then he could back off accordingly. But you do like a stationary target rather than moving them. So they will not go any faster because the checker flag is out before this driver, Frank Stippler, can come around to start another flying lap. And with the spin, of course, he won't improve on the one he's just been on. And likewise, Fred Wakeman, who's second fastest. And that means Richard Wilson has his hands on pole position, just needs to bring the car back to the paddock. So it's Maserati from Cooper, from Ferrari, from Aston Martin. That's a good cluster.
That spin cost him 21 seconds. That spin and recover.
Okay.
He'd been on a decent first sector.
The Amini. I was looking forward to seeing that, and he's coming around just behind the little Cooper as well. So a couple of cars you don't expect to see at the top end of the order, because this isn't one of the quick Coopers with the Jaguar engines. It's a Cooper Bristol, which is Ian Thompson's car. But the little Amini 1100cc, hard work. This was a car that started off with cycle wings, and the FIA said at the time, no, sports car racing, you need full bodywork. So the Amini changed its appearance. There, 56 is our pole sitter, Richard Wilson. Another tidy lap from him. Didn't need to push too hard. On pole by 0.4 of a second. So Maserati take the bragging rights. Good tidy session. A very rare thing. Frank Stippler spin.
Eric Stays has taken provisional pole in 7th position for Class 1 cars in that outing. That's the Lotus Mark 11. The two leading cars are the two pole sitters in respectively Class 2 and Class 3. So.
Yeah, well, Eric Stace did that lap on his final tour,
right at the end,
building at the end. And some of these sessions you can be a little bit frustrated to see yellow flag. It's the same for everyone, but sometimes you catch them, sometimes you don't. But Richard Wilson didn't need any further advantage because he was driving that car very quickly from the outset, and was always expected to be one of the top 2 or 3 cars. But car 56, Richard Wilson, job very well done indeed. Under 2 minutes. The only other car under 2 minutes was Fred Wakeman in the Cooper Jaguar, American racer who does so much historic competition, coming out second fastest.
Well, I'm very happy, and I'm now going to jump into me 250 and potter off for dinner, I think, in Paris.
I was going to say, Barcelona, bit of a stretch, but give it a go. But yeah, wonderful cars, and the fact that you can see them, in road form, is something that I think adds to their appeal. I totally get that. So 29 cars came out to play. We've got some times for 28 of them. So it's going to be a packed grid of cars, and it's the oddity here, if you will. It's the celebration of sports car racing on the Monaco course, the 1952 Grand Prix, only for sports cars. And
it was an uninterrupted session.
Correct.
It was. We've had others where you didn't expect to have moments. One of them had 4 full course yellow periods during it, so it's very difficult for some of the drivers to really get up to speed. Just getting going in, wave yellow flags, full course yellow, right, slow it back down. So the drivers coming in, and that was a tidy session, a lovely chance to see these very, very elegant sports cars from the 1950s. Thoroughly enjoyed. And John has actually taken his checkbook, off he goes, 250 mm.
Honestly,
just explain that at home when you get back.
Back pocket money for me, that. Well, I'm hoping that's what the guys who are employing us told me this weekend.
Good.
Excellent. So the 2 British drivers in the Italian and British cars lead off with about half a second between them. Maserati from Cooper from Ferrari. Frank Stippler doing a great job there. Pretty tight behind him. He's going to have some competition in the race from Matthias Silecki and Nicholas Burt and Manuel Elicab. Eric Stace was the Class 1 pole sitter. Maxime Castellane in the Aston in 8th. Top 10 made up by Nigel Webb in the Jaguar and Adrian Sucari, who had problems earlier on in that A6, didn't he? Ran on, but fortunately he managed to get that together and put in a decent time. Celebrating the single year when on the streets of Monaco we had the Grand Prix running to sports car regulations, and Frank Stippler celebrating car control in the best possible way. The 250mm looking brilliant, and liquid paint on that car. But in second place ahead of him, Frederick Wakeman in the Cooper Jaguar T38 in a blue so dark it almost looks black. Proper night blue, that one, isn't it? Fantastic for that 1955 car. But it was Richard Wilson by just on 4.5 tenths in the 250S from 1957 who takes the pole position for the sports cars. And we'll see those race as they did all those years ago in 1952. They'll be racing on Sunday and we'll crown our winner then. Sports cars on the streets of Monte Carlo, the Principality once again ringing to the mellifluous sounds of those different sports cars. So our 25-minute sessions rattling through. Let's remind ourselves of the highlights of the sports car session that we've just had, which is probably going to be fairly heavy on one F. Stippler, who did his job, expansively, but did his job and did it very well indeed.
Yeah, it was an expression of trying to wring something out of a car that didn't yet want to produce those sorts of times. He had to fight hard to get the heat in the tyres. Remember, big heavy car, the Ferrari with the V12 engine, and against Fred Wakeman, who really got up to speed very quickly in his Cooper Jaguar. There was a bit of a challenge. And then Richard Wilson started to get his Maserati 250S wound up to speed, and he did that very, very quickly. He winded it up, and he got winded. It's a long day. I'm just overcome with vowels and a handful of consonants. Car crash in the commentary booth. There you go. But no car crashes out on the track. We had a few little moments when people did slide up the escape road at Saint-Devote, doing its job, but really...
Is that the image of the weekend so far? Stippy coming down at the bottom of the hill?
I enjoyed the rather rarer shots with him in a straight line, actually. But no, I mean, he really was entertaining there as he got the heat into his tyres, and that comes from ability plus the experience and knowledge and the confidence that comes from knowing a circuit, knowing historic cars. Fred Wakeman really got going in the Cooper Jaguar, ex-Tommy Sopwith car, and he seemed very good at getting clear track in the early laps, and that helped. And then Richard Wilson came up onto the tail in that dark red Maserati of Frank Stippler, and he could never tell where the tail would be because it did move around a fair bit, but eventually on the main straight he managed to go past, and his Maserati effectively about 5 or 6 seconds a lap faster. So Frank Stippler's not the sort of guy who's going to you stay behind me. He's absolutely fair and square. Then came Richard Wilson through to take clear track, which is what he wanted.
Get the chance again to watch Frank Stippler. You think, oh, he looks a bit out of control at Garage Anthony Nogus at the end of the lap. His tyre tracks are on the same line every time, even though he's sliding that car. It's total precision.
Yeah,
thoroughly
other front runners, we had Nasser Martin coming up towards the front for Adrian Sucari, but eventually there was nothing anybody could do about the top two. The Cooper Jaguar of Fred Wakeman ended up second fastest at Richard Wilson. Eventually he was 0.44 of a second to the good to take pole position in his Maserati 250S. And for everyone else, it was just about improving their time, seeing where they can go. And one place you could go was up the escape road at Saint-Devote. So We lost the Fraser Nash Le Mans Coupe just for a moment in the shade under the trees. Clouds just gathering a little bit more over Monaco today, but conditions still perfect out on track.
Sports cars on the streets. Two very different weekends of sports car commentary for me, with the IMSA series on Long Beach last weekend, and now watching these classic cars on a track that isn't much different in length actually. 100 laps, the race back in 1952 on the Sunday for the more than 2-litre engine cars, and 100 minutes it was for IMSA last weekend. While we're talking about IMSA, good morning, as it still will be, for Declan Brennan, who's tuning in from the States and enjoying what he's seeing and hopefully what he's hearing as well.
And there is the outcome of something very rare, a Frank Stippler spin, and that was in the Fairmont Hotel hairpin, and down the hill to just luckily to see a waved yellow flag was driver right at the sharp end of the field, Fred Wakeman in his Cooper Jaguar, and he managed to avoid a car that started to roll across the track just where he wanted to place himself. But the smallest of spins stayed tight to the inside curb. Nose within a foot, I would suggest, of becoming a little scuffed on the inside. Frank Stippler got it wrong, but got it back going again. Only lost 21 seconds with this little rotation. There's Fred Wakeman going, I can't go around the outside. Yeah, coming through, okay. He reversed, but Richard Wilson got the job done. There's the checkered flag. Pole position to Maserati.
So I think we will have a good battle for the race tomorrow.
Well, I think so. I think we'll have a cracking battle there. So that's your Series 3, our sports cars. We go back to the more traditional fair as we are into the end of the 70s and up to 1980, which means that we've got Ferraris, Tyrrells, McLaren, Williams, March and more. Let's get in the mood for that. McLaren M26 from 1977. Carlos de Quesada speaking to Gemma Scott.
Not only are we seeing beautiful machinery down here in the paddock, we're hearing it too, and are really being transported back in time. And I'm joined now by Carlos, owner of this beautiful McLaren M26. Your name on the car, sir, right underneath the name James Hunt. What an honour.
It's an honour. I mean, just to have my name right there, it's just, he was such a legend, and it's great because everyone appreciates this car for who he was, and really love, looking at the car because of that.
And then, I mean, the story of James Hunt, the antics on and off track is something that inspires many people, whether you're a motorsport enthusiast or not, with the films that have been made around the name. Tell me about your passion for racing and where your passion for collecting Formula One cars came from.
Yeah, I've been racing for many years professionally in IMSA in the United States. Had a lot of success there, but I've always appreciated the vintage racing, always had a collection of vintage cars. Recently, like the last 5 years, I got into the Formula One, and I did Monaco 2 years ago and loved it. Result I got was a 6th place last 2 years ago. Hopefully I can do better this time, but these cars are so much fun to drive.
I mean, for us fans, we simply enjoy watching them going around and hearing them. The noise here in Monaco just resonates everywhere. What's it like for you as a driver as you're sat low down in the cockpit and driving these streets?
Well, I mean, these streets it's an experience. It's absolutely amazing to be out there. Where we want to go out there and we want to do well. At the same time, I'm holding back because I don't want to crash this car. I mean, these cars are worth a lot of money. A lot of these other cars are worth a lot, and it's just about being out there, really absorbing the experience of being out in Monaco, and try your best, but don't risk the cars. So.
In terms of keeping the cars in this pristine condition, how much work goes on behind the scenes?
There's a lot of work. All the parts, suspension pieces, and everything has to be crack tested. We do engine rebuilds often, and safety wire. Everything is gone through to make sure it's safe and there's no cracks in the car.
Well, we're loving seeing it here in the paddock, and we're looking forward to seeing it out on track. So stay tuned to make sure you witness this beautiful McLaren around these streets here in Monaco.
So the change that we are going to document now, gentlemen, is the move to ground effect. And we have some non-ground effect cars in this particular grid of 26. Ground effect was probably as big, if not even a bigger change, Bruce, than switching the engine from in front to behind the driver at the end of the 1950s and into the 1960s, because pretty much immediately, if you didn't have it, you weren't competitive.
You were not at the races. The cars externally looked remarkably similar to the ones they were superseding. But Lotus, it was almost a good half season before the rivals realised they weren't at the races with them. Mario Andretti, Ronnie Peterson just galloping off. They sealed the airflow under the car. Their side pods basically had little brushes on the bottom, and they created the airflow under the car, which just gave so much more ground effect, so much more downforce than their rivals, whose cars looked similar, but they didn't have that wonderful Venturi building that low pressure area under the car. And it was, again, Colin Chapman and his gang. How many groundbreaking moments they had? Probably about 5 in the history of Formula One. Very few other constructors had more than 1 or 2. They changed the game. They moved it on.
And of course, using that vacuum effect under the car, Olivier, meant that not only did they get the advantage of the cars sitting as a very stable platform that could go through corners quicker, but actually they didn't need as big a wings on the top, because that was very efficient way to create downforce without that much drag. So their thinking benefited in more than one way.
Yeah, I think also for the drivers it had been harder, for their neck, for the G-force too. It's completely different, and I think from this moment they were doing athletic things,
Yeah, they did. I mean, for a long time after that, drivers who weren't necessarily very fit, they had to work on their necks because the G-force of their heads just going over after about 5 laps. But right now, fabulous time, late 70s.
One or two, if not threatening, slightly unhappy looking clouds over the back of the Principality up to the top of the hillsides there, which greet the cars that ushered in ground force to Formula One into Grand Prix racing. A stacked grid of 26 cars, some of them as in periods without the downforce effect, and we'll see the difference even around here in the lap times. Bruce and Olivier still with me here on an era that for many of our viewers around the world, they will now be going, oh yes, I remember that one. Oh yes, I had the Scale Extric car of that one. The Gitan car, that was my Scale Extric car that when we used to race in League, that was absolutely my car. And we are building here to the technological marvels that really have been with us ever since, Bruce, since this, in one form or another. Aerodynamics had been developed, underbody aerodynamics, even though the biggest part of ground effects was outlawed, i.e. the sliding skirts. But we've never really got rid of managing the air under and through the car since these days.
Yeah, looking down at that gold arrows, bottom of the shot, just going towards the right-hand side. Bodywork, either side, the side pods start right behind the front wheels, go the whole way back because you want to maximise your underfloor area. The March, the yellow and blue car behind, is from earlier. Doesn't have ground force, doesn't need the side pods to go the whole way back. And what happens to the car behind, the Fittipaldi? Side pods the whole way down, ground effect car. McLaren M26 in the orange and white, no, that's not ground effect. It's got the narrower areas and then the little Hesketh. It does look tiny in comparison with the penthouse livery. Again, you can tell that's a car from 1977, not from 78, 79 or 80. Just remember, Lotus really put the cat among the pigeons. And Ligier, what an up and down team it was, but in the second season of ground effects, they had a most magnificent car, and that was the high point of the Ligier career.
Yeah, that's it. And you know why they had the sponsorship of Gitane? It's because Guy Ligier was good friend with the French president Mitterrand, and Gitane was the French government, you know.
we can always have a question about why is Magny-Cours where it is, and why did it become a Grand Prix circuit? Again, it's down to the friendship of Guy Ligier and President Mitterrand.
Because
actually, you see, I can't do it in that wonderful fashion, but the little a shrug of the shoulders there and raised eyebrows. That's the full French delivery. Thank you, Olivier, for that. That's fantastic. Because the sentence doesn't need to have a conclusion.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Again, the variety of sights and sounds coming up. So our Grand Prix time machine now moving forward into the end of the 70s and right on the 1980s for this 15th running of the Grand Prix de Monaco Historique for 2026. I've checked the weather app, and despite the slightly darker nature of the clouds, I think we're going to be all right today. This is the F Series, 3-litre Grand Prix cars from 1977 to 1980. Full ground effect cars with Ford Cosworth DFV, ground effect cars without a DSV, and the Class 1 cars are cars up to 3 litres that didn't have the ground effect, didn't have that vacuum assisted downforce created from underneath the car rather than from big draggy wings. And the more you want to push the car on the ground, if you're doing it from above the car, the more wing area you have to have, the more power you have to exploit to push that car through the air at any given speed. Whereas it's not exactly free downforce underneath the car, but it's not far off. And all of the precepts that were being introduced and exploited in these days, brought in again by Lotus, these are the same tools that are being used by sports car prototype, even the GT3 cars of today, as well as the Formula cars. You want to get as much of your downforce from underneath the car and managing the air underneath and through the car, and from diffusers at the back, for example, rather than having to plant huge wings on it. Ex-Derek Daly Candy sponsored car, Derek's new book just about to come out. I'm very much looking forward to that. I'm hoping that it's been written in the style that he would be, and I have heard him talk about some of the stories in the past, because he tends to leave nothing unsaid, does Derek?
He does indeed, and obviously one of the elements he'll have to embrace here, he won't thank me for saying this, one of the most famous moments in his career was beyond his making. It was the approach to the first corner of Saint-Devote on the opening lap in a Tyrrell, where he got hit from behind and then he cartwheeled, and somehow he took the rear wing off, I think, his teammate Jean-Pierre Jarrier's car, and then went off at Saint-Devote, came back to earth, but how he got away with what he did. But again, that just proved the point. Saint-Devote, a pinch point on the opening lap of the race, everyone trying to carry the maximum speed. Now, Patrick Daubrier has a lot of lovely cars, but he's obviously sitting aboard one of the cars that does not have ground effects, the FNS Properties Boy Hage 1976 March 761, and again, lovely clean livery on that because it's just red, white and blue.
So will the ground effect cars have a notable advantage here, one of the slower circuits on the F1 calendar right throughout its history, where there aren't that many fast corners, Olivier? So the non-downforce cars, are they at a major disadvantage?
No, I think here in this series, every car can have its chance, you know.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And there's one car, I look down at a red end sign in the middle, the car that catches my eye, just out to the bottom left-hand side of the shot. It's blue with gold swoops on it. It's the Wolf WR1, brand new team, turned up at the Argentinian Grand Prix, started in 1977. Jody Scheckter did the rest. He'd moved over from Tyrrell. Victory first time out for Peter Bohr and the gang, and everyone looked at that brilliant design by Harvey Postlethwaite, and the others must be going, Oh no, someone else has started a season with the big advantage. Wins did keep coming, but not a world title. But in terms of cars looking elegant and beautiful in this field, there is nothing in my eye that matches that Wolf WR1. Super smart. The crowd are applauding my choice there. That's very kind of them.
Yeah. Much agreement. Cars are being warmed up down in the collecting area by the side of the marina here, and now are being revved within an inch of their lives. I know you're hearing it over our microphones out there, but it is absolutely earth-shattering by the side of the track, and we're on the opposite side of the track from the pit lane. We've got the track between us, if you will, run down to Rascats. Green flag is in the air, 25 ear-splitting minutes to go as they lead out. Out goes the Skull yellow number 15, that's Sam Hancock in the Fittipaldi F8 from 1980. First time we've seen Sam today.
It is the first time. It's the only car he's competing in. Last weekend I was commentating with him, doing an excellent job, because obviously he's driven such an array of historic cars. He can really bring that sort of knowledge. But right now it's that moment we love so much. It's colourful. It's an afternoon at Monaco and some of our favourite cars going out. But at this point with these ground effect cars, they just look a little bit broader. We've got used to the McLaren M23s, the Lotus 72s, the big wheels, but suddenly the cars don't look any heavier. They just look a little bit bigger. The Williams that leads them around is still pre-ground effect. It looks nice and narrow. Actually, the white and dark green of Saudia on the sides of the Williams, that actually looks quite slender, even though it's a similar size to the other cars with the full side pods. But just enjoy the array of cars from the late 1970s, 1977 through to 1980. The advent of ground effect as they go through. You probably have your favourites. You'll also probably be looking at some Sam Hancock goes into the tunnel that you've forgotten, and that's also very much, John, the beauty of historic racing.
Oh, entirely true. As this Serie F grid starts to get up to speed, and again, 26 cars.
Well, that's the demand, isn't it? Everyone wants to come and play. If you've got a Formula One car, where would you like to bring it during the season?
Monaco.
Exactly. Every second season. Okay.
Got to be. You'd think also with an M, you think Monza, probably, if you could race there. That's flat out, can be a little bit of an engine breaker. Imola, always interesting as well. All down this neck of the woods in the Mediterranean or further south.
Actually, I must say, if I had a historic car of this period, I'd really like to race it on the old Hockenheim, because that was just epic. That whole stadium section, and the endless, perpetually turning a little bit to the right. Oh, a chicane! Continue. And those were wonderful slipstreaming battles there as well. But this brilliant shot over the Principality, and the clouds that just assembled over the rock bluff to the west of Monaco seem to have dissipated. Full sunshine now back on the flanks of the cars, and certainly the skull yellow, sort of burst of colour there. Sam Hancock through Massenet. We'll wait to see who gets the first flying lap of any relevance. They're on their flying lap now. They've done the out lap, and he's certainly taking it towards the edge. And that run down past the tip top is a very sinuous part of the track. You should go in a straight line, but the bumps are there, and the drivers who are wise have worked out where they are. Don't want to disturb their cars.
Decent amount of front grip there. Look at the steering angle that he puts in it. It looks bad, but actually, sometimes they used to fit different racks for coming round here to get round that hairpin. But it does seem as though that car was turning in nicely, so Sam may have got the tyres up to temperature rather quicker than anybody else. The Tyrrell, Candy Tyrrell, we were talking about earlier on, 34.
That's Fred Rouvier, who's already been out today, so you might say you're greedy, but if you've got the chance to go in several groups of cars, you jolly well take it. And Fred pressing on. We'll see he's the first one to set a time, 1 minute 35.8. We'll go way quicker than that. We've seen cars down to 1 minute 31 in the previous Formula One session.
And I would think we'll take a good couple of 3 seconds off that with these cars.
And this car is owned by the AGS Racing.
Yeah,
you remember the AGS.
Automobile Gonforanais Sportif, but they have long run a stable of historic Formula One cars, and you can go and drive them with them, can't you? Yeah. And where do they normally do that? Is that at Clermont-Ferrand? Sherrod?
Yeah.
Or anywhere?
Yeah. No, there, I think. Okay. Because they're not so far from that.
Yeah. Ferrand. Right, now,
in line.
Traffic time. It's nice traffic, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is nice traffic. That's Bertrand Godin in the Arrows A1B from 1978 with an interesting nose box on that car, funneling air backwards. Again, the width of the side pods on that car and how it's working. And the underneath of the car doing the work.
Of course, that was the first season for Arrows. They sort of broke away from Shadow and turned up at one point with a car that looks quite similar to what we thought the Shadow was going to look like.
They were told case about it, was there?
Yes, they were told to take it away and try again.
Not in so many words, perhaps.
Yes, I expand for decency, sake of decency. So Fred Rouvier top of the charts at the moment, but the rest of the drivers probably going to take 2 laps to get the heat in their tyres. So Sam Hancock going past the Ligier, one of 2 Ligiers in this event. Target time, I think we're going to get very close to 90 seconds all in, frankly.
They almost had success here, Ligier, with that car, didn't they? Because they put there was one of those cars on pole position and led half the race, and then it didn't.
Yeah, well,
which was a bit of Ligier in those days.
It was, right. It's going to be new fastest time coming. Be a name you haven't heard yet this weekend, Michael Lyons. He's in that Hesketh, so he's not in a ground effect car. It's the dark blue one with the penthouse girls on the flanks, and he's just had the end of his lap slightly compromised, but he's still going to press on. Tyrrell just in his path. He's going to go around the outside a little bit. It's probably cost him a quarter of a second, maybe half a second there, but let's see. He goes top. Oh, he goes top by just under 2 seconds. So if it hadn't been for the interruption, it would be more than 2 seconds. But he's not finished yet. You can see he goes through Sandoval. He's looking up ahead. He's going to be catching some traffic, but where you catch it's critical. Not just this weekend, any time at Monaco.
Somebody's gone straight on at Sandoval. We'll give you that in a moment. It was, by the way, for those asking, and they already had, it was Didier Pironi who took the pole position and led most of the race. I think he finished on the podium at Spa that year as well in the Gitan sponsored Ligier. Yeah, down at turn 1. Big. So no, that was at Rascas.
Yeah.
And then at Sandoval. Excuse me.
It's very popular.
Yeah,
very
popular. Popular diversion. Yes.
Have you tried it yet? Not yet. Maybe next time around. Right. So Michael Lyons on pole provisionally, 1.9 seconds to the good. Hesketh, 1977, from one of the cars from the end of this Villeneuve category, which is 1980, the Tyrrell and Frederick Rouvier. Sam Hancock went up to 3rd, and in the blink of an eye, he's down to 4th because Dan Gore has put another Tyrrell 010 up at the sharp end of the field in 3rd overall. Sam Hancock backs it off now, and he's going to see if he can improve. Well, what's he got ahead of him? He's got a twisting track, but he's got a clear track, and that's absolutely vital.
And may I just apologise profusely for saying turn 1 there. It is Sandoval.
It's 3 strikes in a row, so I've probably had about 4 already, but for other offences so far.
That was purely because I was looking at the Marshall Prince number, but I still should have said Sandoval. There's no turn 1 here. It is Sandoval.
Correct. Chastened by
no,
your own hand.
I'll take myself out and beat myself around the head with the programme later on.
The least we could ask.
Yes. Or side by side into the chicane.
Case of diminishing returns. Look at this mix. Ensign, Lotus, March, Fittipaldi, Tyrrell and Shadow. This is what historic Formula 1's about. And what I love, of course, it just seems cars in this period were so easy to pick apart because their liveries were so contrasting.
Yeah.
And then if you strip them off, their body shape was different as well, but particularly obviously once you had this move into ground effect. Oh dear.
Oh dear, my Ligier's gone off. It is a case, though, that even if the cars were all painted black in this era, you'd still be able to tell them apart. No.
Well, this is Olivier Breitmeier's car, the JS 1115, prepared by Brightec.
He's got some brake problems.
He has. It's like they've cooked themselves. Right, where are the changes coming? It's still Michael Lyons on top. 34 Tyrrell just going through. That's Frederick Rouvier, 2nd fastest. He's got Dan Gore in another Tyrrell 010. 3rd fastest, another 0.4 of a second down on him. But I'm trying to see where the challenges are coming from anybody who hasn't had a clear run. David Shaw's up to 5th in his Williams.
And just at the top of the hill at Massenet before you go down the hill. That, I think, is where the leashier's gone off. Yeah, that happened. That started a long way back, and there was a little wiggle as Emil Breitmeier got on the brakes, but he decided to bail out, discretion being the better part of valour, and that's double yellows there. There's no easy way to retrieve that car, actually. How good is that team?
Well, you know, lesser benefit here from the ground effect than you'd have on a high-speed circuit, a circuit with high-speed corners. That's where you gain the advantage. So at Silverstone, you think of some of the heroic laps you get, you know, in the generation cars just behind these, the likes of Keke Rosberg, just taking his Williams by the scruff of the neck and going for that pole position there. But already
that was the first more than 160 mile average lap with Silverstone, wasn't it?
Yeah, rumour has it that Keke smoked 5 cigarettes at the same time before and then 10 afterwards. He was shaking visibly, but he had to. Someone said they saw him beforehand. He was pacing around and he had it in his mind what he had to do. You see that with people who do horse races, downhill ski races.
Visualisation
entirely, and he had to have the guts to go and do it. Right, now Michael Lyons on pole position as it stands, 1 minute 33. He's but Fred Rouvier did really get a lot closer. He's 9/10 of a second down, so he's taken more than half of the gap out. But of course, what's Michael trying to do now? Improve, keep moving that target forward. He's 2/3 the way around the lap. Past Piscine he goes, coming underneath our commentary box as we look back at the Formula One pit lane, and he leaves no gaps anywhere in this Hesketh. He's been running it for a very, very long time, and that's one for the fans, but we applaud it. But will that lead to overall improvement? 1 minute 33.8 seconds is best so far, and the next lap coming through, just waiting him to cross the line, 1:33.2, so he goes another half second quicker. You can see that, couldn't you?
And he's not finished yet.
He's also got a relatively clear track, just up at the top of the shot, going into Massenet with someone in front of him. But right, who's going to respond? Is it going to be this driver, Fred Rouvier, perhaps in his Tyrrell? Sam Hancock's now third, closing in his Fittipaldi, so it's good the director looked at him earlier.
For those that don't remember this, Candy had nothing to do with
sweets.
The UA, yes, nothing to do with sweets. No, they were a washing machine and kitchen appliances.
They were, absolutely. A Candy robot was a sort of European washing machine. We all know the South Africa robot is a set of traffic lights, isn't it?
Fantastic.
Fred Rouvier is driving this Tyrrell absolutely beautifully. That
so
was
close to the...
Possibly a whisker further into the corner at Sandivot that he wanted to go, but kept his foot down.
So that was the 34.5. He's at the head of his class, which we mentioned there's 3 classes. Downforce with DFE, downforce with other engines, or should I say ground effect, and anything in the 3-litre formula without ground effect.
Yeah, but in theory that last class, which is class 1, is thanks for turning up, except one of those cars is on pole position at the moment. Michael Lyons absolutely
underlining what Olivier said earlier on, and you backed them up on it quite rightly, saying it's not that big a gap in.
No.
Of course, there were other improvements in technology as well as the ground effect that would naturally filter down over the course of 3 years of development to take you into 1980. But Michael Lyons, well, he may feel he needs to go out again, but he's reported into the pits right now, provisionally on pole by 1.275 seconds from Fred Rouvier's Tyrrell. So advantage Hesketh, and it's great last weekend to see Lord Hesketh down at Goodwood for the celebration of the 76th anniversary, the anniversary of 1976. And, you know, British aristocrat decided to go racing, built his own cars, had great parties, no one took them seriously. James Hunt beats certain Nicky Lauda and a certain team, Ferrari, at Zandvoort in 1975, transfers to McLaren, takes that title, and since then, after the team was eventually wound up, Lord Hesketh has done an awful lot of political business, but it was good to see him sort of relaxed on good form down at Goodwood.
And he also made motorcycle, you remember?
He did.
Oh yeah.
Up at Easton Neston, very close to Silverstone, just to the east of Silverstone, the Easton Neston house and the estates, and lots of things happened there. Yeah.
I haven't seen a Hesketh motorcycle for ages, actually.
Olivier's got 10 of them in his butt. You have,
of course he has. Just going long through the Val chicane, and that's Sam Hancock. He's backed off straight away, and he'll regather himself
Right, the one we need to look at is the one we are looking at. So well done to the TV director, Frédéric Rouvier, who continues on the track while the provisional pulse. Oh dear, well that could have interrupted. That's just coming out of the pits, but not really coming out at any great pace.
Lotus 81.
Stephen Brooks. That would be frustrating. Imagine that. And can the shadow from behind go on out? I'm not entirely sure it will be able to.
Well, not without crossing the white line, I think, Bruce. I think that's the issue. And I'm not sure.
It's 3/4 of a car's width, but not a full car.
Yes. Fractions, as you said earlier, not really much use, to be honest.
Yeah, so Gianfranco De Lorenzi, we were accustomed to seeing him racing sports cars, notably Lamborghinis over the years. He's obviously got the F1 bug, but he's the driver in the Shadow DN12, the white one that David Kennedy struggled to make his way in Formula 1 with when this Shadow team was really losing its form and fortune. But now Marshall running out, 2 marshals, 3 marshals, 4 marshals. They do work hard here at Monaco to get that Lotus out of the way. A little trail of something underneath it.
I was going to say, I don't think that car had just come out of the pits. I think he's parked it there in order not to be on the very fastest part of the racing line.
I think you're right.
And it does look like the cars that were trying to come out of the pits have been able to do... Oh, no, they haven't, you see. They've been held.
Including Michael Lyons, who's second in the line of cars and in behind the ex-F&S Properties March is waiting to have its go. So you're quite right, along the start-finish straight, arm up. Right, now where do I park the car? Here. Maybe not there, but anyhow. The marshals had no reason to let the cars out behind, so they'll have lost 2 or 3 minutes of track time when they do get released back onto the circuit.
Still got just on 9 minutes remaining.
But meanwhile, while we were looking at that, Fred Rouvier did improve. He's only 7/10 of a second down on Michael Lyons. No wonder that's why Michael is very keen to come back out onto the circuit.
Well, and you know, there is the perennial issue, and it doesn't matter what form of motorsport it is on a circuit, Bruce. Then you're at the whim of other people's mistakes, and if you haven't got your time in when you need your time in, then you could suffer for that. That's a good car as well, isn't it?
Well, it's an unusual one. You get used to the blue, the French blue that Tyrrell ran for so long, but money was becoming a bit short, and Michele Alboreto bought some Italian sponsorship, Imola Ceramica, and so they rather, I don't think a lot of livery designers go, let's have a great big white slab around the front of the cockpit. But anyhow, that's where they put the writing and the bills were paid. This is a driver who's got to respond just ahead of Dan Gore. Dan's running around 4th fastest, but the driver who's outright fastest is just up ahead, but winding it up, but without the benefits of ground effect. Car number 24, it's the Hesketh, and it's Michael Lyons. He's got a little bit of traffic up ahead of him, but with the way the other Tyrrell 010 is going, actually it's just gone into the pits, Frédéric Rouvier, so actually maybe Michael Lyons is safe in provisional pole position. Backing it off, backing it off, backing it off, once clear track. And in fact, Dan Gore should do exactly the same and just go with Michael Lyons and see where he can improve, where he can pick up some time.
7.5 minutes now to go. We are being assaulted in sound and vision, but in a good way.
It's a lovely way. One car I was looking forward to seeing out on the track. I saw it in the pit lane, but unfortunately it only went onto its flying lap and hasn't completed it. Is the really unusual Lek. The CRP1, built for David Purley, and of course famously enormous accident for him in 1977 at the British Grand Prix, where he survived a ridiculous amount of G-force in a car that stopped from 160 miles to nothing in the space of nothing, effectively, but a valiant effort. And he did lead the Belgian Grand Prix in 1977. And having been called a rabbit by Niki Lauda, he accepted that and then defined Niki as a rat, so they had a little bit of banter. And you wouldn't muck around with David Purley. He was a true toughie, and he did come back. He was rebuilt and did come back and race a Formula 1, or at least drive a car, if not race one Formula 1 car again in the Aurora British F1 Championship. So he was a man who didn't know how to take no for an answer.
Sam Hancock was making a space coming onto the start-finish line, and there's some gesticulation going on behind the Hesketh, which then goes straight on. And that was, who was that then? That was
it was Michael Lyons who went straight on.
Yes, but who's the, it was the 33, the Imola Ceramica car we were talking about earlier on. I'm going to suggest that he was telling Michael Lyons that he wasn't first, he was second.
Oh, okay.
In terms of the hand signal that I saw.
Well, clarity of hand signal, very, very important. Now, Gianluca De Lorenzi in that Theodore Racing liveried shadow, trying to get something. Dan Gore now appears to be having a problem, and he's pulled out around the final corner and very nearly got tagged by the march that was coming through at speed. The Williams, anyone coming on that corner can't see. They can see the waved yellow flag. So for Dan Gore, who's sitting fifth fastest now, because Matthew Wrigley has suddenly put a Tyrrell up into third position.
And he's going to be even more annoyed now because he feels he was held up on that lap, and now he's had to come into the pit lane, has he? No, that's the 24 car coming.
Well, you see, there was a confusion between the two of them. Remember, the Hesketh and Michael Lyons, provisional pole sitter, was running ahead of Dan Gore. Now, this is the moment where Dan has just pulled to the side of the circuit, going sort of through Garage Antinogues, and the FNS Properties March got a face full of that as it came around the corner. Luckily, it's pulled to the side. But right, the session is counting down. Under 5 minutes remain. Double waved yellows at the end of the lap, and that is because until it's not going again.
Control-Alt-Delete. He might get one fast lap in again if he hustles round.
But in a funny way, he's managed to build some space for himself. It's just how it's fallen. But I just don't know, because just remember that Michael Lyons started the previous lap backing the field up, and I said Dan Gore should go with him because Michael should be quicker, but he's got the clear track. And then I think Michael backed it off further around the lap. That's the frustration from Dan Gore, but not second guessing. Let's just enjoy these early ground effect cars around Monaco. I thought we'd have a quicker lap at the front. I thought we'd get down to some times about 1 minute 31, but we're sitting at 1 minute 33, so what do I know?
So the last few moments as we're under 4 minutes to go now. Best lap of 1:33.2 at RSL_studio. If you want to say hello, tell us where you're watching from.
Change in second place because Sam Hancock, that Fittipaldi F8, that's the car mainly driven by Chico Serra in 1980, has gone into second place behind Michael Lyons. The gap between them just 7/10 of a second, but Sam was only just edged by a tiny fraction ahead of Fred Rouvier's Tyrrell.
And Fred Rouvier is back out of the pit lane. The AGS Racing entered Tyrrell. So he's going to have one more crack, possibly two. Just depend where the time runs out. F Series. Remember, if you go to the Automobile Club of Monaco, the ACM site, you can download the race program, which is very, very lovely.
Oh, really is. I mean, each year, each iteration of the Monaco Historic, these become better and better. I picked up one 10 years ago, and it seems half the size of the one now. And even that had history of every single car that was competing.
Michael Lyons back into the pits. He's got the fastest first and second sector times. What can Sam Hancock do? He's 7/10 away from the time of Michael Lyons. Getting up to speed in that bright yellow car. Someone who's already at speed is Fred Rouvier in the Tyrrell 10. Matthew Wrigley's just gone through. Patrick Joubert-Leby. So they'll get two more laps actually.
Yeah, by the way, just to let you know what to expect tomorrow, when we get to the race, the early racing cars, they'll be given 10-lap races, and as we work through up to the last 3 batches of Formula 1 cars, they will get 18 laps. Of course, commensurately, they're so much faster, so plenty to look forward to, and we run racing tomorrow from 8 in the morning, so up early for the very early Grand Prix cars through till 6:10 in the evening is the theoretical out time of the last of the races. Plenty between now and then, but in fact only one more session after this for the youngest cars of the Formula 1 collection here at Monaco. Now, I suppose the big question is, can Fred Rouvier advance? I tell you what, we've had a couple of laps that just popped up. We've got an Arrows, Bertrand Godin's moved up into 5th, and Jamie Constable's got another Fittipaldi, the earlier pre-ground effect car, the F5A, up into 6th place. Dan Gore, a short while ago, was in 4th place, now he's down to 7th, but Dan was looking to fight back, but his was the car that stopped just inside the final corner.
A minute now, so start a lap now, you'll get it.
And Fred Rouvier has responded. Bang! He's just under 0.3 of a second down on Michael Lyons. Michael has no chance of coming back out of that Hesketh.
No.
He's left it too late. I don't know if there's a problem or he just thought that was enough.
Well, and that pushes Sam Hancock off the front row as it stands. So it's Hesketh, Tyrrell, Fittipaldi, Tyrrell, March, Arrows, Fittipaldi, Tyrrell, Williams. That would be your top 5 rows tomorrow as it stands right now. David Shaw to the line in one of those Williams. That's the 06. And does not improve.
Of course, Williams was the name of the first ever winner of the first Monaco Grand Prix, wasn't it? But Williams in inverted commas, William Grover Williams, a man of mystery who was a very, very quick peddler. Oh, fabulous shot there, the tail coming around on Sam Hancock's car. I don't think that's going to be an improvement lap time wise. He's very close to second place. Checkered flag has greeted him, so he hasn't managed to move up and will have no further chance to do so. Will he be safe? I think he will be safe in third place because Matthew Wrigley is another second a bit further back down in fourth place, but still cars around this lap setting their best sector time, so there will be improvements.
Jamie Constable going quickly down in 7th position. Haven't mentioned Jamie. He's been very competitive here down through the years. In the Fittipaldi, he's 1977 Fittipaldi. Patrick Durbury coming round to finish his lap. Gets a bit sideways in the 761 March. The red, white and blue car comes to the line, and 2 good sectors, doesn't get any better. A 35.6 against the 35.3 that he already had on the board. I'm looking down to see Matthew Wrigley, Jamie Constable, Bertrand Godin are the only top runners who've yet to complete, Bruce.
Yeah, but you know, there's certainly something. If you're the final few cars on the final lap of qualifying, you quite often have quite nice clear track unless you've really not made things work. Oh, there's my favourite car in the field, the Wolf, but that hasn't been at the sharp end. Christian Kirk, in fact, bringing up the tail of the field. Anyhow, I like the way it looks, and of course I like the way it went in the hands of Jody Scheckter back at the start of 77.
Through for Matthew Wrigley does not improve. See above comment for Bertrand Godin. That was the march of the arrows. Still waiting for Jamie Constable. Must be about the last one on the lap in the Fittipaldi, and he's going to have people touring in front of him if he is still trying for a fast lap. Actually, I'm looking at his times now. He's off it. So there will be no changes at the top. Michael Lyons by almost 0.3 of a second, and then 1/4 of a tenth of a second between Fred Rouvier in second and Sam Hancock in third. Sam's got about a second on Matthew Wrigley. It's your front 2 rows as it stands right now. Olivier?
I don't know if he's listening us, but maybe Lord Hesketh will be happy.
Yeah, well, indeed. Yes, it'd be nice if he was listening in from home or even down here attending it, because let's face it, looking at this batch of cars, this is very much his period from their arrival in sort of 73 and then through Formula 1 to that first win in 75. They'd had the success actually in the International Trophy in 74 at Silverstone. But there's a car, small, neat, nimble. Michael Lyons got the job done and was confident enough to bring it back in beforehand, not to take any further risks on the circuit. But he was run close, just under 0.3 of a second from Frederick Rouvier, and Sam Hancock a whisker further back in third place. So top 3 cars covered by just 0.3 of a second.
And you've got to say, around this circuit, the excitement that we get tomorrow might depend on who gets the better start into Saint-Devote and then can hold off everybody else. But that's 3 feisty drivers, 4 actually, if you add Matthew Wrigley. Lyons, Rouvier, Hancock, Wrigley, your front 2 rows. Then Drobry and Godin and Jamie Constable and Dango. David Shaw in the best of the Williams in 9th. Emile Breitmeier in the 07B. And at the bottom of the field, so Did the Lek not come out at all?
No, it did come out, and it started its flying lap and didn't get to complete it.
Got you.
So
Yes,
it
I say
stopped
that
out
then.
on circuit somewhere. Olivier Breitmeier, we saw his Ligier stop as well. And Jamie Constable, too, right at the end, stopped also out on circuit. But really, a bit stop and start that session. But, you know, you can see the class of the top handful of drivers. But again, these cars moving it on. And just think, this series category, named after Villeneuve, Gilles Villeneuve, a driver who was absolutely on the money and somehow didn't become world champion, and then obviously we lost him a few years later. But if anybody could drive these cars up to the limit and beyond, it was the mighty Gilles Villeneuve. And still, for so many people of a certain age, he was the rebel, he was the driver. There was one session, I think it was Watkins Glen, it had been raining incredibly heavily, people going, there's no point going out, and he went out and he was like a day faster than anybody else. He was just extraordinary because he could. Didn't need to, but because he could. As your yacht, John, are you bring it in later to go home in? Or?
I'm just waiting for you to go and get the oars out for the rowboat to get us there. So the penultimate session of the day is being completed. A couple of sessions worth of cloud that came over has now cleared, and it looks like we're going to have a lovely evening. Let's remind ourselves of what we've just seen. If you are just joining us, you come in towards the end of the day, but don't worry, the archive will be available. The ACM, Automobile Club of Monaco, has all the links, and of course the YouTube links are archived pretty quickly. You can get the live timing on there as well from our colleagues at Alcamel, working hard again this weekend. We did see all 26 cars go out. We didn't all do a competitive lap for our penultimate session. This is the grid of cars that ushered in the unseen hand of downforce, as it is often described, of ground effect downforce, that is. That highly efficient way of sucking the cars onto the tarmac using the low pressure that you can build up by managing the air under the car. Absolutely brilliant concept, and has shaped motor racing, high-speed motor racing, to this day, and that's in full-body sports cars as well as Formula cars, Bruce.
No, absolutely, and it was such an array of cars as well as they went into that period. You might go, right, yeah, there were a lot with Ford Cosworths DFEs. Yeah, but they're run by different teams. All their body shapes are different. So they were trying to achieve something. And the wing shapes they had, they were just getting accustomed to by 1977. Suddenly, those could change accordingly if you were one of the teams by 1979 that had got your grip on ground effects technology. But for the drivers, absolutely, it became so much more physical. And with ground effect, they started effectively not really bothering to offer the drivers much in the way of suspension, so it did make it a very, very brutal time a few years after this. But the car that was setting the pace is pre-ground effect. It's that blue Hesketh with Michael Lyons going out front. Then a problem for Emil Breitmeier, ending up just off at the edge of the circuit. We think it was probably a braking problem for him, but it was the chasing Tyrrells that really made the moves. Frédéric Rouvier, every time Michael Lyons chipped away, so too did he. At one point, he's 1 and a bit seconds down. By the end of qualifying, he was under a third of a second down. That was a really impressive run from him. Michael Lyons didn't complete the session. I think he felt he got what he could out of his Hesketh, but maybe he's got slightly less reason to be confident. There indeed is Michael Lyons peeling off earlier, because basically Fred Rouvier was getting faster and faster, and Sam Hancock fleetingly up to second for Fittipaldi, ended up very, very close in third position overall. 0.31 of a second was the gap from first to third, next to nothing. And some of those long shots and the sliding tail end of Michael Lyons and Sam Hancock, these are what get people so excited about these cars. Through the tunnel, from half light to full light, coming back in, and not all the cars got to finish the session. That Lotus for Steve Brooks being pushed back in, that delayed a couple of other cars leaving the pits.
Yeah, not sure what happened with that, but it looked like it was dead stick as he pulled up, and there was vestiges of some fluid behind the car. Held up a few people coming out the pit lane there. The marshals, quite rightly, not allowing anyone to come out under power whilst they were moving that car off a live track.
Yeah, well, in many ways, it also did include second in that line of cars from Michael Lyons. He was hoping to get back out, so he had to sit and wait, and then he got back out on the circuit. Sam Hancock here, the number 15X, Sarah Fittipaldi, lovely flow through the chicane. And it's great that in this session we've got a driver in the car, arrows in front. It's called Villeneuve, this group, the Villeneuve replica helmet. Very much, as I just said a short while ago, the star of the series, certainly in terms of being flamboyant and fast. And then Dan Gore scared a few other drivers. He pulled off. He was trying to improve his time right at the end of the session. Pulled off just on the exit of Virage Anthony Nogues. Very hard to see coming around that. You're doing a good enough job to niche your car between the barriers. And then Fred Rouvier he just got better and better in his Tyrrell 010. Of course, this is one of the later cars with ground effects fully under control for the driver, offering more downforce, and so going against previous Tyrrells that didn't have that, it was an easy job for him. Sam Hancock, yeah, he's got ground effects on that sort of rather later Fittipaldi, the team that started actually often known as Copersucar.
Yes.
It was sponsored by the Brazilian State Sugar Company, but the job was done totally by Michael Lyons.
So that's going to be a very interesting run down to Sandoval tomorrow. We'll have all the racing for you tomorrow. Wherever you're watching us now, you'll be able to get us again tomorrow. Just want to, I'm going to turn the time machine back a little bit before we come right up to our newest cars, which is the early to mid 80s. This is the Ayrton Senna era here at the Monaco Grand Prix. But you said that you rather liked that Fraser-Nash Le Mans Coupe from earlier on. So Gemma Scott has hunted down Pierre Macchi, the driver of that car that we saw earlier on in the afternoon. And he's speaking to the driver, Pierre Macchi.
The Series C cars are the gift that keep on giving, and I'm joined now by Pierre Macchi, owner and driver of this beautiful Fraser-Nash that sits behind us here. Car that won its category in the 24 Hours of Le Mans back in 1953, am I right?
Yes, exactly. With just two drivers at the time, so it was a big sporting event.
Well, that's it. I mean, nowadays we've got 4 drivers in the race for the 24 hours, and this is a car of 2 drivers that today still has all its original mechanics underneath the hood.
Yes, original mechanics, original seats, so the leather seats that is back from 54 and still in place, so it was good leather at the time. And the driving wheel is the original also.
Tell us how you came to become the owner of this car.
It's a long story, I don't know if but basically the family that owns this car for more than 40 years, the son of the family used to drive this car, and the car was, his father used to race with the Fraser-Nash, a Le Mans replica. And the father killed himself in the Le Mans replica, so they sold the Le Mans replica and they kept this car. And subsequently, after 40 years, the family that owned the other car put it back on the market. And Charles needed the money to buy back the original car that his father used to drive, because all his memories were with that car. So he made me promise never to sell it and keep it as it is, and it was okay for him to sell it to a French guy.
And of course you continue to race this car in the Le Mans Classic, and this is your 4th time here in Monaco racing.
Exactly.
What's it like on the streets here?
It's extraordinary to be here. I think it's the best event. You have the goose pimp all the time, because all the people, the crowd, the organization, everything is just extraordinary. So it's just a smile from the beginning to the end.
Look, we watch the racing and there's a lot of people out there that will be saying, yeah, but the guys are taking care of the cars, they're not pushing it, but you are pushing it, right?
Yes, we're pushing it within certain limits, because safety is the first concern, especially for the car, and because we are racing without restraint belt and without roll bar, so a crash could be very harmful to the car and to the driver.
Absolutely, but it's certainly a pleasure to see the car rolling. It's certainly a pleasure to meet you and hear a little bit about the history. Thank you very much,
Thanks
Pierre.
to you. and have a good day.
You too. Enjoy Monaco.
Bye.
Well, time machine for Grand Prix and Formula One races here at the Monaco Straight Circuit has moved up into the 1980s. And we've been tracking, gentlemen, as well, the major changes that have impacted the way we have looked at Grand Prix racing, the performance levels, often driven by mandate because the regulations have changed with engine sizes, etc. Sometimes, as we saw in the last group, driven by innovation with downforce. And it was a bit of both for our next innovation. We'd had forced induction engines long time before with a mechanical supercharger. But in this era, it was the turbocharger that came to the fore. We started to see it in some road-going cars, and because of that, there was almost an imperative for manufacturers to show off that technology in their racing cars. And it did change the complexion of things.
It did. I mean, Renault brought it in midway through 1977, and it didn't trouble anyone for a while.
No.
You could see the power, but it very seldom saw the checkered flag, unfortunately. But by 1979...
They used to call them the yellow kettles, didn't they?
Well, indeed. Absolutely so. Jean-Pierre Jabouille did his absolute utmost to make it work, but he had the benefits really came 1979 onwards, and by the time we crossed into this period, which is 1981 to 1985, the Renaults looked absolutely fantastic, and some of the scraps they'd had up to there were epic, but everybody else had to follow suit. And basically the format was 3 litre normally aspirated, 1.5 litre turbocharged. But the good thing about them was the power. The bad thing about them in the early days was the way it came in. All or nothing. Unlike some of the early road cars that had turbo written on the boot, you couldn't tell they had a turbo.
No.
Eventually, here it comes. And there wasn't a huge push.
Yeah, that was all or nothing, and it was also 2 seconds after you push.
Yes.
2 seconds after. So nothing. Go.
It was a completely different driving style. We're talking about that in Formula One right now, about different driving styles and understanding the technology and changing how we look at that. You had to anticipate where you wanted the power, and also it was bringing in an element of left foot braking so that people were keeping the turbo spinning up so the power was there.
And it was the same with the normal cars, you know, with the first BMW 2002.
Yeah.
It was the same. With the R5 turbo, it was the same. And many drivers lost their life in the R5.
Yep. I had a friend in Sunderland who had one, and he did a lot of work on it. And I wasn't particularly au fait with front-wheel drive cars or turbocharged cars, but I'd watched this era of Formula One, and I knew that people were riding the brake and pumping the throttle, and that's how I drove Bruce's car. Yeah, and it was interesting, to say the least, and character building.
Yeah. A French motorcycle rider, very well known, doing the Continental Circus, who was called Chiron. He lost his life in this kind of cars, you know, in an R5. Yeah.
They were great fun, though. He says rather childishly, sitting in the middle of the group. But you did have to be aware.
Yeah, it was like a turbocharged go-kart. Yeah.
In fact, the most violent acceleration I had in one was the Tickford Capri.
Oh, yeah.
Ford Capri. And I remember I stupidly tried out the turbo alongside the road. My side of the road only had a stone wall the whole way along, and it was on a slight arc. But certainly it was fun. But in terms of Formula One, it gave a lot of performance. And actually, the least suitable circuit for a turbo was a street circuit.
Here. Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah.
Turbocharging changed the face of Grand Prix racing. Not everybody did it, not everybody had it. It actually ended up that there was effectively a championship within a championship for non-turbo, normally aspirated cars, Bruce.
Yeah, the Jim Clark Cup. And in fact, looking down at car number 14, middle of the shot there, on the left-hand side of the screen, not many of those to the pound. That's an ensign of the area, but that just stuck with the Ford. Ford engine, non-turbocharged, and it wasn't a panacea for everyone, but eventually when the engine builders and manufacturers got their head around turbocharging, you really had little choice. So you did the Jim Clark Cup, and the races where those who did that in the normally aspirated cars, where they went best, were the Long Beaches, the Detroits, and the street races.
Coming back to Jean-Pierre Jabouille, he was a fine engineer, you know, and I think he lost a part of his career developing the turbo. Tragically, he lost his life 2 years ago, you know, from dementia, and he was in the same hospital as the wife of Jean-Pierre Beltoise. Yeah, they were together in the same hospital.
Oh wow!
And they didn't recognize each other.
Such an awful disease.
Yeah.
Out in this particular plateau, if you will, grid, 30 cars. Moving forward and continuing with the technological innovation on the weekend of the 15th Grand Prix de Monaco Historic here in 2026. Hello everybody, if you are just joining us, you've missed some cracking qualifying action. We moved now to the newest cars from 81 to 1985. Aspirated engine, normally aspirated engine is class 1. But the big news in this time of Grand Prix racing was the turbocharger. A compressor driven not as in the old days by a mechanical means of the supercharger being driven from either a belt or a shaft from the engine. No, this was using the exhaust gases to spin a turbo up and then compress the incoming air and fuel mixture to give you a thicker charge, a charge with more performance potential in it. It was a genius idea, and it did work. The problem was it wasn't instantaneous, certainly not like a supercharger, which is spinning all the time. There was a lag, a turbo lag, from when you put your foot down to when you got the extra burst of power. As much as 2 to 3 seconds in the early days. The bigger the turbo, the bigger the lag. In sports car racing, you would often see Porsche particularly would have 2 turbochargers, a small one or a big one, or 2 smaller ones, to try and cut that time between you opening the throttle and getting the power, try and cut that down a little bit. So these early cars and the early implementation of the turbocharging technology, Bruce Jones, were an acquired taste, but all of the manufacturers and ultimately all of the drivers, I think, realised that they had to get their heads around them, both technically and engineering-wise, and also in a driving sense.
Yeah, they did, but actually I was just saying to you a couple of days ago, watched a fantastic battle, just came up on my social media feed, who knows how, it's the magic of the algorithm. I think it was a 1981 German Grand Prix at Hockenheim, and it might be 1980, but it was certainly Alan Jones in a Williams trying to fight against Alain Prost in a turbocharged Renault. So it was normally aspirated against turbo, and it was 3 laps in the making with Alan Jones not accepting no for an answer. He eventually got past, but seeing the different way the cars made their performance around the lap was really, really enthralling, and it was mighty stuff. I mean, he looked on the verge of an accident in each of those chicanes around the back loop at Hockenheim, and then Alan would try his job, but he'd be too far behind coming into the arena section. So it went. It was like, it was, you know, the hunter and the hunted. It was primal, and I thought that was a really outstandingly good demonstration of the differences of the way the teams went about their performance. But eventually everybody had to drift towards the turbo age. But of course, it wasn't forever. Never is in Formula One, and that's really been the story of what we've seen today in Grand Prix racing. You know, from the start of time, stuff moves on. And what I love here, though, is just, this would be a normally aspirated car that marched 811 and Alejandro Juan up to race there. I love these original liveries as well. In fact, I suddenly have desire for a pint of Guinness for some unknown
oddly.
reason.
I'd imagine that.
In fact, I've been having that all day. Really.
This list of entries is our G class, the G Series race, and it's honouring Ayrton Senna, who won here in 87, 89, 90, 91, 92 and 93. And there are some Brazilian fans here who are marking that as well. The Courtauld sponsored Tyrrell getting ready to go as well. Williams, Lotus 87B, 91, 95. 3 different types of Lotus here. Arrows, a couple of March 821s. Minardi as well, M185. As well as a Lola Beatrice THL 1 from 1985. The aforementioned Declan Brennan will be watching for Maxwell Lynn, one of the Lynn dynasty. Sean, Max and Alex, all very decent pedallers. Alex Lynn plying his trade for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota in the World Endurance Championship at the moment. Max turning into a very, very good driver, as well as Sean, his dad, the patriarch of the family.
Oh, absolutely so. I mean, Sean's collection of cars it's not just phenomenal in terms of its size. I mean, the taste of what he's got. He only goes for the creme de la creme. Right, cars go out on the track. At least half of these appear to have been driven by Jean-Pierre Jarry. I joke, but just seeing the Osella going past, we've seen all the Tyrrells he drove before, and so on and so forth. But again, it showed how his career, kept on going. He kept himself current. But for a lot of people, these will be the cars of their childhood, so they'll definitely excite them. But again, as Williams leads the way up the hill, you see, actually, this is probably the group of cars with the closest appearance to each other, because you look at them front on, they have to have, because of the ground force, those big side pods. The nose shape is fairly similar. The Tyrrell went a bit of a different way for a while, but then again, of course, we can separate them by their race liveries as well, which were so distinctive back in the early 80s.
And I understand when people say, well, you wouldn't be allowed those sponsors nowadays. Why are you still having alcohol, etc., on the older cars? I understand that, but I think there's a good argument to keep them in the period liveries.
Yeah, my argument to that is someone who's been a lifelong fan of motor racing. I've never smoked a cigarette, and there were plenty of cars.
Well, that is true.
Me too. Not sure about the beginners though. But anyhow, there we go.
I never smoked too.
Yeah, there you go.
So that's all 3 of us in there. Never. Wow.
But
I never wore denim aftershave either. I just want to make that absolutely clear.
You're sort of a Yardley man.
You put Durex?
Right, out on the
leave
track.
that one to one side. Absolutely.
So one of us
as well, wasn't there? That was another one that we had earlier.
Massive traffic jam, if you will. So drivers need to sort themselves out, get the heat into their lovely, great big slick tyres around here. These are the last cars that we have, not just today. This is the end of the period being celebrated, 1985 up to 1985. In the Monaco Historic. What an event this has become. This is the 15th iteration, and if you compared the cars that were out in the first to the 15th, it's come on quantumly, not just in the variety, but the way they're presented, the way they're prepared, and also the way the drivers are able to drive them. A lot of the drivers have got much more experience now in Formula One cars than they had than they did in the first Historic.
Those of you who are watching and listening to us now, thank you. But in 2 years' time, don't be watching and listening to us. Be here, because you cannot believe what it's like as this field of 30 cars, even on what is effectively a formation warm-up style lap, has just rumbled past us in the commentary booth. The whole grandstand was gently vibrating as they went through, and we're a long way up and a long way from the track. At trackside, your sternum, your chest bone, is going to feel every revolution per minute of these engines as they go through. This is real emotion out there at the moment, Olivier.
And normally here in Monaco, the sun is winning every time.
Yeah, true enough.
Mind you, I have been here for some very, very wet Monacos, which just makes it like a totally different race. But some of those have been the most exciting because a lot of people were just simply going off and the order was changing all the time. But you know what? I'll still take Monaco on a sunny day, and as will these drivers.
The FW07C from 1981, Itaka Toriba, there'll be a lot of people who had that scale electric model as well. That was very popular in its time.
Yeah, no, exactly. But of course, you have to remember that fans much younger than us, a lot of the cars they favoured, they've never had the model car, but they raced it on Gran Turismo or something and selected it and had their passion. Certainly my son's generation doing that. But what a mix of cars. Probably about the most elegant in this particular field, with that crisp white and blue, dark blue livery. Bernie Eccleston with that Parmalat sponsorship on his Brabhams. You are allowed to advertise that. That's a dairy product company, so yogurts and milks. But Werner Dance and Borgel. Big switch going past the Beatrice Lola there, the one with the Hart engine that appears to have just been cruising off without completing a flying lap. So don't know what the problem was there, but for Max Lynn, we bigged him up, but unfortunately it seems that his car, unless he simply realised he was in the way and just pulled deep into the corner.
Well, I see if he comes through or pits.
No, he's stationary at Village Anthony Nogues. So unfortunately for him, if he'd been on the other side of the circuit, he could have peeled into the pit lane. And that does mean even if they repair that car overnight, he's going to be starting absolutely plumb last.
That'll make it interesting for us if he gets that car to the start.
And in fact, that Lola Beatrice car, the THL, they put the Hart engine in. They were waiting for another engine, and it got to a slow start. Alan Jones and eventually Patrick Tournbay coming on board there. Now a replay of a pair of arrows and one getting closer still. And the drop off was that left rear wheel came down off the curbing there as he entered the tunnel. That would have been a real jolt for the driver.
And we've got an Arrows in second place, the A6 of 1983, Valerio Leone.
And he's the one just no, it's the other Arrows that's come into the pits.
In fact, he's got into the lead now, ahead of Werner Donsonbourg in the BT 49, the Parmalat car we were talking about earlier on. Nick Padmore is third in the Lotus 92. We're not up to pace yet. We're still on 100 seconds or thereabouts. We'll take some time out of that, I'm absolutely certain.
Yeah, now one thing we need to discuss, we talked about the fact that engines were becoming turbocharged by and large, some stuck with normally aspirated, but it's also who was building your turbos. And what one forgets often when you look through the history of the sport, and the good thing we've got a Lotus coming down the hill, of course, they started changing for years, forever they'd had Ford engines, and of course later they'd had goes with Renault and Honda. Likewise the Brabham that's sitting near the top, Werner Dansenborg's car, is fourth fastest now. That was with Brabham coming back from an experimentation that lasted several years, didn't have real success with Alfa Romeo. They came back to Ford power. And it makes such a difference, but it does rather get masked these days to a slightly greater extent, I think. But right now the Williams are looking good.
Alex Capadia,
yeah,
in the number 6 car. Now, these cars are working in the pit lane, so we didn't see them transit past us because they didn't have to. This car is boxed in garage 4, not the Lotus, the number 6 Williams of Alex Capadia. Alex, very successful sports car driver a few years ago, and was trying to make his way through in GTs and in prototypes. Now making a career for himself driving in this form of racing. There's Stuart Hall went to the top, and then Marco Werner, magic Marco Werner in the Lotus. Former Audi factory driver. Remember watching Marco in the American Le Mans Series driving the open top R8, and that particular season he got the nickname Magic Marco because he pretty much did all of the qualifying for that car. And at Trois-Rivières in Canada, I think one of only twice we went there, a couple of times we went there, he brushed the arm core on the exit onto the back straight, the left hander on the back straight, every lap without damaging the car. But the wing end plate was actually being worn down, not the wheel or the bodywork on the side of the car, because it just overhung.
Wow.
He was absolutely millimetre perfect.
I was going to say that is phenomenal precision. Right, The Rothmans-sponsored March 821 was never a car that featured at the front end of the grid at all, but Stuart Hall's got it into second place behind Marco Werner. Marco's actually chasing him around the lap, so anything that Stuart does, it may be immediately superseded by what Marco could do. Alex Capadia in third. Mark Hazel, long-time racer, had moved up to sixth. He's now seventh because Jamie Constable's got his Tyrrell getting going.
Lotus March, Williams, Arrows, Tyrrell, Williams, Ligier, Brabham, and Lotus 92 are your top 10. That just trips off the tongue nicely, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, he wanted to slot in period accuracy, pretty much, apart from the March being at the very sharp end. But that's more down to driver Stuart Hall than the necessary design genius on that car. But you know, there were small margins when you were largely running with Ford Cosworth DFE engines. But then they became slightly larger when it came to the world of super turbocharged cars. But there were no turbos to trouble the March team.
I had a model of that number 18 car as well, the March 821. I remember the Newsweek sponsorship on the side of the slot car that I had. But I don't remember it being in the Rothmans colour. We've got somebody gone off at Sandervoort. Oh, and into the wall, I'm afraid, as well for the Saudi.
So Osvaldo Gaio Cavas.
Yeah.
Sure was a driver from Chile. And again, it's the classic, just slightly too deep into Sandervoort, and some who can escape, go up the escape road, and unfortunately for others, again, it's a fantastic thing. This Marshall cam makes me a little bit sick as he jumps off the wall. But he's need to drive. If they're going to lift the car, I suggest they're going to tow it clear. No, the driver going to hop out.
Yeah. What do you reckon then? Did he lose it on the brakes or lose it on the curb?
Maybe brakes. It was the prototype of KK Rosberg, this one.
TAG, Technique Avant-Garde. Saudi.
I like that touch, driver getting out with the overalls as a tribute to the car as well.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, obviously, if you're Stuart Hall, you'd have to have about 4 sets of overalls for this race meeting.
Going to find out, and it was Olivier takes the points. Although he did go over the curb, but I'm giving it to you because he'd already lost it by the time he went over the curb.
All right, you're both right.
Yeah.
No, I'm absolutely. There's a nasty bump there, actually. Where there's a pedestrian crossing. You can see the white markings. And actually, that's right at the braking area. I've noticed a few cars getting unsettled there. As we get to these cars, they're A, going faster, B, braking harder, and C, they've got less suspension compliance, haven't they?
Absolutely. So when you have the aerial shot, it seems quite wide at Sandervoort, but what you can't see from this shot is what you see on approach. You don't see the approach until you're on the approach, and then you can't see round the corner until you're in it. So it really is a confidence corner. And certainly for the drivers with experience, this is where they can get so much of an advantage and then carry that advantage up the hill, and therefore a much, much faster lap time.
Now this is going to get interesting because the nearly white number 18 is the March 821 from 1982 with Stuart Hall in it. And then the car behind, Alex Capadia with the yellow and green helmet on. They are second and third in that order, separated by about a second and a half. And Alex, I think, just dropping back a little bit to get a clean run. And they'll both have to go past the JPS Lotus. Now, will Alex get by before the Sandervoort corner? He does not, but powers past up the hill. It's cost him a couple of tenths there, I would think. But now he's got a clean run in the wheel tracks of Stuart Hall as they go up towards Casino Square.
What a difference it makes when you have sunny weather here. Beautiful lift all through the first 2 of the 3 days, but it does mean in a session like this, the drivers have one less thing to think about. They're still looking for grip, as you would in the rain, but there's much more to be found. And, the March getting really rather close to the back of the Lotus there and having to compromise his line. He's going to have to pick off that Lotus before they get down to the chicane.
In the Lotus 91.
We're having a bit more luck than Stephen had in his car in the previous session, where it petered to a halt and ended up parked at pit exit.
And this is a lap that will be discarded. 11.5 minutes to go. So Stuart not overly quick here. And here comes Alex Capadia. Is he going to have a lap that is ruined as well? Yes, I think he is. 30 cars round here is a lot of cars. And these machines were getting quite chunky by now, Olivier, the width more than the length, but quite clearly there's places where you cannot go side by side here.
That's right, that's right.
Have a bit of patience.
Also what happens, and just happened there, is Steve Brooks was trying his utmost to stay out of the way. He was so busy looking in his mirrors, he outbraked himself into the chicane, and then, you know, was trying to move out of the way, and it's almost like one mistake becomes compounded and it leads to another. But clearly he was looking in his mirrors, trying to place his car out of the way. But when you've got that tight 90 left followed by an immediate right at the Nouvelle chicane at the turn in, there's not much you can do if you're going a little bit late.
The cars of this era, and particularly the downforce cars, the ground effects cars of this era, I love the contrast from when you look at them straight ahead, where there's all kinds of curves and compound curves, and there's a swoopy nose, and you can see the front suspension, and that's all aerodynamic look. I love. You look at it from above, and it's just basically an oblong.
Yeah.
It's just a rectangle because it's so wide.
Slab-sided car 23 in the pits, one of the Lotuses, and really you don't win one. That's Nick Padmore's car.
Yes,
I was just wondering, it's really weird. I was just thinking, why is Nick Padmore not right near the top? Okay, 1983 Lotus, but clearly concern from the crew there, trying to work out what it is to get it back.
He's done 4 laps, Bruce.
Yeah, exactly.
That's half of the number that most people around him have done, who've been running for the whole time. Look at the Benetton livery there, going through. Bright green. That was the start of something as well, wasn't it, of course, when you think about that. It's the
it's Ian Simmons.
The Ian Simmons car, yes it was, the number 7.
Yeah.
Through the
it isn't. I was just thinking that's Jamie Cunstal's
I was
helmet.
about to say that's the 4. Yeah.
Pale blue, car number 4. Yeah. So he's one of those 2 Tyrrell 11s. James Hagan entered in another one.
And that's a completely different shape when you see it from the side or above. So it's the narrow body and then those oddly boxy protrusions, almost like side panniers on a motorbike, just around the rear wheels. Just a completely different thought process going into that car.
It was. I think basically at that point they were starting to move away from these really, really chunky solid side pods and just trying to see what else they could do to find an advantage. Bear in mind that if you didn't have a really powerful turbocharged engine, you'd be racing the V8 Cosworth, and you had to go about things differently, and that's how they had success in the Jim Clark Cup, but they couldn't take outright victories. Well, except Alboreto did one, the last ever Tyrrell win. That was 1983 in Detroit.
Stewart's on a pole potential lap here, held up for a moment in behind Ian Simmons's Tyrrell. The Tyrrell 12 from 83. Capardia's got through a bit cleaner, and actually he's on a decent lap as well. They both could be challenging Marco Werner's 1 minute 30.8, and Capardia's going to get a little bit. Oh, he's backed out, and Alex was on a quick lap there.
You know what, I actually think he ended up getting slightly too close to the tail of Stuart Hall. And so Stewie's off onto another one. He's still sitting in second place. His time is...
Yeah.
Well, obviously they're both a bit delayed on that lap versus the very best. But looking at the replay of the chicane, these 2 arrows have been drawn together and finally come together. And unfortunately, Steve Hartley getting into contact with Valerio Leone. And, I think we put that down to a misunderstanding going into the Nouvelle chicane. But sometimes ironic when you get 2 cars of the same make just happen to be pinned together with each other. For those without traffic in front of them, they can find their form. But at the moment, James Hagan's Tyrrell, the ex-Alboreto Detroit winner from 83, rather obstructing through no fault of his own the car that's challenging for pole position. Stuart Hall is challenging for get it closest to the barriers of the day award.
And did you see how stiff they've got that car? It was picking up the inside front wheel coming out towards the tunnel, so the right front pawing at the air there for a moment, almost rally car style, as he was leaning on it and was getting so much lateral grip. Incredible stuff from the Englishman. through Piscine. He's not going to trouble the scorers on this lap, but he's back in the groove, and it's just going to be about where he catches traffic here. And I think he's going to be able to blast past the two cars in front of him on the straight who are having their own little scrap. One of them is Alessandro Chawan in the March 811. It's the number 27 car that's right up alongside now.
And while that was happening, Alex Capadia improved his time. Remember, he hung back a little bit. He's into third place overall, but he was very quick. But a new person at the top, Stuart Hall, has hooked it up. And just as we start looking at Marco Werner, who's now also fighting back, getting very close to the barriers.
He touched the barriers.
He did, touched it. Okay.
He touched the barrier with the right rear wheel. Stuart Hall, I didn't think was going to improve there because the traffic, and he did. He's gone to a 30.5. He's 3/10 to the good on Marco Werner, who's just kissed the sand of Armcourt as he went through that time and up the hill. Left rear, just used just what I was saying about Marco, about how he's standing, his awareness of where his car is. Basically used the Armcourt to straighten himself up there. It's incredible.
Okay, his lap slightly compromised. He gets past that Tirolo 12 without too much trouble. Through the tunnel they go. It's still just a phenomenal camera angle. You just get the flashing past of cars. But it always makes the tunnel seem so much shorter than if you ever have the opportunity to walk through it. You walk through it for quite a while. And if you're driving it in a normal road car, it also takes quite a while. But these are not normal road cars.
Marco Werner in the black and gold Lotus. He is driving as if his life depended on it. I don't know if he's angry or somebody said something bad about his family, but I tell you what, he is focused in, laser-like, coming to the final corner. He hasn't improved his times, but my goodness, he's been right on it as he comes across the line. Now, he has a 130.8, 31.5 last time around. Yellow flag, halfway around the lap. Hasn't bothered Marco, he's still got some clear track ahead of him. Oh, and it's a big one, I'm afraid. There's damage to Lottini, Sasella.
That's one of the first cars to leave the pits. There we are, showing you his denim aftershave sponsorship, but that's gone on both sides.
First red flag of the day in our last session with 3.5 minutes to go. And I suggest, gentlemen,
that's probably that
will end the proceedings today. Good news is that although the car is damaged, the driver has extricated himself from the car. He might get a little telling off from the stewards and race control about that, getting out before the race was, or the session was properly neutralised. Marshall's had the double yellows out straight away, and Lottini walks away somewhat chastened from the Acela. Now what happened there? Looks like he lost it coming out of the chicane. There was a little rise there, Olivier.
But
it's been further back. There's something on the track further back.
Well, it's coming out of the
on
tunnel.
the other side of the road.
Oh, it's through the tunnel.
Yeah, it's through the tunnel. So he drops it there, and of course at that pace you're going to go a long way. And it wasn't just before he's got to the chicane. So he comes out into daylight, but he's stationary. But just bear in mind the pace the other cars are coming through that tunnel at that point.
Yeah.
And so that is a real rarity to see someone lose it in the tunnel. And if you've never seen the tunnel at Monaco, it goes around a long right-hander. It's complicated enough if it was a straight line.
Yeah, that's right.
But just at that point, well, it's good to see he's absolutely fine. But obviously with that debris on the track and his car sitting where it is, we cannot continue.
Yeah,
but a really unusual lose there, and that would have been a very, very scary moment for him. Top gear,
but
thinking about the chicane. And then
nobody hurt today, so that's the point.
Couple of damaged cars, nothing that looked overly serious, and we know how hard the ladies and gentlemen will work, and the various crews here. Acela looking somewhat pre-owned at the moment. That is the Kai Govis owned car. Well, as Osvaldo. The main thing is Osvaldo got out of that car.
Yeah, so...
sorry, no, that was the Williams that I was talking about there. That was the one that went on at into the wall backwards at Sandoval much
earlier. It was Piero Lottini who got out of the broken Rossella. But just looking at the times with the session suspended because the red flags, March from Lotus, from Williams, Brabham from Tyrrell to Williams to Arrows. So great variety there. Stuart Hall is out.
You said about Stuart Hall would have to have a lot of sets of overalls. He has got a set of Rothko overalls matching at least one of the cars that he's driven today. In fact, actually, that is the Rothman's branding is on that March, isn't it?
Yes, entirely so. But one would feel that Rothko don't go about things in half measures. I'm sure he's got the right suit for each of the cars. So that wasn't something we got to say very much in this period of Formula 1 and March on pole position. Of course, we did have that when they burst onto the scene in the 1970 South African Grand Prix, and the front of the grid was suddenly littered with March 701s, with the paint pretty much still drying on them. But thereafter, it was few and far between to find them at the very sharp end of the grid. A little bit of challenge in the mid-1970s to be up there, and of course when Ronnie Peterson was driving them earlier in the 70s. But there we are, a shuffling of the pack and a shuffling of the hands, most notably for Piero Lottini, just feeling that tail going away.
He was just on the white line in the middle of the road, maybe 8 inches maybe wider than the other cars coming through there.
Possible.
And I wonder if he just spun up the left rear there.
Yeah.
There's someone who'll require a little moment of solitude, I think, after that to gather his thoughts. But for the rest of the drivers, they had a good old session through there. But at the end, the top 3 cars covered by just over half a second. But again, what I love is the variety. A March from a Lotus and a Williams. And of course, this very much was the period where Williams had its World Championship in 1980. It was starting to move to its first real period of glory. It came up not too long after that.
Hello to Jerry Sisk. He's been with us pretty much all day. I think he says, I'm trying desperately to get the troops corralled and come and visit in person in 2 years' time. I would heartily recommend it. You'll say, of course, you would say that, Hindhoff, while you're sitting down there yourself. We've not been able to do this directly for a variety of reasons, COVID included, on site, Bruce and I, for 10 years now, and I have missed it. And I only realised how much I missed it when I walked back into the paddock yesterday, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, doing it remotely from studio in the UK, you get the same images, but you don't get to walk through the paddock. You don't get to speak to half a dozen drivers. You don't get to see exactly how the weather is. So this is a phenomenal place. And then you step back a few streets, and you're in the middle of Monaco, seeing how other people live in a place like this. And also it's just physically such an incredible setting with the sea, the harbour, and then the steep climb up the mountains behind with its own little weather pattern, but it's got the history that goes with it as well.
Yeah, and we can't forget that 4 months in the year people living here have the problem with their car to go everywhere, because the preparation of the Grand Prix, 1 or 2 or 3 months, is enormous.
Yeah.
4 months.
It's a massive enterprise, and anyone who's ever been involved with a street circuit that has to set up for the first time, they find, let's say, logistical issues right until the moment the race starts for the first time. They come out of nowhere. But what an array of cars. We have the less known ones with the most famous cars of the period, a real smattering of Tyrrells, Lotuses and Williams, largely filling this grid, quite a lot of Arrows as well. Good to see the camaraderie, Stuart Hall walking along there. He was just having a chat with Alex Capadia a few moments ago, and Alex was very much at the sharp end of the field, ended up 3rd overall, and again, another good job done there by Stuart Hall.
Look, there's no World Championship on the line here. There's no World Championship points on the line here. But Stuart Hall and Marco Werner and Alex Capadia, along with many others, but those 3 in particular, have been at the very top of the sport. And they know that every time they get behind the wheel of a car, and we know watching them, that they are going to give their best. And that tends to be pretty good, actually. And we've seen that today right through all the grids. Confirmation then, a couple of Brits with Marco Werner, the meet in the sandwich of the 2 Union flags. March, Lotus, Williams, Brabham, Tyrrell, Williams, Arrows. Williams, Ligier and Lotus in the top 10. And yeah, okay, 6 seconds between the top 10, but again, we're talking about a couple of different classes in there. All of those top 10 bar Evgeny Kilyev's Ligier in 9th position. They all are the turbocharged cars. That's the first of the normally aspirated cars. So, gentlemen, it's been a lovely day. Your quick thoughts on what you've seen, particularly in that last qualifying practice, Bruce Jones?
Very interesting. Just comparing the cars that have turbocharged engines, those that don't, and just one outlier, Nick Padmore. You expect him to be up near the front. He had it parked his Lotus early on. He's down in 17th, so there'll be a story within the overall story. And Olivier, what stood out for you?
I was a little afraid when I saw in the tunnel, but hopefully there is no damage to the driver. You know.
Yeah. That's always worrying to see. Top speed for that. Stuart Hall with Royal Gotha's March 8-2-1 then on pole position. Marco Werner will be alongside him tomorrow. I suggest you make a note of the times, all on the ACM website. The weather that was just a little bit threatening earlier on has just left us alone. Advantage, I suppose, of being so close to the sea and having the hillside is that any weather that's coming from behind us will tend to stay behind us. Highlights next. Well, we've closed the track action for today with our Serie G, the Ayrton Senna era, and they dominated through the 1980s and into the 1990s with victories here, including 3 on the bouncer course at the end of that period. And the cars that have been out here, a mix of turbocharged and non-turbocharged cars, mostly dominated at the front of the field and in numerical sense as well by the turbocharged cars. And a fantastic battle there between 4 or 5 really great cars and really great drivers. Mark Hazel ending up in 6th, Jamie Constable in 5th, Werner Donsenbourg for 4th, Alex Capardia for 3rd, Marco Werner for 2nd, and Stuart Hall takes the pole position. Well, what we're seeing with this is the modern era, in some respects, of the Grand Prix here on the streets of the Principality. 30 cars were out there, and it looked busy, and it was difficult to get a clear lap race.
No, it really, really was. A lot of preparation. You can imagine in the pit lane. Can I get near the front of the queue to go out? Who are the slower drivers? If they're in front of me, can I get past them and get the clear track? We saw various people getting bunched up, but somehow Stuart Hall made it work. Alex Capardia made it work. Various drivers. I mean, when they see when the driver of that Arrow sees the replay, he goes, I thought I was close. I was a whole lot closer than I thought I would be.
So he fell off the edge of the curve.
He did. It was on the exit. You could see it going down. The Arrow's really hitting the turf. But it was about making space in the traffic. Stuart Hall managed that in his Lotus. Marco Werner in this Lotus was 2nd quickest. Was fleeting top. Stuart Hall, correct myself, of course, is in the March. And Alex Capardi was in the mix as well in his Williams. But again, they had to make space for their laps.
Marco did his best lap on lap 4. The 2 guys around him, Stuart and Alex, on lap 11 of 12. Werner Donsenbourg on lap 9. Jamie Constable on 7. I really feel as though Jamie got a fair rub of the green there. Osvaldo Cuevas in the wall at Saint-Devote. Not the first this weekend. Let's hope he is the last, but I suspect that won't be the case. Lost it on the bumps just under braking and went in backwards. I think that looked worse than it was, tilting the aerofoil back.
Now this is Nick Padmore. We expected him to be up towards the front, if not at the front, but ended up 17th, but sitting in the pits for most of that session was not the helping hand he was looking for. His fastest lap was on his second lap.
Of only 6.
Yeah.
He did half the laps of anyone else. The United colours of racing, including the Benetton branding, looking absolutely brilliant. The two arrows were together for most of the session and got a little too close for comfort down at the Nivelle chicane.
Yeah, Stephen Hartley looking up the inside. Well, that was absolutely all four wheels off the ground for the sister arrows. No affection between the pair there. But I think that Steve Hartley thought the door was being left open for him by Valerio Leoni, which it wasn't.
Mark Werner, I told the story about his precision driving in qualifying in the American Le Mans Series when he was a works Audi driver in the magnificent Audi R8, and barely had those words left my mouth that he kissed the barrier at Sandoval, and then the session-ending issue for the Acela looked like a lose in the pit lane, in the tunnel for Piero Lottini in the FA1B, the 1981 Acela. No choice but to suspend the session. See, the Armco stood up really well there, and the car cannoning down the right-hand side after losing it in the curve in the tunnel. Maybe just got on the white line, and even when dry, there's going to be a different grip level there, Bruce.
Certainly, if the characters who were walking through the tunnel, that would have been a little more noise that they were expecting down there. But the good news is the car held up to it, the driver able, under his own steam, probably chock full of adrenaline at this point, to get across the track. He'd spotted the opening, but there was no choice other than to bring the session to an end with 3 and a bit minutes remaining on the clock. Stuart Hall ended up fastest of all, so applause to him from the Rothko team, and good to see in the background Alex Capadia. Next to his, Williams was third fastest, but a really tidy session with the exception of that little slip up right at the end.
So a slightly shortened day of action, but by 3 minutes and change. And what a day it's been. And that is just the appetizer, because we are back on air at just on 8 o'clock in the morning.
Tomorrow. Yeah.
That's 8 o'clock Central European time, so that's 7 o'clock for those of you in the UK. Early hours of the morning, I'm afraid, if you're on the east coast of the USA. But late at night, Saturday night, if you're on Pacific time. So stay up and watch a few hours before you decide to go to bed. Those of you further to the east of us and ahead of us on time, you can work that out yourself. But it's a packed day tomorrow, and it's race day. Sunday is race day, Bruce.
It really is, and we're going to have the same format. The oldest cars, the oldest categories will go first, coming through to the ones that have just finished qualifying right now. So cars up to 1985, that's the cut-off point. Earliest cars from the 1920s competing at the start of the day, plus the benefit of the one sports car race, which will be held just after lunch. And lunchtime is the Ferrari parade for Ferrari Formula One cars. A dozen of those should entertain us, because they really got up some quite good speed today.
They did indeed. That last grid that we had was in honour of Ayrton Senna, who had a tremendous career in finishing and winning records here. Let's just pay a little bit of homage to the great man with a Senna tribute from a couple of years ago. We got some interviews as well, as the great Brazilian was being remembered here at Monaco.
ACM have put this event on to celebrate him 30 years after. It's just a fantastic thing to do, and it's a privilege to be here with the car and all the people involved with it.
For a lot of people, they'll look at this car and they'll remember their childhood watching Formula One. It really is an iconic car.
Sure, and not maybe my childhood, but certainly when I was a young man. So little did I know way back then that this would still be being celebrated and Ayrton remembered so many years later. It's just a great story. This car was the first car he won a Grand Prix in Portugal in '85, and he said it was the most difficult, most challenging Grand Prix ever won, because there was no traction control, there's no ABS, it was a stick shift and a clutch, and and it was purely driver with no aids.
Yeah, we're so happy that the Historic Grand Prix has put on this amazing parade and display of a bit of Ayrton's racing heritage and history. And we have so many amazing cars of his that are going to be on display, and I get to, you know, drive some of these amazing machines as well.
Yes, but Monaco is a very special circuit in itself, and the atmosphere and the people around here. It's the most difficult circuit of the whole Formula One circus. And who wins here is a big, big hero, and he's won a few times. And we're celebrating all his racing history, his past. We're celebrating all sort of the human that he was, the man that he was. It is very special.
Monaco is a track that really puts Ayrton even more in evidence. He still is, that many years after he passed away, the biggest victor here in Monaco. So it's a place that he loved and he enjoyed racing, had lots of success. So from the first race that he tried here in F1 all the way to his last time out, he was very successful. So a place that's very special for us as a family.
So, little bit choppy out in the bay at the moment. So our Series G, our final track action of the day, live for you, honouring Ayrton Senna, a new series that honouring 60 years or marking 60 years of the 3-litre formula and 30 years of the turbo era, those cars that we just had out. Ayrton Senna, of course, in common with so many of the recent crop of Formula One drivers, started off in karting. And 2 years ago, we caught up with Gabriele Bortolotto himself, a graduate of karting, and of course now a Formula One driver as well, as he looked at one of Ayrton Senna's racing go-karts.
Ayrton Senna is the reason why I started racing, and today to be able to drive his car that he did in Europe, the World Championship, was amazing, the feeling. That's special, and it's Ayrton Senna car, so it's even more special for me, and it's historic, so I mean, I couldn't be more happy today.
I mean, sharing the lap with some pretty impressive names as well, with Thierry Boutsen out there, Stefan Johansson out there.
Yeah, it was amazing, and when I saw them in the mirrors, and then after, you know, when we stopped in the grid and the go-kart was in P1 and all of them behind, it was amazing, like everyone together. I don't know, it's just things that you see in TV, you know, in the documentaries, like when you watch Ayrton winning here in Monaco, and to be able to be there around full of cars of him was amazing. I did only half a lap, but it was already very, very good, and I wish I could have done more. Yeah, it's the first time I actually come to Monaco Historic. I've raced here already 3 times, but never to this event, but I want to come back every single year after this one, to be honest, watching all these cars, you know, understanding a little bit more about the history of my love sport. So I mean, it's just incredible, and I wish McLaren will invite me more times to come here.
As we are rapidly approaching the end of our coverage today, we just have the opportunity to whiz back to one of the, in fact, the oldest group of cars that we have here this weekend, going back to our Luis Chiron group. Louis, a winner here in 1931. A real stalwart of this event is Giulia de Baldanza in her Bugatti Type 35B, and Gemma Scott caught up with her earlier on this afternoon.
Well, it's wonderful to see that this historic paddock is also filled with female drivers. Giulia de Baldanza. Giulia, racing a Bugatti here. This is your 12th Monaco Historic Grand Prix.
Yes, also I am also historic in a way.
Historic, but hugely courageous. You've been racing for many years, and still...
I think if men can do it, we can do it too. It's just driving a car. Yes. And then, you know, using the common sense and having the car very well maintained by good people. And then if you trust it, you can drive it. It's nice. I love it. I don't like to wear seat belts, so it's ideal for me.
How physical is it to be driving the car?
Very physical, you know, because there is no steering power. And yes, I mean, there is no seat belts, so you hold yourself, well, you know, I don't know how I do it, but I am as if I had seat belts. And then the only one de soutien, you know, great, you know, where you can hold yourself is the driving wheel. And then on corners to the right, you put your leg against the gearbox, the left leg. On corners, the next leg, no, you know, you use your legs, you use your body. It's very nice. Yes, you race with all your body. And then as a woman, I don't like to sacrifice the gearbox. So here, for example, I use just third and fourth gear. Yes, because the car has wonderful torque. And then, yes, that is. I don't like to. I look very much after the car. Yes. And after the others, I am always thoughtful of the other people. Watch what they do, where they are. And for that reason, I like to start usually at the back of the grid and warm up slowly. Then when I feel the car has grip, then I try to have fun.
And tell me, was racing always your dream, to be driving this beautiful pre-war machinery, to be racing cars? Was that always a dream of yours?
No, actually, I always had an affinity, true love for the music of 8-cylinder engines, yes? Always. And aviation, airplanes, and so on. No, but it came to me, and then my friends and a lot of people pushed me to have the... One was Tim Dutton, you know, from England, and then a lot of people, friends like Chris Clegg, and so he's the one who wanted me in his team for the Le Mans Classic with, you know, the series from Patrick Peters. Yes? And then, you know, and then suddenly I was there. At the beginning I thought, what am I doing here? The third lap of in Silverstone, my first race. I thought, what am I doing here? And then after Le Mans, I realized how great it is to achieve a very good lap and keep your best time. And then, you know, I like it. And you know, 4 years after I started, I thought I have enough. I did it all enough. And then, you know, I entered the Ferrari Shell Historique, you know, races with the Maserati, and then I started going there and liking it. Also now seat belts free. And then, yes, I decided in 2006, but then I fell in love with the helicopter, and then afterwards, you know, I went back. Yeah. And then that's it. I cannot live without an engine. I was born in love with life. And that is, for me, everything is beautiful, people, and I look after myself to be healthy, and every day I wake up, I am so happy just to be alive. Never a headache, never sick. So if you want, I can give a try.
Julia, I love it. That's your secret. Thank you very much. Let's go back and join our commentators.
And Julia will be campaigning her beautiful blue Bugatti in the second race tomorrow. The A1 grid will start at 8 o'clock with A2 and run through till about just after 1 o'clock in the afternoon with 5 races. And depending on the speed of the cars, they'll either be 10, 12 or 18 laps. Or 45 minutes in the case of the longer race. We'll have more from that fantastic collection of Ferrari Formula One cars over the lunchtime, and then finish off with 3 more races from mid-afternoon till just after 6 o'clock Central European time. What a day it's been for qualifying practice. My very great thanks particularly to all of our technical team and our camera operators here at the circuit who've had a long day. The marshals, of course, have made sure that we have run as smoothly as possible. But from me and from my co-commentators Bruce and Olivier, as well as the rest of the team, thank you for being with us on day one. Make sure you set your alarms for tomorrow, 8 o'clock Central European time. See you then. Bye-bye.